Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good to see you all. I'm sorry we can't do an intro today. It is Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. It is day 25 of the U.S. war with Iran. I haven't even had time to update my Chiron. There has been a launch from Iran. Literally right now, as we speak, there's a launch. It's coming into Tel Aviv. I had to go live. I couldn't do an intro. I don't even have your chat up on the screen. I was watching a very nice movie called Barry Lyndon, and I was thinking to myself, oh no, I probably shouldn't take too much time because I know there's something that's going to happen. And right as we were set to go live, like right now, there has been a launch. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. It is heading towards Tel Aviv. You can see the map behind you. I repeat, we have had a launch from Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have lots to catch you up on. There have just been hits in the north like an hour ago. I couldn't go live for those because I wasn't ready, but I'm ready with you now. We're just off right away. There's no time. There's no time to stop. There's no really time to do anything these days because as soon as you try to take a breath, you just have to go and cover what's happening. So this is live right now. You are literally live. There's no intro. I don't have time to do an intro. I was watching a very nice movie, but it's more important. We must cover the developments on the ground. There have been a lot of updates in the north. There was just a strike in one of the settlements near the north. Now there is incoming within the next minute towards Tel Aviv. I repeat, there is incoming towards Tel Aviv. You should keep an eye on Cam 3 and Cam 4. Incoming. Red alerts. Red alerts. Incoming. Air raid. 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 Air raid in Tel Aviv. Air raid. Air raid. Air raid. Air raid. Air raid. Air raid in Tel Aviv. Air raid. This is live. You jumped right in. There is no time. There's no anything. We just have to begin. I'm going to do a lot better staying composed today. I know I have a duty to you, but obviously I don't have time to even kind of recap things. We have to just go right into what's going on because there's an air raid at Tel Aviv. The air raid sirens are blaring. There's been rocket fire from Iran. It's happening right now. Report on what happens. I'm going to do better. I'm going to do better today. I don't hear any explosions. That was quite a way to start the stream. Might have an explosion in Tel Aviv. Those could be airbursts, I cannot confirm. Those sound like cluster bombs hitting Tel Aviv, but I cannot confirm. I've got to do a better job today. I know that there are people in harm's way, we pray for them. But I can't just scream, oh, those are a lot of cluster bombs. I can't just scream every time a missile hits Tel Aviv. I can't scream every time a missile hits Lebanon. I can't scream every time a missile hits Tehran. I'm reporting to you that I hear the sound of cluster munition impact. Oh, thank you, Nikki Tao. God bless you. It's so good to see you. I believe, however, that I just heard the sound of cluster munition impacts in Tel Aviv. I cannot confirm to you that that is what happened. I did not see a Koram Shahar because I was starting the stream as this all began. We are very much off to the right. Oh, there are a lot of sounds of either interceptions or airbursts. Thank you, Kanapi. It's very good to see you. Hello, Tiffany Bob. Hello, Valhalla. Hello, Silent Dogs. I think a lot of it seems to be in the north. It seems to be in the north of Tel Aviv. I think a lot of, I can't tell what you're hearing right now, actually. there's a lot of kind of activity over Tel Aviv. I can't really tell what's happening over Tel Aviv right now, actually. It's a very odd series of sounds. It was like a jet, like a very loud jet engine, then some kind of air bursts, then there were some explosions that sounded more like kind of cluster munitions, and then it ended. So I don't really know what to tell you. All I know is I'm working on not yelling as much. Yeah, I was a little traumatized yesterday. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 2:45 p.m. This is when we were supposed to start. So I guess that was your intro. I'm sorry, that was quite an intro. I wanted to play a song for the intro and show you some animals and this very nice towel elephant that my dear friend shared, Triple Bob. But we didn't really have time to do that because as I was getting ready to go live at 2:45, the intro became the sirens wailing and missiles coming into Tel Aviv. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 2:45 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. It is 8:45 p.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa, and it is 10:15 p.m. in Tehran. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you all. Hello, Miss Missy. Hello, Rekka. Hello, Nella Tanto. Good to see you. Hello, CBA. Yeah, I worry those were cluster munitions. Hello, Yasmin. Hello, Kanapi. I'm sorry I didn't get to say hello. That was quite a series of events right there, ladies and gentlemen. That was quite a series of events. My word. My word. I am praying right now that these alerts clear, but I am worried I'm about to tell you that there is a cluster munition that has fallen on Tel Aviv. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I believe there was a cluster missile fired. Hello, Michael Brown. We love towels from South Africa. South Africa is a wonderful country. God bless you and welcome to the stream. People from South Africa are so wonderful. They're the kindest, most wonderful, most talented people. People from all over the world watch the stream, 182 different countries. But I must say, there's so many different countries and so many talented people. South Africa is wonderful, though, and we're honored to have you with us, Michael Brown. I hope you're all doing well today. I am waiting for a damage assessment. I'm waiting for a damage assessment now as I pray. I did hear some cluster munitions. I'm doing my best to remain emotionally dispassionate because I was a little traumatized yesterday or 2 days ago after the hit on Arad in Israel. I know a lot of hits have been very bad, but when you actually have an early warning system and the sirens, it is very intense. And I know Pope Leo, the leader of my church, said that, it was a cluster munition. I have the footage for you now. I know that Pope Leo said that it's really important that I show you the human side of war. So I want you to understand that is why I do this. I don't do this. I intentionally try to give you trauma breaks. I know this can be very intense, but I try to show you the human impact of war. Did you know all day? I consider it a blessing when I wake up in the morning that I push a button to turn on the alert app. I know some people who live with the bombs falling on them do not have that grace. And so I try to turn the alert apps on so I can understand the pain and suffering of the people who live under the fall of bombs. I know some countries have bombs, bomb alerts and early warnings and shelters, and that must make it even more scary. And so, I don't know. I'm doing my best to both keep up with the human toll of the war while also not, scream, because I understand there is an emotional intensity to this and it does impact all of us. But I was thinking about it this morning, it's not just going to go away. So I have to develop an emotional and dispassionate style to deliver the news or it will traumatize you more. So that's just like a balance I as a human have to make. No one's making me do it. I make the call here, and that's what I feel is the best way to do it. So please understand that's an editorial choice. It is not a lack of emotional resonance of this situation. This is what just fell on Tel Aviv with me. It is just a choice to reduce trauma impact. I'm going to show you now what has just fallen on Tel Aviv. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is the latest from the ground just seconds ago. This is what has just fallen on Tel Aviv. As I expected, it was a cluster munition. You are looking at the latest pictures just minutes ago. You are looking at the latest pictures. It was a cluster munition fired at Tel Aviv. Again, I repeat, you are looking at a cluster munition that was fired at Tel Aviv just minutes ago. I'll show you more footage. This is the latest. I do not have impact damage. The alerts are still up on your screen. They're probably going to slowly clear. They've cleared. This is what just hit Tel Aviv. This is what is coming in right now. This is the cluster munition that just hit Tel Aviv. I do not have an impact damage assessment. Oh, little baby. Oh, the little baby. The little baby has to live under the bombs. That's very sad. Oh, little baby. Is she saying it's a bomb? Did she? Is the little baby saying it's a bomb? Oh, that's heartbreaking. The baby's like 12 months. How does the baby know what a bomb is? Oh, goodness. That's one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever heard in my life. I think that's a little baby pointing up at the sky of Israel from like Tel Aviv being like, that's a bomb. Oh, that's heartbreaking. She's so excited about it, too. She has no idea what it is. Oh, that's so... You should watch this so you understand what war does to children. That's so sad. I'm making a post about this one. I'm making a post about that. It's so heartbreaking. I'm literally going to make a post about it. You can watch me make it. I'm just heartbroken by that, and the world needs to understand. I know you could take a video from Gaza, you could take a video from Iran, you could take a video from Lebanon. That's exactly what I'm going to say. This is a heartbreaking video from the Iranian missile launch at Tel Aviv just minutes ago. It is a special kind of cluster missile that avoids the Iron Dome and U.S. interceptors. This young baby's excited cries of, "That's a bomb," could be any child in Iran or Lebanon or Israel, and the pain would be the same. no child at that age should know what a bomb is or be able to excitedly identify it in the sky without even realizing its danger. This video is this horrifying war incarnate, and you should replay it until your ears burn with the sound of innocence clashing in a godforsaken position, juxtaposition that should never again befall this earth. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I'm mad. You made me very mad. Not you, not any of you, just the whole situation. I gotta make a post about it when I'm mad. I gotta channel it into my writing when I get that mad. That's the only way I can express myself. I only know how to do it in my writing. And I gotta go get the video. I downloaded it. You know what I'm saying? So I got to share it. Where is it? I downloaded it. There it is. Then you see, you get the video. Babies. And then juxtaposition. Befall this earth, I pray to God as such. Okay, I hope the world gets the message. I've done all that I can. I've said it. I've relayed the message to the people of the world, and I hope they understand. Them Iranians. It's not just Iranians, though. Any child that learns, whether in Lebanon, Iran, Israel, or otherwise, to understand what a bomb is and excitedly identify it in the sky. If that does not, that you could show that to the Iranians. I got to show that to my friend Alpha and Omega. You could show that to the Iranians. You could show that to the Israelis, the Americans, the Lebanese, Hezbollah, the Blood Guardians, the Omanis, the Saudi Arabians, the Qataris, the people from the UAE, the Kuwaitis. It doesn't matter. Iraq, Afghanistan. You could show it to any country on earth, and they'll just be like, oh, yeah, all right, okay, I think we've caused a problem. Like, that baby should not be like that, excitedly identifying a bomb in the sky. The baby should not know what a bomb is. My dear friend Alpha and Omega said, the children of my enemies are not my enemies, and I will raise them as my own. So I think that could be the footage that can unite us all towards the cause of peace. May that young baby's cry and innocent voice and identification of bombs in the sky be the siren call that brings the world together and ends this madness. And then we can bring the little baby around and be like, this is the baby that solved the war. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that little baby. It would be adorable. You know, I would like that. I would like that very much. Okay, so that's what we got to do. We got to get that video to all the governments of the world. They have to watch it, and then we're going to say to the governments of the world, please, please, please stop dropping bombs on the baby. As of today, do you support the U.S. war on Iran? I got to put my poll up. Yes, no, or undecided. I'm the host. I'm like the technical producer. I run the stream. I monitor the chats. I'm a towel. Anyway, good to see you all. Sorry we had to start off with such an intense situation. I will have an impact assessment for you. But I know everyone wants to breathe a little bit. I'm sorry I haven't. Hello, Ifti Ahmad. I missed you, my dear friend. Hello, Joyce. It's so good to see you. God bless all of the children indeed. Sorry, I was just, I don't know where that came from. Hello, Tao, Grammy Linda. I don't know where my soliloquy came from there. I was just kind of saying things. Sometimes I just feel compelled to just say things. I don't know where it comes from. So that one was very important. I don't know. I could tell. I don't know where the words were coming from. I just had to deliver that message. I hope it was well taken. Thank you very much. I pray your indulgence. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is the missile that has just fallen. Earlier, I'll show you the Iranian missile that hit in the north about 50 minutes ago. It's this new kind of missile. I think it's a Fatah. People have been saying, Grant, those aren't hypersonic missiles. Yes, Grandma Linda's here, but I think this is a hypersonic missile. I'll show you the Iranian missile. This is not Tel Aviv. This was the north. You see the hypersonic just rushing through the sky? Dude, it goes so fast. Thank you, Island Girl. It's great to see you. Okay, but do you see what you just saw? This is at 50 minutes ago in the north. And you're going to watch the hypersonic. That's an interceptor, okay? Watch the hypersonic just run past the interceptor. That's the hypersonic. Pause. This is the hypersonic. It looks small, but it's not, all right? So this is the hypersonic, okay? Now this is the interceptor. Look at the hypersonic just sprint past it. Just blows by it. Now he loses it on the camera. Now you only see the interceptor. He's going to pan left. That's the hypersonic, the red dot. Pans left. That's an interceptor missing up there. This is the hypersonic. Watch it go. That's a hypersonic missile. It obliterates air defenses. It really does. It just rips them apart. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's 1.2 miles away from that. So he's 1.2 miles from the impact, north of it. Maybe east, I can't tell. My gut says north, but it could be east. That is just the missile that hit 50 minutes ago in the north. Okay? That's the one that hit in Safed. S-A-F-E-D. Now look at the cluster missile that just hit Tel Aviv. I'm not showing the baby one again. I'm not doing it. I refuse to show the baby one. This is the one without the baby. And yes, I have to show the Khorram Sharhar video, or then people who don't know what ballistic missiles are going to have no idea what this is. A lot of you are like, but Graham, we watch the Khorram Sharhar video every day. I know, it's because this is not just something that regular humans just run into. Do you see how that missile has a unique property where it's a little where it's bomblets? Now you may be thinking, oh, those don't look that bad. No, they're very bad. They're very bad. This is what a Khorram Sharhar missile is. I retweeted this thing for you so you can see it. We do kind of education on this channel. It's a public information service. All right, Mr. Rocket. It's not a cartoon for kids. I want to warn you, this is not for kids. It is for adults, because ballistic missile technology can't really just be simply explained. Hello, Jane. It's so good to see you. It's my pleasure. It is an honor and a duty I take seriously, and it's an honor to have you with us. This is a Khorram Sharhar 4. Now, it is not for kids. You may be thinking, why do they make it in this style? Because ballistic missile technology, if you actually taught what this does, it would take you like an hour and a half to do each missile. So instead, this I use this as a teaching tool. It's a great account called Wartunes. What Wartunes does is kind of presents the missiles in like 60 seconds. But again, I want to warn you, there's people will always say, Grant, this is like literally made for kids. It's not. It's not meant to be consumed by kids. It's adult content, but it's so complex it has to be presented this way, or you wouldn't be able to understand it. That's my opinion of its didactic or sort of teaching value. But anyway, let's watch it.
My name is Khorram Sharhar 4. I cost $8 million, and when I arrive, I don't explode once. I explode 80 times! I'm Iran's most destructive ballistic missile. I carry a 1,500-kilogram warhead equivalent to the weight of a full-sized car. That's the heaviest payload in Iran's entire missile arsenal.
With a range of 2,000 kilometers, I travel at Mach 8 inside the atmosphere. That's around 9,800 kilometers per hour from Iran to Israel. 10 minutes. But here's what most people don't know. At 7 kilometers above the target, I open up and release up to 80 bomb bullets. They scatter over a radius of 8 kilometers.
Air defenses can shoot me down.
But by then, the bombs are already falling. Each one is the size of a hand grenade. Too small for Patriot. Too many for Iron Dome.
I am also known by the name of K-Bar. By the time a radar sees me, they have 10 minutes. So, what do you think of me?
Follow War Tune. Every day a new weapon, a new story.
So that's the Khorram Shahar. By the way, you might see the new Chiron on the bottom. You might see a new full screen. That's just me kind of setting up the production software. I'm kind of learning new things with it. I think it's working pretty good so far. I have a lot more to learn. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. If the Ahmad, I am still here with you, my dear friend. Sometimes I just take us to full screen mode. But that's the Khorram Shahar 4. Now to give it to you one more time after you've watched that, I think this video then hits a little bit different. Which I'm trying to show you the reality. This was just fired over Tel Aviv. I'm waiting for a impact assessment. Thank you so much, Jane, for telling us. I'm so glad that you found it edifying. There's been an impact in Bnei Barak. There's been an impact in Bnei Barak. Multiple hits, I repeat, multiple hits. Multiple hits. There's been an impact in Bnei Barak. There has been an impact in central Israel. There has been an impact in central Tel Aviv. Repeat, there's been an impact in Bnei Barak. There's been an impact in central Israel. You should expect a lot of impact reports. I think about 50 of these hit. When they fire the cluster bombs, it's very hard to stop them. Reports just now from the ground, there have been multiple impacts, but they're cluster bombs. So they're about the size of a grenade, but if they hit, they're designed to if they hit anything that's wood or structure, it can cause a lot of damage. I believe this is new. I believe this is new. This is the latest I have for you right now, literally just seconds ago. This is the latest impact assessment. This is the latest. This is from Bnei Barak. There's been an impact in Bnei Barak. Here's the first man pulling up to the scene on a moped. Bnei Barak. This is Bnei Barak, north of Tel Aviv. You're looking at the latest right now from Bnei Barak. There have been multiple impacts. Injuries in scattered areas around Tel Aviv. Repeat, injuries in scattered areas around Tel Aviv. There have been multiple impacts. I repeat, there have been multiple impacts in Tel Aviv. The ambulance service reports multiple injuries. I repeat, the ambulance service in Tel Aviv reports multiple injuries. I'll show you now the latest from the ground. This is in Patka Tikva. Patea Tikva. P-E-T-H space. P-E-T-A-H space. T-I-T-K-V-A. latest from the ground.
עברתי עם האוטו, תראה איזה נזק. עכשיו פתאום באו אנשים, לפני שנייה הייתי פה לבד. אתה רואה פה מעל הזה נחת הזה.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, yeah, I'm sure the Iranians had a bit of an issue the other day. They stopped firing these cluster bombs at Jerusalem because, wouldn't you know it, they hit a nail salon in the West Bank and killed 3 Palestinian women. So now they don't fire the cluster bombs there anymore. Oh, God bless you, God Manners. Thank you for your kind words and support of the channel.
שבר את כל העצים, כל הזה, תראה הכל פה. תראה את העץ פה. תראה את הזכוכיות שם למעלה. אתה לא מאמין, עברתי פה שנייה אחרי עברתי פה עם האוטו. עכשיו נפל פה בפתח תקווה, פה, ליד הבית שלי. הרב אבי, תראה, בדיוק עברתי עם האוטו, תראה איזה נזק. עכשיו פתאום באו אנשים, לפני שנייה הייתי פה לבד. אתה רואה פה עלה, מעל הזה נחת הזה. השרידים כנראה. שבר את כל העצים, כל הזה, תראה הכל פה. תראה את העץ פה. תראה את הזכוכיות שם למעלה. אתה לא מאמין, עברתי פה שנייה אחרי עברתי פה עם האוטו. עכשיו נפל פה בפתח תקווה, פה, ליד הבית שלי. הרב אבי, תראה, בדיוק עברתי עם האוטו, תראה איזה נזק. עכשיו פתאום באו אנשים, לפני שנייה הייתי פה לבד. אתה רואה פה עלה, מעל הזה נחת השרידים כנראה. שבר את כל העצים, כל הזה, תראה הכל פה. תראה את העץ פה. תראה את הזכות שמעלה.
Thank you all for your kindness and compassion towards each other during what is a very intense time right now. As you can see on the screen, there has been quite a substantial impact in Tel Aviv, at least one. I would say it is more likely to be more than one. I am monitoring for the damage assessment now. We saw the missiles come in. It was a one Khorram Sharhar missile. I will show you more footage of it now. We saw these actually come in real time. It was one Khorram Sharhar missile, just one. And it hit in about, I'd say 30 to 40 different locations. They don't control where these missiles go. It just falls. That's kind of the scary thing about these missiles. I'm showing you another view of it now. They just fall. They're not really meant to be like targeted munitions. They're meant to induce terror among civilians. And you might be saying, but isn't that a war crime? Well, there are a lot of war crimes during war. You'll come to find out the term war crime doesn't have any meaning during a war. It has meaning after a war when you win, but during a war, it's kind of like you just do whatever you want. I wish I could say otherwise. Okay, I gotta go back to stream now. Anyway, sorry about that. I wanted you to just take a look at just kind of have the opportunity to be in awe. I wish I had a word for it other than brain melting, but it's really an unfortunate development in ballistic missile technology. It's almost like applying a refined syntactical predisposition to the development of advanced ballistic missile technology, specifically to avoid the Iron Dome. It's like using a refined vocabulary, but in a malicious way. I don't like it. But it definitely has the propensity to melt one's brain. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here's more footage of this cluster warhead that just fell on Tel Aviv as I wait damage assessments for you. The latest from Tel Aviv. Yeah, it does induce awe. That's what it's meant to do. Latest from Tel Aviv. I have the latest damage assessment, and now it's unfortunately a very serious situation. I appreciate you all being compassionate. I did not expect this to start the stream. I will get you caught up on developments from around the world, but the latest impacts in Bnei Brak and around the area are very bad. The latest from Israel now. This is Bnei Brak. It's just tough to watch. This is the latest scenes from Bnei Barak. I'm doing my best as reporter Talf to remain emotionally dispassionate and deliver you the scenes. These are the latest from Bnei Barak. Just one impact from one cluster missile. Here's another angle. People seem to just chase these impacts, I guess, on mopeds. And then the police kind of yell at them. So I guess like there's this roving group of people that just like show up at impact sites and try to film, and then the cops yell at them. It's a very weird dynamic. You can see they have like mopeds and they chase the impacts. That's how we're getting this footage. Has anyone considered maybe like those are not friendly people to the Israeli people? Like, why would they be chasing the impacts on mopeds? Also, clearly you don't get prison time for filming because the cops aren't like beating people in the street for filming. They're just like shooing them away. There must be some serious debate, like civil rights debates in Israel about what the cops should do about people who show up to film. Because you can tell that cop, like, he can't arrest the dude or he would arrest him. He's just shooing him away. So I don't think that thing about people going to jail for filming in Israel is true. I think it's a law, but they're not enforcing it to avoid civil unrest. If you started doing that, you would upset your own population. They might do it in Iran, but they won't do it in Israel. I really didn't believe they would, and now I have proof that they don't. I'm literally watching a cop not arrest a guy for filming. He's just telling him to back off. They're not streamers there because the internet isn't great. They go and clip, like the guy who's uploading these clips, and there's a bunch of them. They're just chasing impact sites on mopeds and filming them and uploading the clips. And you can tell there's got to be some, I'm analyzing this because there's got to be some, like in the U.S., the case is Commonwealth v. Glick. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But in the U.S., it would probably be different during wartime. But you can, like, a cop can't stop you from filming in a public place if they're engaging in their public duties. There was this case called Commonwealth v. Glick. This guy was on the Boston Common, and he was, like, filming these cops trying to arrest someone. And they arrested him under the theory that he was illegally intercepting their words as they were talking in public. And the First Circuit in Massachusetts was like, this is the most outrageous arrest we have ever seen. I'm paraphrasing. And they set new precedent that then the Supreme Court either affirmed or they denied, like, the petition for cert, so they upheld the First Circuit's ruling. And the case is Commonwealth v. Glick, and it's like, you have an unencumbered constitutional right, as long as you're like 10 feet away, basically. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. You have like an unlimited constitutional right in public places to film cops in the United States. So like, if you ever, during war it might be different, but if you ever as a cop tried to stop someone from like filming you from like 15 feet away and who was not interfering with you, it would be like you could like lose your job, your municipality could get sued, you have no like sovereign immunity for it. But with this, like, Israel is in a time of war. And there have been a lot of talk about, like, are the Israeli police like arresting citizens who film? And I'm telling you right now that this is from 10 minutes ago. That is not how they're handling it. I think that they're trying, my read of it, and this is how I would play it, is to not have the like feel of an authoritarian society. They're being tolerant of people who film, but just asking them not to like stand over the damage. However, what I believe this can lead to, and they have to avoid this because the Israeli security cabinet's very smart, what it leads to is I think you've got this like network of guys, because I just saw a video from this guy. I saw this guy's video that he uploaded. I saw a video from this guy, and now I'm seeing a video from a third guy. They like drive around on mopeds, they pull up to the scene, they record. They're not live streaming, they record clips, and then they upload it to these like pro-Iranian sources. That's my best analysis of this. And it is a problem. It is a problem. And I think that in a civil society, like in Iran, they would legit, I've seen them doing forced confessions. I saw it on the Iranian TV yesterday. I actually got the clip. They broadcast like a raid of women who had just like filmed damage in their home and sent it to their family. Let me clarify. They didn't say who they sent it to, but they had just filmed damage of their own home. And they got arrested as terrorists and had to do a forced confession. Israel's not going to do that. It has too much of like a Arthur Kessler Darkness at Noon vibe. They just won't do it. But what it leads to is that's how we're getting these clips. There's a vigilante network. Not vigilante. There's just like a network of people who are going around so they can show the damage. It's kind of like, you could argue it's either a segment of the Israeli population that opposes the war and wants to show the world what's happening, or it's something more subversive, which is like people cheering it on. As a journalist, my job is to kind of analyze why people are doing it. Now, there could also just be the general public just kind of like filming, but there's a very specific group that gets this stuff out in like 10 minutes. Almost immediately. And it's just on my radar. I think that's how I want to describe this. Like, it's just on my radar. I think it's an acceptable risk in civil society to avoid a descent into tyranny, but it is dangerous during a time of war. That's all I'm going to say about that. And if you're wondering how are we seeing so many impact sites, this is why. Okay, it's a missile that's designed to evade the Israeli Iron Dome system, and it's designed to evade it in such a way that it sends these little bomblets down onto the earth that crash into the earth and cause damage. And the reason why it causes so much damage is they scatter. Oh goodness, I have another piece of damage for you now that's bad. They scatter over, like, as you heard, like a 7-kilometer radius. And then they just hit. And if they hit anything that is wood, metal, like anything but concrete, like if they hit a street, they kind of go out because the concrete puts them out. But if they hit anything that is metal or wood, and there's a lot of them, they can cause a substantial amount of damage. I'm going to show you the newest footage coming in right now. I believe it is from Rosh Hashanah. There were multiple very serious hits in Tel Aviv. And it's this specific kind of bomblet. Like, it does this specific kind of damage, but only to, like, metal and wood. If it hits concrete, it's inert. Or, like, if it hits roads, just concrete, it will be inert. But if it hits any metal or, like, building, it's very incendiary. It has, like, an explosive property. See, that was the hit. And it hit a car, so it exploded the car. So it has, like... It's inert. This is my best analysis of these bomblets. If this had just hit a road, it wouldn't have done very much damage. The reason they're risky and they can cause a lot of damage is if they hit your house or like where a car is, it will cause a secondary explosion that does most of the damage. It's almost this like ingenuitive way of using the existing infrastructure, like cars, homes, anything it hits against the civilian population. You don't need to get like the biggest rocket through if you can rain 80 of these down, because you'll turn the cars into missiles. When you see what happened to this car, this bomblet, like it landed, it has a lot of force. The bomblet hit like right at the base of the car. It tore through the car and then flipped it forward because it exploded probably the gas tank. You see what I mean? So it has enough force to both hit the car, cause a small shockwave. It's very small compared to an actual ballistic missile, but if it has this like explosive property to it, the bomblet, and the bomblet exploded the car. It's caused a secondary explosion is what it's called, and that's why they're so dangerous. This is the latest from on the ground, and that's in a parking lot. Again, so I have a picture of it. You're looking at actually someone walking around it, and you can see the impact crater. Okay, that is just one bomblet, and they can launch 50 to 240 bomblets in a single barrage. What you're looking at here is an actual picture from that car, but from direct on, and then the bomblet had hit to the right. Okay, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 3:25 p.m. Eastern. There have been multiple bomblet hits from a Khorram Shaher 4 in Tel Aviv as we started today's stream. I will get you caught up on the other news, including an impact in the north of Israel earlier. But as we are looking right now, you are seeing footage just minutes ago on the ground in one of multiple impact sites across Tel Aviv. There's no audio on this one. It's just coming in. And you're looking at an image of a car that has been flipped onto its roof from one of probably 80 bomblets. And I'll leave that up for you on the screen. In the background, the hole left in the ground by the bomblet. Wait, what? Get off the streets. Oh, yikes. There's a lot of people on the road. There are a lot of people on the road in Bnei Brak. They're outside. They really should not be outside. There was a lot of damage from that last one. A substantial amount of damage. There's so many pieces of footage coming in. It's hard to almost process it all. Just like over and over and over. There was like 50 hits. I don't know if like they're using different bomblets, or I don't know what's going on right now. I'll show you what I just got in the past like 5 minutes. Okay, here's the new piece of footage. First of all, here's what happened in Bnei Brak on the streets after that last round of hits, which is not a good idea because they will fire again. That is inside the apartment that was hit in Bnei Brak. What are you doing in there? How did you get in there? Thank you, God Manners. God bless you. I don't know how this man got in there. I really don't. I really don't know how this man got in there. What are you doing in there? I will show you more scenes from this apartment. I don't know how he got in there. I really don't. Or, with a camera, like right away. Dude, what are all those people doing outside? Listen, that is not the appropriate response to a bombing. I'm sorry. They hit again. They launch in waves. You gotta go inside. You're looking inside an apartment in Bnei Brak that was hit like 10 minutes ago by an Iranian missile. You're inside the apartment. I'm unsure how this footage even exists. We're literally in one of the bombed apartments. It's like 10 minutes old. Somebody got inside it with a camera. I don't know what to say. This is literally right now. I mean, it's the type of thing, it must have hit so many houses that they can't control it. There's just a guy with a camera. It's not live, it's 10 minutes ago. He's just standing in one of the buildings that got bombed in Tel Aviv. I don't even know how he got in there. He should not be in there. Oh, goodness. There's a lot of damage, I'm sorry to report, from Towel News, the war desk in Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have a serious situation right now in Tel Aviv. I don't know if this is a new kind of missile or what they've done or where they got it, but you're inside right now an apartment in Bnei Brak. That apartment right there. You're inside it, I'm pretty sure. This might even be a different one because I can't see people on the streets in this one. Hold on. If there are people on the street to the right, it's the same apartment. What? Oh, my word. I can't tell. Yeah, that's the same apartment. So you were just, let me just show you. You were just inside this apartment. That one. Right there. You were inside it. Somebody was just in it with a camera. I don't know how they got there. Doesn't seem very safe. I wouldn't exactly be in a building that has been bombed and is collapsing. I don't know why people are just rushing into it. It really does not seem like a very safe idea. Yeah, it could be a rescuer's cam. I hope it's a rescuer's cam. I'm just saying, like, I really hope these are not just people going into buildings to film. It's very unsafe. I hope it is just someone on the rescue team, which it looks like. It really does. Now that I pause it, that looks like a rescuer. I really hope people are not just going into these buildings. Yeah, it's just dangerous. Like, I know a lot of people watch this stream from different areas. Please, I know it may sound obvious, but even in like an adrenaline state, please do not go into bombed buildings for footage. Just don't. For any reason. It's just really dangerous. It can put you at risk. It can put other, like the rescuers at risk who have to come get you. Just please don't do it. This is more damage in Tel Aviv from the cluster munition impacts of the latest round. Okay? This is in the Tel Aviv area. Multiple impacts in Tel Aviv from the last round. Multiple. Some of the strongest bomblet hits that I have seen. And then this picture, I just think it's from Reuters, so I'm going to show it. There's permission. Once Reuters put something out, it's on what's called a wire. So as long as you attribute it, and that's why different journalists will post it. This is a real picture. It's attributed to Reuters. The photographer is Mohammed Torakman. I don't know him, so I can't tell you, oh yes, a very good, I don't know him, but Reuters would never allow this to go out with its seal and attribute it if it wasn't on the wire. Have I looked at the Reuters wire today to confirm this is there? No, but this is a respectable journalist, so I'm going to, if I find out that it's fake, I will never trust him again, but I'm going to attribute this as a real photo, and I'm going to attribute it to Reuters. It's from today. This is in the Kifil Heres village near Nablus in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. From today. That is a 5-year-old girl standing next to a giant missile. Now, this was published on the wires. That's the only reason I'm running this. So this was all published and cleared with permission. And Reuters chose to run it on their wire. So I don't run a lot of just random imagery, that especially if it's from the ground with bombs. But this was run on the wire. So I'm going to show it to you because it means Reuters determined it was a very important photo. A wire is like a wire service where Reuters or another outlet like AP or UPI or Agence France Presse, if they have permission to put things out over the wire, It means that they have like it was before the days of the internet. It means they have a service where they send content to other news services. And you, as another news service, you can kind of look at the wires to see what Reuters thinks is the most important thing from like the ground that day. And Reuters will have like a bunch of contract photographers. New York Post has them too. Any big paper or wire has them. They'll have like contract photographers on the ground. They'll pay them to go get the image, and then they'll run it on the wire, and they just ask that you attribute it to them usually. Old school wires used to be an actual teletype wire that would come over like a machine where you'd hear like UPI flashing like dot 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 dot. It would be like a Morse code signal. It's very different these days because the internet is so fast. They just want you to attribute it to them. Some wires are a little bit more intense. I don't look at all of them. Some of them are very region specific, but Reuters and the Associated Press and UPI and Agence France Presse, like those wires are probably like the most important. If you see the AP, like they're a little slow, but if they flash something, it's like the biggest thing in the world. It's like a very big deal. But yeah, even the AP got its stuff from like war terminology. A flash is just a military term for a high priority signal cable. And like that filters over to state, like the State Department, and then that filters over to the press. And that's where they got a flash from. I don't flash things very often. I think I flash like 3 to 5 things a year. It's a story that's like of the utmost importance. Breaking is for something that's like, you either use it because, I don't use it for exclusives. If I have a story that's very important, I will just put the term exclusive on it. Breaking is for stuff that's like happening within the past like 30 minutes, an hour, 10 minutes these days. Just in is like that day. New within like the past like few hours, but not that important. You know, that's how I kind of use it. Like if you see me use the word flash on a story or the AP, it means it's like the biggest story of that year. One of the 3 to 5 biggest stories of that year. Breaking is for something that's of a like serious importance. I use like alarm emojis. Breaking with 1 alarm is like important. Breaking with 2 alarms, I think, is serious. You don't see that many of those. And breaking with 3 alarms is like, I think this is a priority news item you should pay attention to. And then if it's like lesser importance, but like I want to highlight it, I'll use just in. It doesn't mean like it literally just came across my desk. It means more likely that like I saw it and then I thought about it and didn't have time to write it up right away, but maybe I still think it's of enough importance that you should know about it within a few hours of it happening. And then like new is anything that happened that day that I missed that I think is very important. Like if I missed something by a few hours, but I think it's of absurd importance that I would have broke if I saw it at the time, I'll cover it again and just cite the original source and say new. That's how I think about it, if you're ever wondering. That's how to like decode my reporting. Hello, Michelle. We had to go right into coverage today. I'll show you more now from Banai Barak. This was an impact from a cluster munition cell through a bedroom. I hope that person wasn't in their bedroom. This is a very good example of why you should not, like, if you hear the warning, like especially Tel Aviv or anywhere that Iran has fired cluster missiles at Haifa, Tel Aviv, and the Holy City. If you are anywhere where a Khorram Shahar missile might come, you have to go into the shelter. Like, it's a very dangerous, it's a very dangerous type of munition. I don't know if people really appreciate the intensity, of this type of missile. It's like a very serious missile impact. Now, I'm going to show you the missile that hit earlier in Tel Aviv. This was during the day. It's a completely different strike, okay? It's a completely different strike. It was like 8 hours ago. This was after I went to bed last night. I want to show you what this is, 100 kilogram munition. This is not the 565 that fell in Arad. This is bigger than a bomblet, okay, that just hit, but this is smaller than the missile from Arad. This hit in Tel Aviv earlier today. It destroyed like half of a multi-story building. Take a look at the impact. Okay, this was an 100-kilogram missile hitting in Tel Aviv earlier. Iran has 565-kilogram missiles. They used it in Arad. Some of their missiles are up to, let me get this number right. What is it? Like 4 tons or something? It's up to like 10,000 pounds. So this was a 200-pound bomb hitting earlier. It's not a bomblet. It was a type of bomblet, but it was a heavier bomblet. It's this new bomblet missile they launched. They've launched it once before in the war, but today it really hit Tel Aviv. This is not the Khorram Sharhar. This is a new type of missile that hit earlier today in Tel Aviv. They did not fire it again just now, but this is what hit Tel Aviv earlier, and I'll show you the damage assessment from this one going back 8 hours and 1 second. Okay, so this is the footage that just came out of the hit in Tel Aviv earlier. It's a serious. If the Ahmad, no, it's not a Fatah. I thought it was too. This is a new one. It starts with a Q. It's actually like a combination. It's like an elevated version of a Khorram Sharhar that has 4 100-kilogram warheads on it. It's called like a Quincelia. Oh, thank you, Kustadas. It's so good to see you, my friend. How have you been? You are a super towel. But yeah, just so you understand, if the Ahmad, I want to research this more too. It's a new kind of missile. I'll get you the name. It's not new. It's been used once before, but it is basically think like a Khorram Sharhar, but with instead of 80 bomblets, it has 4 100-kilogram warheads, which is why it's so interesting. The biggest bomblets of all time. Yeah, but they're also like not bomblets. They're actual warheads. So I think it's more like a precision-guided munition that then releases, you know, like the Daisy missile, like is a loitering, like missile that fires a missile. I think this is like a Khorram Sharhar that instead of releasing bomblets is like a hybrid loiterer that launches precision guide, or not even guided munitions, just like missiles from its main missile, which would make it like more akin to a Daisy but without a loitering capability. So it's like a Khorram Sharhar Daisy combination. Does that make sense? It's not, yeah, Silent Dogs. I think it's but they call it a bomblet, but I don't think that's what actually we're seeing because it falls too fast. What I think you're actually looking at is a hybrid version of the Daisy loitering missile that fires other missiles. We saw it used in South Beirut earlier in the war, the one that has that like halo effect around the outside of it. After I've analyzed this a few times, my opinion is that missile, which starts with a Q, it's a new type of missile. It's not new, it's new-ish. Iran this was the second time it was fired in the war. My analysis of it is that it's a Khorram Sharhar-like missile that travels very fast, gets to its target, and then deploys sub-munitions. But in this case, the sub-munition is not just a bigger bomblet, it's actually a sub-missile, I would think. And I think the sub-missile has an 100-kilogram warhead. So think of it as like a mini missile, not a bomblet. A missilet? I guess we can call it a missilet. That's fine. We just have to be able to keep track of all these different things because they cause different types of impact. A bomblet is big but doesn't do that. That was not a bomblet. That I think is like a missilet. See how fast it strikes? A bomblet falls. When a bomblet falls, it's more like a grenade, like landing and exploding. That is a munition. That's an actual like primed warhead. It causes a much different type of explosion. But the point is the same, that they have this capacity to fire a munition that splits apart when it gets to the target. And when it gets to its target, above the target, it doesn't loiter like the Daisy missile that Israel has. It doesn't pick targets like from above. That takes too much time and the interceptors could get it. What it does is it just gets to a certain point, and then when its algorithm determines it's safe, and then it can beat it uses like a form of advanced echolocation and like audio spectrum like processing, which is an analog to natural language processing. I don't really have time to explain it, but it's like this very complex algorithm that thinks in real time using echolocation like a bat. And then it gets to it, the missile gets to its target, and it's like, oh, okay, I can, like, I'm safe now, I made it. And it has these, like, if-then commands, like, okay, if then, like, if this condition is met, check. If this condition is met, check. and it goes through this like hyper fast like quantum computing process where it does a bunch of checks, and then it's like, okay, deploy your submunition. Now the Khorram Shahar deploys like submunitions that are bomblets. 240 of them, they just fall on the ground. This is a different type of missile that deploys what I believe to be a submunition that's actually a missilette that has an 100 kilogram warhead on it that does not fall like a bomblet, but instead strikes like a missile from the main missile, thus making it analogous to the Daisy type missile that Israel has, which is like a loitering type of missile that fires a sub-missile. I think I got it. It has a special name. I'll show you it. I'm going to show you some of the impacts from earlier from this missile, the damage from it. It has a very special name. It's like Quintalia or something. I'll try to get it for you. But yeah, it's a new missile from Iran. My pleasure, Bunny. Yeah, it's a very complicated sort of analysis, but I want to show you a little about it. This is the damage that it causes. Like, it really does cause a substantial amount of damage. This is right after we went to bed. It was like 2 a.m. last night. I went to bed right as these air raids sounds. So what was this, like 1 a.m. last night? Yeah, 1:30. And then like this is what I saw. Like, I saw this black cloud of smoke rising as I was going to bed. I was very worried. Okay, that was Tel Aviv. That was the result of that. So if you're just getting caught up, this was 1:30 a.m. last night in Tel Aviv. Okay, see that big black cloud? That was 1:30 a.m. last night. I have not, Lynn. Will you send the Sarmat one? There's also another one that starts with Q. Tell Mom, Lynn, I want to watch. This Q missile, though, I don't fully understand. I'll try to tell you, like, if you look at it, it's just different than other missiles that they fire. This is the one that hit Tel Aviv 9, like, earlier today. It's just very different. You see how fast it goes? It looks like a Fatah, but it splits into multiple parts. But it's like not a Fatah, though. I looked up the name already. It starts with a Q. It has like a Q, a U, an I, an S, 2 L's, and an A in it or something. So this, if you're wondering, what did I just see? This is what hit Tel Aviv earlier and caused that impact that you saw in the security cam. I'm not kidding you. You're going to see it again. Those two things streaking through the sky are this missile. And you'll know right away it's not a Khorram Shahar. It isn't. It's this new... K-Bar is a Khorram Shahar. Hold on. Kanapi, let me start this again. K-Bar is a Khorram Shahar. That's the bomblet one. That's the one that goes over and then releases a bunch of slow-falling bomblets. This one that hit Tel Aviv earlier, I'll show you the impact damage more in a second, is not a K-Bar or a Khorram Shahar. It has this name with like a U, a Q or something. Take a look. It goes really fast. Like, it breaks the sound barrier easily. You're going to hear the impact. Qisna. Yeah, I think that's right. Qiam? That might be right. Is it 2,000 kilometers? No, this one is this one has a range of 2,000. It's like Quinalia or something, but it hit Tel Aviv earlier and the impact was brutal. And it like splits off into trails. Those are interceptors trying to get it. But it like splits off into these weird trails. It's very odd. Hello, Standing Stones. So this is, you just heard the impact there. This is not what hit Tel Aviv just now. It's nighttime now. I'm analyzing for you what hit earlier. It was a very intense rocket. Now, Talmam Lin has gotten us the Sarmat warhead. War Tunes. I want to take a look at this if you would give me just 1 second. And then I'll take you back to the rest of the damage assessment from earlier in Israel. Just want to open this from Tal Mom Lin. Thank you very much, Tal Chat Mom Lin. This is War Tunes overview of the Sarmat missile. Let's see if it works.
The RS-28 Sarmat! I am Russia's most powerful...
Oh, it's a Russian missile. Alright. So this isn't in this war, but I want to learn about it anyway. Let's listen.
nuclear weapon!
No, I can't hear it. That's a shame. I'm going to have to try it one more time. I just couldn't hear it. It kept recycling the audio. I might have to actually download it. Oh, there's the audio. My name is the Sarmat. Oh, this thing's freezing up. Alright, are we back? Yeah, we're back. Sorry, Towel Chat Mom Lynn, the Instagram audio, like, I guess when I try to play the Instagram videos, it lags by like 10 seconds. I'm going to find another way to play it. I might try to download it. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm now going to show you so it also pulled my mind in like 3 different directions. The Sarmat missile, just to be clear, is not what we're looking at here. Okay? The Sarmat missile is a Russian missile, which I want to learn more about. This missile, I don't know the name of. It's frustrating me. I'm going to figure it out. It's not Qiyam. It's one that has a 2,000 kilometer range. It's Quislla, okay? And it looks like this. This is one impact, and it splits off. I don't know the name of it. It's frustrating me too. I know it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember the name. It's a new missile type too. Yeah, so I thought the Sarmat might have been, it might be used by Iran, but it's actually Russian. This one, the Sarmat one looks very scary. I only heard like 10 seconds of it because it was on Instagram, and their video player is just like very resource intensive, so it wouldn't load for me. Like, oh, I heard it like 10 seconds after I closed the video. All I know about this missile is that its range is 2,000 kilometers. It starts with a Q, and it's kind of like a missile that splits off, but the reason I'm so worried about it, it was fired for the second time during the war today, but the first time I've actually seen an impact assessment of it. It's smaller than the one that hit in Arad that caused that huge shockwave, but it's big enough where it did that. And that's only the initial damage assessment. When I show you what it did after that, this is just 100 kilogram warhead. I have to show you the actual building itself. 100 kilogram warhead. And this thing can, I think, get 4 of them through. And this is the damage that it caused to the building. This was earlier in Tel Aviv. I completely forgot how bad the damage was because the day has been so intense. This is from 100 kilogram warhead. And it fires 4 at once. I forgot how bad this was. This was just one of these missiles too, and the main missile has 4 of these. I don't know if all 4 hit, but 1 did. It can seriously damage civilian areas. And it's exactly what I was worried about last night. This is this new missile. It's not, so the Sarmat one is Russian, which is also concerning, but that wasn't this one. That was just one Tal Mom Lin wanted to teach me about. I'm just reviewing the comments. This one, I do not know the name of. I will get it for you. It causes this like serious impact. It was fired on Tel Aviv earlier while I was sleeping. This was about 1:30 a.m. Eastern, so about like 7:30 to 8 a.m. in Tel Aviv. And it not only destroyed like the street and the cars, it destroyed buildings. It might be Qadar. Let me look that one up. Qadar sounds right. Qadar missile, Iran. Let me tell you if this one's right. No, Qadar's too short. This one's 2000. It's a novel name. When you see it, when I tell you the name, you're gonna recognize it as novel. And when I say novel, I mean like devastatingly novel. I don't even know how it can split up the way it does. I don't know how it travels that fast. It's a serious missile. And I do want to get you the name of it. There was an analysis done of the missile, and someone came up with the name. Let me show you Trey Yink's report from the scene in Tel Aviv earlier. This was not tonight. This was about 12 hours ago in the morning.
You can see first responders here that are at the scene of a ballistic missile impact in Tel Aviv.
Qassam Basir.
Totally
Let
sheared
me
off
look that up.
as the first responders are working to remove rubble and debris from this area. Multiple people were injured during the last Iranian ballistic missile barrage, and a significant amount of destruction was caused to this street, cars on the street, an apartment building sheared off of the side here in the northern part of Tel Aviv. You can see first responders here that are at the scene of a ballistic missile impact in Tel Aviv. The side of this apartment building totally sheared off as the first responders are working to remove rubble and debris from this area. Multiple people were injured.
It might be this Qassem Basir. I think that might be it. Thank you very much to my dear friend Mohammed. I think that might be it. God bless you, by the way, my dear friend. It's good to see you and Mad Mike and Miss Missy and Standing Stone and Ifti Ahmad and Son UM and Island Girl. Oh, it's so good to see you all, and Grammy Tal Linda. This missile is very dangerous. It is new. Here's a really interesting moment. You want to see the Israeli army at that site checking an Al Arabia journalist, because Al Jazeera is not allowed to be in Israel, but Al Arabia is. Al Arabia is from Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia right now is allied with Israel after the Abrams Accord. But watch the Israeli army, and they're so kind of on guard that they see this Al Arabia journalist, right? And they credential check him live on air. All right? He's at that scene that we just looked at, and they credential check him live on air. No, Lynn, it's a version of the Fatah, I think. I'm not sure. I'll get you the exact name. It starts with a Q. Yes, Addy pupils. He's credential checking the Al Arabia journalist.
إذن الزميل أحمد دراوشي يتعرض لتفتيش وطلب بطاقاته وربما هويته.
And then once he sees he's on Al Arabia, he tells him he's fine.
أثناء تغطيته من موقع سقوط أحد الصواريخ الإيرانية في.
So certain channels are not allowed to operate in Israel. Al Arabia is, but the journalist took him interviewed him anyway. Here's the report from Trey Yinkst about the 100 kilogram warhead. This is about a minute and 37 seconds.
Right now, first responders are removing debris and rubble from the site of a direct impact in Tel Aviv. Early this morning, black smoke was billowing from the skyline here following a direct impact from an Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the side of this apartment building totally sheared off. At least 6 people were wounded in Israel's second largest city as these Iranian missile barrages continue.
Our forces arrived here after receiving dispatch to the emergency hotline. We go straight into the building, even though it's
my pleasure, Jesse.
Could collapse at any moment, even though the building might be on fire or there's cars on fire. That doesn't matter. What matters first when we arrive to the scene is life-saving operations.
I'm sorry we have to meet under these circumstances, but if it can help people be more informed, I consider it a duty and an honor to cover the war.
Israeli air defense systems were working throughout the night to intercept this incoming fire. They were able to take down some of the ballistic missiles, but others had those cluster munitions on top. We could see the debris and bomblets raining down over the skies of Tel Aviv. Now, the Israelis say they have just launched a new wave of strikes against Iran just in the last hour. This comes as U.S. Central Command is continuing to fly alongside their Israeli counterparts. These strikes from Saturday trying to destroy what is left of the military structure of the Iranian regime. President Trump yesterday talking about the possibility of a diplomatic outcome to end this conflict, saying this.
Based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily post.
Yeah, this is outdated. Because last night they started bombing Iran's energy infrastructure. By the way, the Ukrainians hit Russia, the Primorsk oil port, so hard in Leningrad, which is St. Petersburg. It's the only exclave oblast in the world, which means a piece of territory that belongs to a country that's not connected to the main country, surrounded by 3 sides on land, and 1 side by water. Okay, so Kaliningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. It's actually where Professor Kant taught. It was called Königsberg back in the day. It then was called Kaliningrad, and now it's called St. Petersburg, or it might still be called Kaliningrad. It might have been called Königsberg, then St. Petersburg, then Kaliningrad. Either way, the point is it's an exclave oblast, okay? It's kind of like Russian territory, but it's surrounded by 3 European states, and then on the east, and then on the west by the water. So Russia doesn't there's like a thing called the Latinsky Corridor or something. Let me get you the exact name. Corridor between Russia and Kaliningrad. There's like a special corridor. It's called the Swalaki Gap. The Swalaki Gap. It's this like area where Russia has a train that can run into Kaliningrad, but it got bombed a lot. And anyway, the point is, so this is like Russia's oil port. It's a strategic exclave oblast for the Russians. And Kaliningrad, yeah, it's Kaliningrad now, but back in the day, I'm a Kantian. So Professor Kant used to be a privandant, which is like a professor who's given a direct teaching, or was given a direct teaching position by the king of the Prussian Empire, I want to say. Anyway, the point is he was a privandant in Königsberg, which used to be part of Germany, but now it's part of Russia. Anyway, so this is the port burning 48 hours after Ukraine struck it. It's a Russian port. Yeah, I understand, Silent Dogs. I try to do a lot of trauma breaks because of that. And anytime you need one, you just let me know. And also remember to do your decompressions. There can be a lot of trauma. Now, this isn't explosions or anything like that. This is just a fire that's burning. But yeah, this is Kaliningrad, which is the only exclave oblast in the world. It's Russian territory. And it was bombed by the Ukrainians about 2 or 3 days ago. I'll now show you the latest scenes from Lebanon, which may indeed involve bombs falling. So if you need a warning for that, this is South Lebanon, I believe Sur. I don't have confirmation. Yeah, this is going to be loud. So if you need a bombing incoming warning, this is going to be a hit by Israel on Lebanon. Okay, taking you to, I believe, Sur, but I don't have confirmation because the video is undated. I just know Sur in the south was hit. I don't know if this is the city of Sur. I don't know it by eye. It's a good question, Richard. I'll take that into consideration. Allahu Akbar! Latest from Lebanon earlier today. I believe this is the south, but I cannot confirm. Latest from Lebanon. I think this is Sur. It does look like the south, and it looks like the hill near Sur. Why the news doesn't have this coverage? Well, that's a good question, Doug. I don't know. It's a lot of information. They don't have enough reporters. They don't have enough good sources on the ground. They don't know the area, the region. I guess there's a lot of answers to that. Oh, Ifti Ahmad, there is no doubt that both sides possess destructive weapons of war that are very dangerous. They can destroy bridges. They can hit people on motorcycles. This is a very dangerous conflict. There is no doubt about it. I'm going to read you now the list of high-profile Iranian figures that were killed in the past 24 hours or confirmed. It's unclear when they were all hit, but this is who the U.S. This is why one of the reasons Iran has probably been so upset. So I'd like to give you a listen to this.
Conversation. Full list of high-profile Iranian figures killed in U.S. Israeli strikes that have been confirmed over the past 24 hours. Brigadier General Hamid Mirzadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Forces Zulfikar 19th Missile Brigade, was killed in a strike on his apartment on the 10th floor of the Abrisham Tower in the Mazdaran district of Tabriz. He was killed along with 3 of his family members. Ali Reza Sheikhlu, judge of Branch 2 of the Revolutionary Court in Urmia, was killed in a strike on his house in the Bedari neighborhood of Urmia. An Israeli attack killed Dr. Hossein Zaki Dazarji in Dizayamir Mada, East Azerbaijan province. He was described as a knowledgeable scientist by Iranian media, while oppositionist sources claim he was involved in the nuclear program. He was killed along with his wife and daughter. An American attack killed Youssef Sabani Nasib, head of the airport meteorological office in Bushehr. Lieutenant Colonel Amir Alizadeh, an operator in the IRGC Aerospace Forces, was buried in the same funeral procession as Intelligence Minister Khatib in Mashhad. An American strike killed Muhammad Ali Givi, captain of a pipe-laying engineering vessel, while he was working in Bandar Lenga. Iran is now publishing the names of high-ranking IRGC commanders killed earlier on in the war. 1. Brigadier General Majid Hassani, head of the financial branch of the Quds Force in Lebanon. He was listed as the second secretary of the Iranian embassy in Beirut. 2. Senior IRGC commander, Muhammad Ali Zaki, role unspecified. 3. Brigadier General Ali Reza Dabai Azar, intelligence chief of the Quds Force in Lebanon. 4. Mohammad Sadegh Kambari, commander in the technological unit of the Quds Force. 5. Sadegh Zakari Kia, mid-level Quds Force officer. 6. Ahmad Rasuli, intelligence chief of the Pasline Corps of the Quds Force. 7. Hossein Abdullahi, operational level intelligence officer in the Quds Force in Lebanon. 8. Javad Abed Bagheri, brother of the late Mahmoud Bagheri, former IRGC missile industry commander. Javad was a senior liaison officer between the Quds Force and Iraqi militias.
Thank you. That was good reporting there. That was the latest on the reports of Iranian IRGC figures taken out by the U.S. It's called the C. I knew it. I knew I got it wrong. It's not. I was leading you all down the wrong path. I'm so sorry. It was the Sajil missile. This is the missile that was launched at Tel Aviv earlier. It's a unique missile. It's a 2-stage solid fuel missile. Okay, this is the Sajil. This is what hit Tel Aviv. It's quite kind of like a Kor Mashar, but with missiles in it. This is what was fired at Israel by Iran. This is what hit Tel Aviv. It's the Sejil missile. Let me tell you about it. It's a family of Iranian solid-fueled intermediate-range ballistic missiles. They're replacements for the Shahab liquid-fueled ballistic missiles. The missile profile of the Sajil closely matches those of the Ashura, Gadar 110, and the Samen. It's a 2-stage ballistic missile. Okay. Let's see. It demonstrates a significant leap in Iran's missile capabilities. It places Iran in the realm of multiple-stage missiles, which means they are on the way to having ICBM capabilities, intercontinental ballistic missiles. The missile utilizes composite solid fuel, and unlike the Shabab 3 medium-range ballistic missile, which is launched only vertically, the Sajil could be launched at a variable angle. As a weapon, the Sajil presents much more challenge to Iran's potential enemies, as solid-fueled missiles can be launched with much less notice than liquid-fueled missiles, making them more difficult to strike prior to launch. Iran claims that it launched from the city of Natanz. If launched from the city of Natanz, it could reach Tel Aviv in less than 7 minutes. On June 8, 2025, during the Israeli war, the IRGC claimed to have fired a Sajil missile at Israel. Israel claims the missile was intercepted, with fragments causing minor damage to a vehicle. So Wikipedia doesn't even have the update, which is this is what hit Tel Aviv this morning. This is a Sajil missile firing, and now you know why it's so unique. Yeah, I don't know if Iran is done. They fired this morning. You enjoy that cigarette, Silent Dogs. I'll have a cigar with you. But I don't encourage smoking, but it is wartime, so. Okay, so that is the Sajil missile. This is what hit Tel Aviv. All right, it took me a little bit of a second there to put it all together, but it's called the Sajil. This is the first time it's ever hit Tel Aviv, okay? This is the first time it's ever hit. I will show you the impact, okay? This is the first time this missile has ever actually hit in Tel Aviv. I'll show you the impact a little bit later, but the damage from it is, this is what this missile causes. And it has like 4 sub-missiles that go with it.
מה קרה פה לבניינים? האוטו התהפך מההדף.
Oh, it's called the dancing missile. Thank you, Lynn. I can't open the Instagram. It won't load the videos, but I will save that.
אל תתקרב שלא יתפוצצו מכוניות.
Thank you, Tao Mom Lynn. It's a very scary missile, it is.
שלא יתפוצצו פה כל המכוניות עכשיו.
So this was the first time a Sajil missile has landed in Tel Aviv. Now I'll show you what it looks like when it goes through the sky. It's different than almost any other missile Iran has fired. I can see why they had mentioned that they were entering a new stage of the war. They must have made improvements to this missile if it got intercepted during the last war. Because what this missile does in the sky, like I guess it's called the dancing missile, it's incredible. It's almost scary how fast it goes. I'm going to show you footage now. You're going to hear the impact on Tel Aviv, not see it. I'll show you that in a second, but you're going to see this in the sky. The reason why it's important to know about this is if Iran is firing these kind of missiles and you're seeing them in the sky, you don't really have a lot of time to react. You don't. So I'm going to show you right now what this missile looks like when it gets through the interceptors. So if you see that kind of missile at any point in time, this is a dangerous type of missile. It goes hypersonic into the ground. It accelerates again when it, and see how it splits off into 2? So the best analysis I can give you of this is that it goes hypersonic and then splits off when it hits. Now you're going to hear the impact. And then the next one. So it sends 2 with it. The best I can discern, it sends 2, maybe 3. I think 2. So I'm going to show it to you again. This is the Sajil, okay? Watch it go through the air and then go hypersonic and split into 2 and then hit. That was it going hypersonic. It broke the sound barrier. Oh, I see what it does. When it splits off, it's not breaking the sound barrier. Well, maybe it is. Do you see what it's doing? It's staying as a single rocket while traveling at that speed, and then it splits off and makes the sound. That sound you're hearing is when it splits into 2 rockets. You see the trails there? It's splitting into 2 rockets. And they're hitting different targets. Yeah, it's a crazy missile. I've never seen anything like it. And you're going to hear 2 hits now on Tel Aviv, one after the other. This was earlier. One. Two. Secondary explosion likely of a car. Okay, so let me show you it again. This missile, if you see this in the sky, it's not a bomblet. It's very fast. It's too late once you see it. Look at it go. You see how fast that's traveling? I cannot put into words in like human terms how fast that is traveling. It's almost incomprehensibly fast. It's traveling so fast it's impossible to stop. Yeah, 4 parts I heard. I did hear 4 parts, Steve. That's exactly right. It's almost like this is what hit Tel Aviv earlier. It's not a new missile. I think they upgraded it because it didn't hit during the first war, but it's an intense missile. It's very rare footage. The fact that this even went out there is shocking. So this is the first time, you're looking at footage of the first time a Sajil missile got through. I'm going to show you one more time just to show you the pace of it, because it's only the second time it's ever been fired, and it's the first time it wasn't intercepted, and you probably will not, I mean maybe you will, but hopefully you don't see this again in the daytime. That is just, it's faster than a jet, it's faster than an airplane, it's faster than almost anything you've ever seen. It's faster than the fastest airplane in the world. The fastest airplane that I know of is the F-22 Raptor. It goes Mach 2.5, which is about 1,500 miles an hour. Okay, this thing is going way faster than that. Way faster. I don't even know. I can't calculate. You could, if you understood the range, like if you could determine like how far the missile is actually traveling, and at what speed it's traveling, I think, excuse me, if you could determine the distance that is traversed here, I can't really figure it out. You'd have to do complex mathematical equations. You could determine the speed of this missile from this video if you had like reference points, but it would be really hard. I'm going to guess it's somewhere above like Mach 4, Mach 5, Mach 6. I can't peg it exactly because I can't do the calculation. But I would say Mach 4, Mach 5. It's supersonic, definitely, which would put it what above Mach 5. So yeah, Mach 5 to Mach 8. You can only travel a certain speed in the atmosphere. You have to go exothermic to go above like Mach 8. I think it has to do with wind resistance. I don't know, I'm not a scientist. But I know a little bit about air resistance, and I think the limit of like that any object can travel inside the atmosphere is Mach 8. Once you go exothermic, then you can hit like Mach 18, Mach 15, Mach 16, Mach 17. But those speeds are so fast that it's actually hard to explain them to humans, because the human body can't travel in a machine that we have going that fast. So to say to a human, like, it becomes almost like meaningless numbers when you say to a human that an object is traveling at like what is it, like 9,994.1 miles an hour, which is about Mach 15, which is like 16,000 kilometers an hour. Now, those are meaningless numbers. The only way to describe it to a human body is that if we put a human in that like environment in a regular aircraft, you would die. The strongest pilots in the world can maybe pull 7 Gs for like 5 seconds. If we put you going like Mach 8 in the atmosphere and you turned it all, you would die. Maybe if you went in like a straight line, even then your neck would have to be so strong, you could maybe withstand traveling at Mach 8 for like, I don't know, 40 seconds before the strongest willed pilot in the world with the strongest neck muscles in the world dies from asphyxiation. Your body just can't withstand the forces. That's how fast it's going. And it can turn. That's the scary part. Like, objects can travel in straight lines very fast without like deteriorating. You'll just rip apart. Like, there's something called wind shear, and it's like you've heard of it probably. It's like the concept of turning against like an incoming wind. It slows you down and it rips at like the fabric of the material that is traveling through the air. It has to do with air resistance. The whole goal of flying is to make air move over an object in a way that doesn't result in the object disintegrating, basically. You need like a heat shield. You need like all this specific airflow technology, which is basically like the aerodynamic design of the missile coupled with the metal that's used to insulate it from the heat from the forces of friction of the object traveling through the air. When you introduce turning to that equation, which these missiles can do, it's an absurd amount of force that's put on the material, not just like the outside, but the inside. So for the missile to like exist while traveling in that state, it's like so beyond the realm of what our human body can process that the actual, just looking at it going across the sky, even seeing it in person, it does not explain what it does and how fast it's moving. And the numbers that we have as humans to understand it aren't really relevant to our spatial temporal existences. So it's just meaningless numbers. But they are really relevant because, remember, these missiles, it doesn't matter how big, well, the warhead is important, obviously, but force equals mass times acceleration. If you're trying to cause a big explosion, yes, a big bomb is great, but you know what's a force multiplier, like an exponential force multiplier? The speed at which the load or the warhead is traveling. So if you just make it go so incredibly fast, like thousands of miles an hour, then your 100 kilogram warhead has the force multiplier of that speed, and then force equals mass times acceleration. The 100 kilogram warhead traveling at thousands of miles an hour, it has to be accelerating. Okay? That's a huge amount of force. Incredible. I saw the impact in Iraq. And that was only their 545 kilogram. That's why people really have to listen to me. We need an off-ramp. They're not really fully at war yet. This is the phony war. They're trying to say, like, listen, if you push us, we can go hard. They're not going hard immediately because I think they want to, like, survive. They know they're going to get leveled if they do it. But they're showing us what they can do, and no one's getting the message. And the people that are getting the message aren't telling the world. That's the actual state of this conflict. Like, Iran is like teasing their adversaries. And they're basically saying, if you don't take us seriously, like, we have the capacity to strike at will, strike hard, and strike how we want. And they probably have missiles they haven't deployed yet. That's the whole point of, like, state secrets. And I don't want to know what the next ones do. I really don't want to find out. So that's why I would negotiate an off-ramp, but no one is listening to them, and they're really mad. Like, they are really exceptionally mad. Here's an American A-10 Warthog lighting up Iranian militias, proxy groups, the Popular Mobilization Front in Iraq. The A-10 just lights them up today. This was earlier. It's a Warthog. There's that Warthog sound. It's different than a C-Ram. But the Warthog does go bird. Okay, not all, I'm a Jesus Christ-loving American. And when I say the Prophet Muhammad's name, peace be upon him, I say peace be upon him. So, I don't know why I don't think you have to be that hostile, Mr. J. You'd probably get, like, a lot of people who listen to you here. But it's definitely like not like that. I promise you. There's a lot more people in America that like are sympathetic to other perspectives and cultures than you think. The Americans are not their government. Just like Iranians are not their government and Israelis are not their government. The government's just kind of its own entity. It does its own thing. Yep, that is an A-10 Warthog going bird. When the A-10 was first created, that gun was so you know how they put some guns in aircrafts? That is an aircraft built around a gun. That is the only way to understand that aircraft. The gun is so big that they built the aircraft around the gun. Okay, they built that aircraft for its gun. The gun is unimaginably large on that aircraft. Okay, it's not a stereotypical gun. I'd call it like a cannon. Okay, when they first invented that plane, the A-10 Warthog, which is like an air support plane, the gun was so powerful that when pilots fired it, they didn't have a way to keep the airplane moving forward. If you fired it while you were in midair, it would push the airplane backwards. Now they corrected that, I found out. I looked at a video on YouTube. That was officially put out with permission by the U.S. Air Force. And they said they found a way to solve that problem. So now you can fire the gun and still move forward. But it's such a powerful gun that it literally would, any other plane could not only probably could not fly and fire it, but could barely, like big heavy planes could barely carry the gun. It's a giant cannon. And that's what you heard firing. It's not as big as a C-RAM, but it is a big cannon. Probably one of the biggest aircraft guns. There's a bigger one I found out. I forget who taught us. God bless you, the person who taught me this. There was a 75 millimeter cannon, front-facing cannon on the B-2s in World War II. But that was the only bigger gun ever. Watch this Lebanese reporter just shut down Hezbollah earlier today. Hezbollah. So this reporter has permission to be there by the Lebanese army, but not Hezbollah. Hezbollah tries to kick her out, and she's just like, nah, bro. She's like, yeah, I don't care. She's like, I have the permission of the Lebanese army. He's trying to get her to stop reporting it. She's like, the Lebanese army told me I could be here.
ترخيص شو معنى ترخيص من الجيش اللبناني؟ تصور على كافة الأراضي اللبنانية. مين أنت لتجيب ترخيص؟
Hezbollah.
ليه؟ مين أنت؟ أهلا. بس نخلص من فينا. بس نخلص.
She's got stones. She's a journalist. She's just shutting him down. She's like, I don't care.
ترخيص شو معنى ترخيص من الجيش اللبناني؟ تصور على كافة الأراضي اللبنانية. مين أنت لتجيب ترخيص؟
That takes so much stones. She's talking to the enforcement wing of a militant organization tied to Iran, and he's like, you can't be here. She's like, I'm a Lebanese reporter with the approval of the Lebanese army. Like, go away, and he just leaves. Here's Bushar in Iran this morning. Latest pictures from Bushar in Iran this morning. Very large strikes in Bushar, Iran this morning.
جهانگیری دماغت مثل جهانگیریه دماغش مثل کیه
not every person in Lebanon ascribes to the same faith. I don't know what faith she is. She could be a Christian, she could be a Muslim. I don't know. So in terms of her dress, like maybe in some countries, I'm trying to respect all cultures. Some reporters do have to ascribe to that in like some countries, but I don't think in Lebanon that's the case, because there's just a lot of Christians in Lebanon and they don't have to covered, like religiously covered their bodies in public. I think they would not like wear, they wear bikinis in Lebanon at the beach, but I don't think it's like the same as like Saudi Arabia or Iran. That's what I mean. Like, I would never just assume someone's religion in Lebanon. In other countries, a lot of the people are a certain religion, but in Lebanon, there's a lot of different cultures in Lebanon. It's a very beautiful place. I care about it. I had a few girlfriends, at least one from Lebanon. I have no comment further.
جهانگیری دماغش مثل جهانگیریه. دماغش مثل کیه؟
This is Bushar, Iran.
زمان روحانی. نه زمان روحانی معرک کی بید؟ دماغ ایزشیه. جهانگیری دماغش مثل جهانگیریه.
But yeah, that's Bushar, Iran. I don't have more information on that strike other than to tell you there are IRGC naval facilities in Bushar that have been hit over and over. Here is airstrikes targeting the Salamacha border post between Avaz in Iran and Iraq. This is the Iran-Iraq border. I didn't hear that, Alpha. That's horrifying. I'll try to find the report. This is the Iraq-Iran border. I'll show you it again. Heavy airstrikes earlier today. Well, hold on. I have an input here. It's modesty by definition is a relative concept. So there's no comprehensive definition of public modesty. Everyone, I think, has their own opinions on it. Some cultures implement their modesty provisions via law. So some people may feel very protective of their views on modesty. But I think it's fair to say, and I don't think anyone would debate this, that the nature of modesty is subjective to each person, to each region of the world, to each culture. And that's my opinion on it. All right. So I know it's also a sensitive cultural issue, and coming from a perspective of overlapping consensus and reasonable pluralism, I just try to understand where people's views on modesty come from. A lot of different views, that is, come from like very entrenched and very sacred places for people. So I just try to ask why, even if I don't understand. That's my general input on that. And God bless all of you for being so compassionate. There are 182 countries here. Now, here's a video that I have to show as kind of a decompression break. I think you're all going to like this because it's a nice crossover between our two worlds, although there's a tank. Now, I don't know how this happened. Okay, this is an Israeli brigade with a tank in southern Lebanon, and I guess they wanted to save the turtle. So hashtag save the turtles. You know, I wanted to talk to you all about this today, and we can do a little, chat reset if we have to. I just thought, we could watch this video as a decompression. The Israeli army saved this turtle. Hashtag save the turtles. Yeah, we can do a chat reset. And that, in certain cultures, that may be true. But yeah, we have to chat reset now. Hello, Mitka. Hashtag save the turtles. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag save the penguins. Wait till you see what happens when we do a chat reset. They're really fun. Hashtag, this is your mental decompression break. It's the IDF saving turtles. Hashtag save the turtles. We're going to have to make that turtle an emoji now. Hashtag save the turtles. You're going to watch the chat reset now, and then we'll talk again in a few minutes. Hashtag save the turtles. Good job, Mr. IDF man. You saved those turtles. Oh, look at him saving the turtle. Hashtag save the turtles. Hashtag save the turtles. Hashtag save the turtles. Nikki's doing a good job with the emojis. Yeah, now's when you want to post a lot of emojis. This is your mental decompression break. That's true, Custadas. I don't know what those weapons are. You know what's interesting, Custadas? I had a bullpup Tavor replica that was a water pipe. It was the coolest art. It was made by this guy who didn't like water pipes, but he loved glass sculptures, and he made a bullpup sniper Tavor that was the coolest replica I've ever seen. And the thing is, he made it as a protest against weaponry too. He wanted to show how art could take the power of bullets away from a gun. I loved his work. It was really cool. Hello, Suzette. Welcome. Hashtag save the turtles. Thank you, IDF, for saving the turtles. Whoever was listening and said, you know what, we got to make sure we protect the animals. Hashtag save the turtles. Thank you. May God protect the IDF. And may God protect our allies and our soldiers and the innocents and the turtles and the sheep and the goats and the horses. Oh, it was so nice of you to save that little turtle. Now Hezbollah is going to come out with a video about how they saved a raccoon or something. Or whatever animal lives in southern Lebanon. I haven't been there, so I don't know. Maybe a possum, some kind of bird. Hezbollah is going to have this whole video about saving animals. Now they're going to have to show up the IDF. You watch, they're going to do it. Hezbollah, I know it. I don't even bother. Hezbollah, I know you already had the idea. You're not going to let the IDF be the only ones to save animals. See what I'm doing? What a genius plan. We just got to convince them all to show each other up by saving more and more animals. It'll be a competition. Which side can save the most animals? We'll make some kind of positive from this godforsaken war. So yeah, hashtag save the turtles. And the goats. And the frogs. And the horses. And the sheep. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. That's your reset. Greatest chat reset of all time. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I think that the IDF saving that turtle is the greatest thing I've ever seen. You don't understand. I saw it today, and I said to myself, wait a minute. First of all, why a turtle? Second of all, where did they get that idea from? Oh, it was a nice little pause. Now, something more serious. This is going to be loud. Taking you to the Ukrainian city of Lviv, LVIV, where Russia has continued to strike targets today. Taking you now to the Ukrainian city of Lviv, where Russia has continued to strike targets today. Again, this is what Russia is doing in Ukraine. Okay, this is what the people of Ukraine have been living with. All right, this is Lviv, LVIV, Ukraine, earlier today. It's important that folks understand the nature of these ongoing conflicts around the region. Here is an indication that U.S. destroyers launched interceptor missiles to protect Lebanon, IDF troops in Lebanon.
من البوارج طالعة من البحر طلعت أبصر وين رايحة ابصر وين رايحه شفتوها؟ هيدي من خلدها من البوارج طالعه من البوارج من البحر طلعت ابصر وين رايحه ابصر وين رايحه شفتوها؟ هيدي من خلدها من البوارج طالعه من البوارج من البحر طلعت ابصر وين رايحه ابصر وين رايحه شفتوها؟ هيدي من خلدها.
Okay. Now I have the latest for you from Iran. This is the Optic-Sat Iran building in Isfahan, which was destroyed. This isn't. This is. The dates are a little weird because the Iranian calendar is not the same. It doesn't always translate over. Thank you, Ms. Clutch. I'll take a look at this now. But what you're looking at here is the Optic-Sat Iran building in Isfahan. Okay, I'll show you footage from the as well. What? We also have a statement from Mr. President Trump in the Oval Office that I'll play in a second. Thank you, Ms. Clutch. Again, this is the latest from Isfahan, Iran. Latest from Isfahan. Again, the Optic-Sat Iran building in Isfahan. I'll show you now footage from a civilian on the ground driving by. Okay, the Optic-Sat Iran building in Tehran. Thank you, Ms. Clutch, as well, for this report from the U.S. Oval Office. In the past 20 minutes, 30 minutes from Al Jazeera.
I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership, and then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
Oh, they're
they
not
did
gonna
something
like this.
yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a
Dude,
present.
They're not going to like this.
And the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. It starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've
What?
agreed to that. There
What
won't
are
be
you,
any
bro?
nuclear weapons. They're
I
not
don't mean
gonna
to say
have-
bro,
they're
to
not gonna
Mr.
have
President. I'm
enrichment,
saying it generally.
any of those things. But
What are
look,
you
I hate to say
talking
that we're in a
about?
very good bargaining position, and I hate to say that they're defenseless because, you know, until that last missile is fired, they have little power. But we are in about the best bargaining
don't
position.
say this. No, that was not a good idea. Okay, so I don't know who is talking to Mr. President. I don't know. Okay, I don't want to speculate. He may well have some connection to some faction in Iran that is dissident. I don't know. But the reason why I just can't emphasize enough that when things like that get said, the Iranians, okay, they just hit Tel Aviv like within the last hour. I promise you they saw that speech because I didn't watch this live. I promise you they saw that, and then they bombed Tel Aviv. Every time, okay, that they get told they're like defenseless, on the verge of collapse with no missiles, they just bomb more and more and more. So it's like I understand, but the posturing, because that's what you do as a war leader. But like Iran is going to immediately launch attacks all night, because then they want to send the message that like they're not weakened and that they're like there's no regime change and etc., which they will do. So it's posturing. It's all war is deception. You have to read von Clausewitz's On War. You can't take statements by any country during a war at face value because all war is deception. With that in mind, setting aside the deceptive aspect of it, which is what you're supposed to do, that it's not a negative to engage in war by deception. What it is kind of what's happening is that each side is thinking that they're in complete control of the other side. It's the worst possible posturing because they're each just going to keep proving to each other that they can't be stopped. Which is, that's why I don't understand the gamesmanship. And I don't know what the end goal is here. Because, like, that's pure escalatory rhetoric. It doesn't sound like it, but it's pure escalatory rhetoric. Like, the IRGC is going to take that as, like, let us show you what we can do right now. That's what they do. Like, they respond to how they're treated in the press. Now I'll take you to Taiba in South Lebanon earlier today. Taybeh. Taiba. This is Taiba in South Lebanon. Earlier today. This is Taiba in South Lebanon. Israel has been engaging in what's called scorched earth bombing tactics, where they rig entire neighborhoods of evacuated cities that they force to evacuate under threat of bombing and then blow them up. Taiba, South Lebanon. Yeah, Nikki said Mr. President Trump's words were fighting words, and that's a good way to put it. This is Taiba, South Lebanon, earlier today. So Israel is engaging. It's a policy that they would argue is for the purposes of eradicating Hezbollah like strongholds in these areas. But if you ask the people of South Lebanon going back to the 80s who have seen this type of demolition, it's what's called scorched earth demolition, so that Israel can come in, take the land, and then occupy it and build settlements on it. Each side believes very strongly that they should possess this like 20-mile, maybe 10-mile sector of land north and south of where the line of demarcation is right now. Like UN Resolution 1701 covers the blue line, which is the border between Israel and Lebanon. But both of, like, Hezbollah wants to take the settlements in northern Israel from Israel. That's why Iran is helping Hezbollah force evacuations. The real reason there are evacuations in the north of Israel is not just because Hezbollah is firing rockets. It's because Iran is trying to help Hezbollah take territory from Israel in the north of Lebanon. Okay, likewise, Israel is trying to take territory from Hezbollah and Lebanon, even though the state of Lebanon the government has nothing to do with Hezbollah. Israel is just fighting with Hezbollah and then taking land from Lebanon and saying to Lebanon, well, Hezbollah is fighting us, so we're just going to take this land so we can have a defensive position against them. But they're never going to give the land back. And so that puts the Lebanese government in this intensely complex position where Israel is taking the land of Lebanon, but Lebanon, the state, doesn't support Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is fighting to protect the land from Israel, while also trying to expand territory for the state of Lebanon. The state of Lebanon is not fighting to expand its territory. Hezbollah is trying to, with Iran's help, is trying to take territory from Israel for Lebanon. Guess what that means? That means that the people of Lebanon, if this works out, if Iran somehow gets territory, who they're going to support? They're going to turn Lebanon into a proxy state for Iran. It's a battle for control of the region. That's why MBS is willing to throw down the leader of Saudi Arabia. It's literally a battle for the soul of the region. As goes MBS, so goes the region. Really, right now, I want to have a meeting with him. I know, we do different things, but I think him and I could hang out. I want to hang out with him and just figure out what his thoughts are on all this. I got to understand a little bit more about Adnan Khashoggi, and I want my damn paintings back from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist. I feel like he's the guy who can get me my paintings back. They don't only belong to me. They were left by Isabella Stewart Gardner to all the citizens of Massachusetts. And then Adnan Khashoggi, who was like the Jeffrey Epstein of the 80s, stole my damn paintings. It's a complex story. He learned it from Miles Connor in 75, who was this like thief who used Rembrandt that was stolen to get a lower sentence from the U.S. attorney in Boston in 75, which is why you don't do that, because then in 90, when Adnan Khashoggi got arrested with the then First Lady of the Philippines, Isabella Stewart Marcos or something, he used the robbery of the robbery of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, which was done by a guy named Daryl Nitke and his crew. They were kind of like international spies. He used that robbery as leverage, but then he got found not guilty when Adnan was brought to the U.S. in New York in 1990. He got found not guilty in July of that year, so he didn't even need the paintings for leverage. He just took them. He probably brought them to Monaco or somewhere. The point is, I want my paintings, and MBS can get them for me, but I also want to pick MBS's brain about like the state of the conflict. I want to learn a little bit more about the geopolitical orientation of Saudi Arabia after 1979, and specifically like who took over the mosque in Mecca in 79, like right around when the Iranian Revolution happened, and like how that dynamic spiraled out of control and led to MBZ taking the Saudi like crown princehood, and then how MBS took control of it. And then I want to know about Vegas too, and like what the hell happened there in 2019. And then I want to just, I think MBS can probably like be one of the war leaders in this, but the point is, this can't end. There's going to be no off ramp. It's a war for the soul of the region. Lebanon is going to be like a primary battlefront. Like jump forward 4 years, I think we're just going to end up with the 67 borders. So bro, just give them the 67 borders immediately. Placate the Palestinians, placate the Lebanese, placate Hezbollah. Keep Iran out of Lebanon, make a condition of it that Iran can have like the same kind of influence over a country that anyone else can have. You can have an ambassador there, you don't run it as a proxy state, but in return they get the 67 borders. You don't need to run it as a proxy state if you get your end game objective right away. You can't have anything more than that. You can't eradicate Israel from the map, but the 67 borders are a very fair compromise. Then you kind of got to talk about like Iran's role in the region. If it has certain geostrategic objectives that are not just raining death down upon everyone in the region, then you need to talk to them as if they're like a one among equals. Put them in some kind of Gulf Council, whatever. Put them in the G26, whatever you want to call it, and then make them feel like they have a voice, and then they won't bomb people. And then hopefully you reduce the radical elements within the regime, and then we have some type of international cooperation. But really, Palestine is the crux of all this. And I know it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, but there's just so much death that like we have to reasonably figure out an off-ramp. So let's jump ahead 4 years and just not fight the war, and then go with the 67 borders and then build international resolution around that. Everybody sound good? Okay, good. MBS can really architect it. That's why I got to talk to him. I don't know how I can do that, though. I don't know him. I guess the Saudi government might watch. So anyway, that would be nice. I kind of have to be president, I guess. I don't really want to, but I kind of have to. Here was Hezbollah, speaking of Hezbollah, launching long-range rockets at Israel earlier today. These were Hezbollah long-range, probably Scud rockets. Who has a query? I don't know who 6'9" is. Takashi 6'9"? I might have missed the question, Nanya. Oh, someone raised their hand? Oh, just let me know what question they have. I'm sorry I missed it. Hashtag Towel 2028. I'd be a good president. I would hang out in the Oval Office all day and do stuff like this and then weigh in on the war. But the rule is I get to smoke cigars in the White House. Cigars. And no one can stop me. You're voting for me on the... Listen, the understanding is I'm running for president on the grounds that I get to smoke cigars everywhere I go. That's the, like, you're voting for me on that basis. That's like part of the package. So when I get to the White House, with God's blessing, then I get to smoke cigars in the Oval Office and no one can complain. I don't want to hear it from the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal. They can send their people in there with cigars too. Okay? I don't want to hear it. No complaining. If they vote for me with me smoking cigars everywhere I go, I get to smoke cigars in the Oval Office. It's a fundamental policy of this administration that doesn't exist yet. That is my first policy. If I am elected, I will smoke cigars in the Oval Office and no one can stop me. The American public will love it. It's about time we brought some good old-fashioned nicotine back to the White House. That's what this country's been missing. People sitting around in smoky rooms debating John Locke and Immanuel Kant and Hegel and John Rawls and using words like refined syntactical predisposition to melt people's brains while winking at them. You don't understand. I got this all figured out. Yes, I'm halfway there. I'm going to be the only presidential candidate that all 182 countries support. There will be people around the world going into the streets being like, we want Grant to be the president of your country. No, of the United States. I don't think it works that way. Yes, it does. It'll be the first international president campaign. I don't have the support of these governments. I have the support of their people. You don't understand. That will be a really great inversion. I won't have to deal with the consulates or the embassies. I'll just have all my friends all around the world and the people of the world. And I'll tell the governments what their people think. We'll reverse it. My ambassadors will be just random people from the countries that I talk to. Oh, this is gonna be the best plan. We're gonna have the best administration ever. Oh, I'm bringing back the Rose Garden too. Listen, I like Mrs. Melania Trump, but we just, like, her garden's fine, but we're bringing back the Rose Garden. Okay, like, we're reverting it exactly to how JFK had the White House. In fact, we're just gonna revert the whole thing to how it was exactly in January of 1961. Okay, if I am elected, this is another policy. In my second policy, make sure someone writes these all down. If I am elected, I will return the White House to exactly the footprint it had in January of 1961. And I will put the press back in the West Wing, like near the Oval Office. They can be a little closer to me, but I get my pool, okay? And I get the bowling alley too. But that's all I want, okay? That's all I personally want. The pool that JFK had, it has to be painted the exact same way. I want those exact same paintings on the wall. And it has to be the exact same pool. I mean, to the, like, inch. The exact same pool, the exact same walls, the exact same marble. Everything must be exactly the same. That's my other condition. And I want the bowling alley. And then I'm happy. Then I can smoke in the pool. Then I can smoke in the bowling alley. Then I can smoke in the Oval Office. I can smoke in the Lincoln bedroom. There's going to be lots of smoking. Okay? That is going to be a primary tenet. Reading, watching the news, smoking, trolling the press, but in a loving way. Maggie Haberman's not going to know what hit her. Oh, you think you understood Mr. President Trump? Wait till you meet me, Maggie Haberman. Listen, we can keep the ballroom, okay? We can keep the ballroom, all right? I'm not touching anything that's been built around the White House. The only things that I'm going to demand are the White House itself be the exact footprint that it was in January of 1961. There will be no negotiation. And we're returning Jackie Kennedy's Rose Garden. Sorry, listen, it has a fond place in my heart. Jack Kennedy was the only Democrat my grandfather ever voted for. So we're bringing back the Rose Garden. That's my other condition. Hashtag Towel 2028. All right, that's it. We're doing this. How do I actually do this? Can I just say I'm doing it? Doesn't it work that way? If we just all start saying that I'm a candidate, can't we just make me the candidate? I probably have to enroll in a party, I guess, to like get on the ticket. I guess I don't want to pick a party, though. Can I be in both parties? I want to be a Democratic Republican. That's going to be me. But I have to be in a party to, like, the way that it works to get delegates. You really have to be in a party. I don't really like the Democrats, I need to be honest. I like people who are Democrats. I like some Democrats. But the Democratic Party, it's not. Like, I would have liked FDR's Democratic Party or JFK's Democratic Party. I might have to be a Republican. Well, I'm okay with that. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. I've decided. Do I just announce it? Do I just say I would like to be president? And then do you all just go out there and tell people that I'm a presidential candidate? I think we should do it that way. You all could campaign for me. And I'll just sit around and be like, yeah, did somebody get me on the ballot? All right, going back to more serious news. So this is the impact of that 100. Well, you all think about how to get me on the ballot. We'll figure it out. Here's that impact we were talking about earlier. It's pretty serious. Doesn't have sound. But this is what it looks like when that missile hits. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you in a decompression break for very long. I try to do them every 1 hour or two. This can be very traumatic. There have been multiple hits on Israel in the past probably 9 hours. Here's one of the missile launches going over Tabriz, Iran. So this was one of Iran's launches from the ground. A citizen in Iran recorded this. So this is a citizen in Iran just recording a missile launch. You got it done, yeah. So after your 3 decompression break, here's the latest. I'd say this is within the past 24 hours. It's actually a citizen in Iran firing a ballistic missile launch. Now I'll take you to the first of 2 hits tonight in Israel. This was probably 3 hours ago in the north in Safad. This was a missile impact in Safad 3 hours ago. This is the north. This is not Tel Aviv. That's the Iranian ballistic missile. This is what hit Safad 3 hours ago in the north. Rocket fire now in the north. Speaking of the north, rocket fire now in the north. Rocket fire now in the north of Kiryat Shimona. Rocket fire now in the north. I don't know if this signifies another Iranian wave. Rocket fire now in the north. I do not know if this signifies another Iranian wave. You're looking at the latest footage from the north. Let me give you Al Jazeera's top of the hour update while I look for a lighter. I almost said, let me give you Al Jazeera's top of the hour lighter. And then I was like, wait a minute. You're conflating 2 things at the same time. Which is true. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 5 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. Tuesday. It's Tuesday, right? March 24th, 2026 is day 25 of the U.S. war with Iran. And now I'm going to take you to Al Jazeera English for their top of the hour update just a few minutes ago. We'll see if my friend Ali Hashim is okay. He works for Al Jazeera English. He's in Tehran right now, so I'm perpetually worried about him. We're just going to pop over and take a look at what Al Jazeera English has going on at the moment. for their top of the hour update. Takes a second to load. This was the strike in Tel Aviv earlier. That's what they're covering. I'm going to start it from the top of the hour update because I want to see what they're... I always like to look at and analyze what Al Jazeera is covering, what it is not covering, kind of like what it's thinking about, because it's a really good insight. I don't take it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm always looking at it for what the country of Qatar thinks. That's why I like to watch Al Jazeera. Not everyone likes it, but I really like it. My friends also work for Al Jazeera, so it's just kind of different.
Hello, I'm Imran Khan. This is the News Hour live from Doha.
Oh, one thing is Imran Khan is the best presenter. So I really like Ali Hashim on Al Jazeera English. I like Zina Kador in Lebanon. I like Heidi Pett. Like, she's quickly becoming like a really good reporter. I don't know her because she just started, at least I've only been watching a lot in the past like month or two. She only just started reporting for them on Lebanon, at least on my radar. But Zena Kador's been there forever, probably like 35 years, doing journalism in Lebanon and the Middle East. Ali Hashim's been doing journalism for probably 40 years in Iran and the Middle East. Imran Khan is kind of the host that they bring on to anchor when things are like really serious. He's not their regular anchor. He is the anchor they bring in for like very serious coverage because he's one of their like most erudite desk anchors. So he doesn't work all day. He does like 8-hour shifts. The 8 hours a day when we have him, I try to listen to the top of the hour updates all the time because it's not just who your correspondents are in Beirut, in Amman, Jordan, because Al Jazeera can't be in Israel. It's a long story. It has to do with the war in Gaza. And then a law passed by the Knesset. Whether it's in Tehran, whether it's in Baghdad, Iraq, it's not just who the journalist is on the ground, it's who the host is asking questions, and Imran Khan's the best at what he does.
In the next 60 minutes.
We're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal.
The US president again says negotiations are underway with Iran. He says Tehran has agreed that they will never have nuclear weapons. Iran and Hezbollah launch a new wave of missiles at Israel, targeting Tel Aviv and northern Israel. At least one person is killed, 12 others are injured. Israel strikes southern Lebanon and outlines plans to occupy the region up to the Litani River. Plus,
was the US-Israeli conflict with Iran inevitable? On This Is America, we'll look at what went wrong with diplomatic efforts and if war was the only answer.
US President Donald Trump has once again said that negotiations with Iran are underway and he expects them to make a deal. Trump says the United States was talking to the right people in Iran, adding that Iranians want to reach a deal very badly.
The border is great. The military is great. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal.
Now, Iran launched a new wave of missiles towards Israel. At least 6 people have been reported injured in Tel Aviv after a missile shrapnel hit a building. The northern city of Haifa has also been hit. And meanwhile, explosions are being reported across Tehran as US and Israeli strikes target the Iranian capital. Iran has announced a new security chief. Former IRGC commander Mohammad Bagher Zalghadr has replaced Ali Larijani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. And Israeli forces are pushing north into Lebanon against Iran's ally Hezbollah. The Israeli military says it will occupy the territory up to the Litani River, 30 miles into Lebanese territory, and have bombed key bridges across it. And we have a team of correspondents covering the developments from Tehran, near Riyadh and Washington, D.C., where we start with Teresa Bow. Now, Donald Trump has been speaking about these talks with Iran. Just bring us up to date with what he said.
Well, certainly, President Trump today at the White House, he again spoke about the ongoing negotiations between the United States and Iran. These negotiations that apparently have involved the Vice President J.D. Vance and also Secretary of State Marco Rubio. There he said that initially he said that there's been ongoing, that it already happened, regime change in Iran, saying that initially they killed the leadership and those who replaced them, they killed them again. So now that there's been regime change in Iran. He also said that the United States is talking to the right people in the country. He did not specify who the people or who they are, but he did say that they're talking, that there's negotiation ongoing. And this comes along just as there's reports that are coming out, especially on the New York Times here in the U.S., that it's saying that there is a 15-point agreement that has been handed over to Iran to try to begin or continue with this ongoing negotiations. In that agreement, apparently, the United States is requesting that Iran stops its enrichment program, uranium enrichment program, among other things. Apparently, it has been handed over by Pakistan to Iran, and it also involves the possibility of reopening the Strait of Hormuz or maritime routes. So certainly, there's been lots of talks about this ongoing, and it's important to know this because certainly President Trump has come under pressure about this war, how it started, the way it's being carried out. Initially, the government started saying that they needed regime change. Now, it's not clear yet when this is going to end. But certainly, there's lots of questioning here in the United States. The price of gas has gone up $1 since this war started. The government is requesting an extra $200 billion for this war. So there's lots of questions about when this war is going to end.
Absolutely. I mean, it is interesting that this proposal has been handed to the Iranians. It may well be the framework of a deal, but Donald Trump has also mentioned a significant present. He used that word very specifically, present. How's that being interpreted in Washington, D.C.?
Well, certainly. He spoke about a significant present during that press conference, where he also said that it's related to oil and gas. But he did not want to specify about what it was. But there's lots of speculation here that it is related to the Strait of Hormuz. This is what the president had to say about this.
They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related.
Well, and certainly while this supposed negotiations are ongoing between the United States and Iran, the U.S. is sending additional troops to the Middle East. We have been reporting over the weekend that the United States is sending 3 extra warships with 2,500 Marines to the region. But now there's in the talk that what is known here as the 82nd Airborne Division, which is a rapid response force with parachuters, among others, is be deployed in the next few hours. This, what is known about this unit is that it can be anywhere in the world in 24 hours. So certainly there's a surge in the region. There's already around 5,000 Marines and up to 50,000 troops. But certainly there's talks that more units are being sent to the Middle East. It's not clear what they're going to be doing, but certainly all eyes are on what this groups and what these units are going to be doing in the ground.
That's Rosabo in Washington, D.C. Let's bring in Mohammed Val for us. What's being said in Tehran about these claims by Trump that they're actually talking?
Well, Imran, I can tell you that if 90 million Iranians are watching Donald Trump's statements on TV right now, they would all be shaking their heads in confusion. Nobody here knows anything about what the Americans are saying, especially the American president. The Iranian leaders have been saying the same thing since yesterday. They haven't changed that. Even today, Ali Abdullahi, he is the commander in the Iranian Army Joint Chiefs headquarters. He said that Donald Trump has found himself in a mess because of his failure to destroy Iran, his failure to impose what he wanted on Iranians and to achieve his goals, and that's why he's looking everywhere to some kind of way out of that mess. So this is the latest statement, and it did not come from politicians. It came from the military. The politicians have said what they said, and they haven't changed it until now. There is no direct or indirect negotiations. And nobody in Iran knows where those negotiations are taking place and who are sitting around the table, if anybody is sitting around the table, and where those messages came from exactly. Who is this man in Iran who is respected, highly respected, and he's talking to the Americans and they are talking to him? What is this new leadership? It's very confusing to many Iranians, and there are speculations about the meaning of this. People here saying probably this is just an attempt by the Americans to sow some kind of confusion within the Iranian leadership. I'm sure people say they are sure that the Iranian leaders are now trying to sort out the situation to understand who is talking to the Americans. So it's really a state of confusion and ambiguity in Iran here. And what they say in the media is that none of what President Trump is saying is fact or true.
Now, Mohammed, you know, there was this idea that Donald Trump wasn't going to strike energy infrastructure, but here we are reporting of a strike near the vicinity of a nuclear plant, right?
Right. It's the second time a report like this came from the Iranian Nuclear Energy Agency, and it did not, it was not specific about whether this strike was intended to strike really to hit the power station. It's a very important power plant because it's the only one that is actually producing electricity from nuclear energy, and it is also manned by some Russian experts. So that's why probably in the previous war it was not hit because of the consequences of any hit, radiation, and also the Russians involved and so on. So it's very sensitive location, very sensitive plant. And that's why all eyes are on it, and everybody is really, there is a lot of apprehension regarding this particular plant. It's also very close to the Gulf region and Gulf capitals in the region, and everybody is really not willing to see any disaster in that particular location. But the hit was not close to it. It was in the vicinity. And right now, the Iranians are watching that and not really wishing to see a more destructive or more dangerous or more direct hit on that plant.
That's Mohammed Val live for us there from Tehran. Now, joining me in the studio is Ross Harrison. He's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., and author of Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. Ross, let's talk about diplomacy here, because this is a very, very complicated procedure already. You've got the Pakistanis who seem to be split in two. You've got the foreign ministry that seems to be speaking to the Americans. You've got the army who seems to be speaking to the Iranians themselves. You've got other factors in the region. So it's a very intricate diplomatic scene. The more intricate it is, the more things can go wrong, though, right?
Well, that's for sure, Imran. You know, I think one of the things the Iranians have done in order to deal asymmetrically with the threat from the United States and Israel was to make the battlefield quite complex. I call it sort of a 3D chess game, because what they've done is they've been hitting Israel, they've been hitting the Gulf Arab states. That's a whole different dimension. They've been choking off the Strait of Hormuz, Iraq, Hezbollah, and so forth. And that has given them a certain amount of the ability to inflict a lot of pain. But it also makes a 3D chessboard on the military side, also makes it a 3D chessboard on the diplomatic side. And there's a famous old Iranian proverb that it takes one fool to throw a stone in the water and 100 wise men to get it out. And that's kind of where we are. It makes it, as you just suggested, extremely intricate. And it assumes that we have a team in the White House that can really navigate the nuances in a different way. It would be a challenge for almost any, even seasoned team. But we really don't have no evidence that there's a really seasoned team in the White House. And so we're kind of left with that thought about needing the 100 wise men.
Damn right, Ahmad, you tell him, leave Pakistan alone.
Because Donald Trump, prides himself on being a deal maker. He's the guy that sits in the room, shakes their hands, and walks away with the deal. He's like 4 or 5 steps removed from this current process. Yet he's seemingly so confident that they're going to get a deal. They're talking. How much of that is bluster, and how much is what he's just being told?
Well, remember what he just said. Also, he said the U.S. has decimated the Iranian military, killed all the leadership. There's no one to talk to, but we're talking to folks, and they want to make a deal. So how do you parse that? I mean, so trying to read the tea leaves here is very, very difficult. I think what you're seeing is Donald Trump thinks he's a consummate deal maker. But this is not a real estate deal. This is not a one-dimensional deal. This requires an incredibly de-escalating across a number of different fronts. And one of the complexities here is that the Iranians have made it very difficult for Trump to basically declare victory and just leave. He could have done that the first day of the war. After they killed the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, he could have declared victory, said we did this, and we're out. But now with the Strait of Hormuz, he can't quite do that because the Iranians have him a bit in the pickle. And the Iranians are in a difficult position because if they're waiting for this 82nd Airborne Division to come. They believe that there's no real negotiation. This is all a ruse. And they have to be careful about overplaying their hand as well. So because deterrence is in the eye not of the perpetrator or not. Deterrence is in the eye of the receiver. So what do they need to send? What message do they need to send to Israel and to the United States to leave this conflict in a way that they believe they have recreated deterrence, which is one of the main objectives they have.
Ross, thank you so much for your thoughts. Amazing.
Thank you, Imran.
It's very good analysis.
Now, Iranian strikes have continued again to target Israel. At least 7 people have been injured in the central city.
I'm waiting for the Lebanon
Iraq.
report.
Strikes have also targeted Petah Tikva near Tel Aviv and Safed
That's
in the
correct.
north. And on Tuesday,
this is all
at least
accurate
one
and
person has been
updated.
killed and 12 others injured in Iranian and Hezbollah strikes across Israel. Now, Rob McBride is following developments for us from in Israel from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Now, once again, Rob, no let-up in Iran's strikes against Israel.
That's right, and one of the most serious strikes of the day happened just a short while ago, of Tuesday evening in a suburb of Tel Aviv, with the impact of a rocket in a residential area with 9 people being injured. The ambulance service is reporting that 6 of those are children, but it has been yet another busy day of missile strikes, of alarms and alerts being raised pretty much all across all parts of Israel throughout the day. A lot of the activity, as we've seen previously, has been in the north of the country, where the residents there are contending not only with Iranian missile strikes, but also often with strikes being launched by Hezbollah in neighboring Lebanon, often jointly in conjunction with each other. That makes them very difficult to warn against, to defend against. In fact, we know that one alarm is just being raised at the moment in Miskav Am. This is a community right on the border with Lebanon. It's within rocket range of Hezbollah groups, so an alert has been issued there. And it was a rocket earlier in the day that is being blamed for the death of a 30-year-old woman who was wounded when she was outside on the street. 2 other people were also injured. The authorities, meanwhile, in Tel Aviv say they have launched an investigation into an earlier missile strike that got through the defenses, the multi-layered air defenses, especially over important cities such as Tel Aviv. It landed in, again, a residential area. 3 buildings were badly damaged, 4 people hurt. They are investigating how that, as with other missiles, have gotten past the defenses.
Rob McBride there, live for us from...
This is getting they're really stepping up. I mean, that was like 30 minutes ago, and they were on it. All right. This is good. It makes it not easier for me, but it allows me to catch up on things, like to pause for a little bit, and they're like on it tonight. I don't know what happened between yesterday and today, but it went from like outdated, like by a couple hours, in some cases like a day, like reports, and now it's like live. Like, I don't know who came in there. It must be Imran Khan. Someone came into the Al Jazeera English operation and just whipped the whole thing into shape, changed like all the analysts, like changed how the live reports are done. It took them like 2 days too. It's all completely different. Do you notice how much more rapid pace it is with the delivery of the updates? And like what's expected of the journalists is so much more Like, you need to be like you need to be on whatever happened like 40 minutes ago, and you better have like that footage better be queued. It's like you have to expect a lot more from the newsroom. It's very snappy. You need someone like in there like calling it. It must be Imran Khan. This must be why he's so revered, because all the production staff's the same. Although some of the analysts have changed. The analysts are much higher level now. To roll with Imran Khan, you have to be very smart, like for him to like listen to you. And then the journalists are the same, but they're like, they have to know what happened like 30 minutes ago when they do their hit at the top of the hour. I like this. I am pleased. Give this man an award. He's done great at Al Jazeera. Who I think it's Imran Khan. I can't like tell you, but I think he just came in there and was like, we're not doing this right. And now it's like perfect. Yeah, I mean, that was they got it right. There was a strike in the north. There was a strike in Tel Aviv earlier that was severe, and then there was multiple strikes in Tel Aviv within the last 30 to 45 minutes that were cluster missiles. He said the right cities. I mean, that was all. I can't critique that at all. Compared to the past 3 weeks or past 24 days, this has drastically increased in quality. The quality of this coverage over the past 24 hours. Really, the past like 12 hours, because I was watching yesterday. It was good. Imran Khan was there, but someone changed how Al Jazeera functions internally, Al Jazeera English, and it was for the betterment of the channel. Whoever this is, leave them in charge, give them more money, more staff, more budget, more journalists. In fact, there's no need to be running this half an hour buffer at the bottom of the hour. I know it's probably going to put a demand on the station, but just give him more money. I think it's Imran Khan. Give him more money and let him do 45 minutes every hour. And then if you need a bumper, package stuff at least from the past 3 hours from like the Southeast Asian region. They like to like cover like the impact of the war in like Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia, any Southeast Asian country. They want to show the impact on fuel prices. They cover a lot of South America, Brazil, Mexico, Latin America, anything they can cover that's like the world. Do that, package that, but have new stuff, have new cut packages every 45 minutes. Roll that as your bumper. I guess you could do like 13 minutes with a 2-minute bumper from 58 to the top of the hour, and then have him have this for 45 minutes. That's the perfect way to set it up. That's what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to start a news channel. Like, other channels are fine, but like I need to be able to call the shots and like actually deploy resources, and then we can have this like all day, and then I can like anchor it for like 8 hours a day, and then we can just have other people. And like I can just, as long as you're following what I tell you to do, you don't need to say anything specific. You just need to follow the format I give you. We can really make this versatile. So anyway, I really like am learning. I don't see their internal documents or anything, but I can just tell in the juxtaposition of the style and content and form of the reporting how to do it. And I just want to deploy it in my own way. We will call it Towel News Network. I think it's going to become a big thing. It's already a pretty big thing. It's in 182 countries. It's relied on, I think, by a lot of governments. I made the BBC kind of like humble themselves the other day. They went hard on that coverage of the Jewish ambulance attack after I scolded them for it. So we may as well just kind of set up our own thing. I'm very respectful of my colleagues in the media. I already have like a lot of colleagues who follow me and are very kind of like respectful towards my work and I towards theirs, so I think we can do it. I think that's what I'm going to do. Now that I really look at this and think of the schematics, and then I'll just anchor it 8 hours a day. And then we'll have like somebody who anchors it overnight. I'll have to find an anchor. There's a lot of talent out there right now, actually, because like journalistic talent, I mean, because of all the layoffs. That would be perfect, but they have to be right down the middle. None of this Democrat, Republican, one side, one. You can have like a cultural perspective, but no, and like you can be religious in any way you want, whatever, but no bias. I need like some anchor. I need like probably 2 anchors. I think we reasonably could split it up into 3 shifts. And so like 3 anchors, 8 hours a day. But I want it to be fluid. Like I don't like to work the same time every day. So I got to think about all this. That's what we're going to do. Towel News, yeah, TNN is fine. Like nobody will really think of it. Like I want them to like ask about the towel motif because it's like a very compassionate thing. Like with all the different ways people call themselves towelettes and washcloths and paper towels and hemp towels and beach towels and all that stuff. I think it's good to have it be Towel News Network. I don't really want it to be centered around me. And I like this towel kind of mythos that's developed around like picking what kind of towel you are. And then the origin story of it where someone mocked me for having towel as my pronoun. So I just ran with it is hilarious. So I just think it's cool. But yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I got a lot of people who want to be involved too. So let me think about that over the next like week. I don't know. I gotta like still survive day to day. Oh, that's right. So for now, there isn't actually a backing of this. I know this channel does the job of like multiple news channels, and it's just me collecting footage and all that. But like it's run on donations. Like YouTube runs ads, but I don't get the revenue from it, which I do not want. There should be no incentive to cover this for like that purpose. But like donations, yes, I need them, especially at the end of this week. Thursday, I have something in the morning, and then I have to do this rental car switch again, so I need like a decent buffer. If it becomes an emergency, there are people who will bail me out, but if we could like, I think that's what people are helping me with over the week. If you hear like this once an hour or twice an hour, this is a public information service. It's user supported by donations that keep me alive. Like I don't have a lot of resources. My net worth is negative, which is the only reason why I'm able to present this all to you. There's no like hierarchy. I'm not rich. I don't care. Nobody can like come complain to me because they were like a sponsor. Like I present what I feel is relevant. I use my discretion and my sort of education and my knowledge as a journalist, and it's supported by your donations. Public information services exist. If you think this form of news like is important, and I think you all are starting to show it, it's really, I think, moving in a good direction, then you can help like sort of give me a little buffer. Then when I wake up every day, I'm not thinking about like, is my bank account at zero? We have some alerts. Launch from Iran. Speaking of that, so money sign Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo at Grant-E1, -E1, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. I don't have time to do this now. It's just I'm supposed to do it every couple hours so that it's not even for me. It's so that I don't have to go to my friends and say there's an emergency every week because I run out of money. So it's the last week of the month if you want to help. But there's been a launch from Iran. You have exactly 6 minutes and 50 seconds. It's targeting Eilat. There's a launch incoming. It's targeting Eilat. I told you Iran was not going to be pleased. I told you they respond with bombs. There is a launch incoming targeting Eilat. You will probably not see it on the cams because it's Eilat in the south. There is a launch incoming targeting Eilat in the south. You have 6 minutes. Yeah, I think Iran sent a gift. I think Iran was like, oh yeah, we have a gift for you. I'm not kidding. They troll. They really do. I know a lot of people won't believe it, but just please believe me when I tell you they troll. Like it's like their favorite thing to do. I don't know why. It's like a very like quintessentially like Iranian style of trolling too. So just like don't test the Iranians. I don't know how many times I have to say it. They will respond. And the reality on the ground is not what the leaders are saying. No. For the third time in 2 hours today, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026, Iran has launched a missile at Israel. This is incoming towards Eilat, E-I-L-A-T, right? E-I-L-A-T, towards Eilat, Israel's southernmost city. Time to arrival 5 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Okay, the launch has happened. It's towards Eilat. Sorry if I haven't been seeing all your chats. It's been a busy day. I will play goat videos and say God bless you. Hashtag God bless all of you. I'll say that anyway. But yeah, Tal Mom Lynn reminds me to put up goals every now and again. How does an Iranian troll? By watching Grant. That's hilarious. Markets closing on Friday probably will coincide with a major development. It gives markets a chance to cool off. You don't want to shock the market. You don't want to hear red alerts, though. You want to hear an interception. So what you're looking for on these, on the south, is just there's no cams down there, really. So what you're looking for is no transition to red alert. Like, you don't want to see Hezbollah firing a bunch of rockets, like, as this missile arrives. That's a sign it's a coordinated wave. And then you also really don't want to see red alerts. If it just goes away, that might be Kuwait. That's Kuwait. Kuwait. There's a siren in Kuwait. I repeat, siren in Kuwait. We have live sirens in Kuwait now. There's a siren in Kuwait. Incoming in Kuwait. Repeat, incoming in Kuwait. It's a unique siren in Kuwait. I repeat, incoming in Kuwait and Eilat. I can give you Kuwait alerts now too. Thank you to the person who put a Kuwait microphone. Okay, the air raid is still going in Kuwait. Kuwait is a real, well, Silent Dogs, I get your point. It was made by the British after World War II or whatever, but like it's still like recognized as by the UN. I don't think we can like override the UN. Oh, there are interceptors flying up over Kuwait Airport. Look on Cam 12. There are interceptors flying up over Kuwait Airport on Cam 12 right now. There is I don't know what's about to happen in Kuwait, but it might not be good. You're listening to Kuwait Airport. We're also monitoring in Eilat, where you have about a minute. I just saw a bunch of interceptors go up over Kuwait Airport. That beeping is Kuwait. This is live. That does not sound good. I think that means the missiles are incoming. Uh-oh. They change the alert tone when the missiles get closer. I studied the Kuwait emergency preparation missile tone video. You must understand, I know how to identify these missiles. This is not good. There are tones of the warning sirens in the different countries. Kuwait has this like oscillating tone for the increasing frequency, means like more danger. And then there are coordinated launches at Kuwait and Eilat. Oh, there's a red alert in Eilat. The missile got through. Oh no, the missile got through towards Eilat. You're about to hear the red alert. Oh no, that's not a change siren. You're hearing a new siren in Kuwait we haven't heard before. It's every country has their own. So what you're hearing is Kuwait's emergency siren at their airport where interceptors have just gone up. There's also a missile incoming towards Eilat in the south of Israel. I don't know who got us a camera in Kuwait. That's pretty cool. That's epic. God bless those people in Kuwait and may God protect them. It's a very complex country. You're listening to Kuwait Airport. It's not a Timu siren. They use different tones to tell people, like it has all sorts of different tones. Very long attack in Kuwait. That siren goes for a while. Wow, what kind? They must when they attack Kuwait, they must really attack. See, it changes as it gets closer. I told you. Kuwait. Well, I'm not from Kuwait. I've never been to Kuwait. I think they're being bombed, though. I don't know where the bombs are falling. This is our first time having the Kuwait airport camp, but they're being bombed. And the bombing raid in Kuwait went on for a while. I didn't actually hear any bombs hit that area, but that was a long raid. I mean, maybe they have instead of using text, they use the sounds, but that raid in Kuwait went on for like 4 minutes. Oh no, there's a serious fire at the Botha Sigah building in Mathaha, South Africa, home to several government departments. I wonder if it's been put out. The Botha Sigah building in Mathaha in South Africa was burning earlier today. There was just a launch towards Eilat. We won't hear that on the cams. You just saw the countdown. I will let you know the red alerts did go off in Eilat. I will monitor for damage assessments. Here's what was in South Africa. Not really sure who burned the building. Doesn't seem like a very nice thing to do. But somebody burned this government building in Botha Sigah. It's in South Africa, in Mathaha. I don't know how to speak Afrikaans. But yeah, somebody burned one of the government buildings in South Africa. It's kind of burning down. I don't know a lot about South Africa, but yeah, it's kind of burning down. That seems pretty serious. This is in South Africa. Like, the whole thing is on fire. It houses government offices. I don't know why it got burned down. I don't have any information. It's in Mathaha, South Africa. It's the Botha Sigah building. Now, I've never been to South Africa. I would like to go. I hear it's beautiful. But I don't know why they burned that building down. Somebody burned the whole government department down in that building. The whole building is burning down. Is this common in South Africa? Do we have it? Yes, Stu, I'm hearing that. Multiple targets in Kuwait. But I'm now taking us to South Africa on Towel News, where there is a giant building that belongs to the government that is just burning down. I don't have any indication of why it started burning. All I know is it's just burning. I'm not really sure who had it out for the government of South Africa or why they burned their whole building down. I don't even know what government department is in there. I've never been to South Africa. I'm just trying to tell you this so someone who ideally, thank you, Stu. Massive hit in Erbil reports her Saturn. Massive hit in Kuwait. I'm waiting on the report from Eilat in the south. But for now, this is South Africa, where a government building today was burned down. It's unclear who burned the building down or why. Maybe it was one of those heat generators that just exploded by accident and then burned the whole building down. Those things just happen from time to time, It's been going on for a few days. Now, I am not from South Africa, so I just want to reiterate, maybe this is a common occurrence. I'm an expert more in, other areas of the world, but I'll ask, There's nothing on the news in South Africa about the government building burning down? Oh, I don't think that's a good thing. Maybe I should show them some more then. Okay, so this is the Botha, B-O-T-H-A, Sigacau, S-I-G-C-A-U building. It's in the city of M-T-H-A-T-H-A, South Africa. Mathahaha, South Africa. I don't know who burned it down. I don't know why they burned it down. But someone has burned it down.
Unfortunately, 2 callers.
I'm a little concerned that the South African news is not... I'm not from South Africa, but like someone might want to call the South African news and tell them that the Botha Sigacau building is burning down. I think they might want to put this on the news. Like, maybe it's just very... I'm not trying to be, like, flippant here, but, like, it just seems to be a pretty serious thing in South Africa for, like, the government building to burn down. So I think someone should alert the South African news. I think we're having another one of those BBC moments with the ambulances. It houses 9 government parliaments. I see. Well, it's burning down very seriously. I only have video from like 2 to 3 hours ago. I'm not sure if the building's even around right now. It would be very... Oh, okay, I have an update. I have an update on South Africa. Another alert! Another launch from Iran! Oh, there's been another launch from Iran. Oh, I'm trying hard not to make this stressful. Okay, this is the update I have from South Africa. Okay, can you... Okay. It's on the South African news, but there's been another launch from Iran. It's Tel Aviv! Oh, no! Wait, I don't have time. Come on, South African news. You can do this. Come on, South African news. I have faith in you. There's a launch coming towards Tel Aviv. I might not have time for this to even load. Come on, you can do it. Come on, South African news. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. No. Oh, no. Okay, I don't have time. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. There's been another launch. You have 6 minutes. It's coming to Tel Aviv. Oh, you have 6 minutes. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know. Oh, you have 6 minutes. There has been another launch towards Tel Aviv. You have 6 minutes. It's Tel Aviv. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I'm doing my best. Oh, it's Tel Aviv. Breaking. For the 4th time in 3 hours, Iran has launched missiles at Israel. The target is Tel Aviv. Time to arrival, 5 minutes and 30 seconds from this post. Live coverage. Oh, goodness, not Tel Aviv. Oh, I have to compose myself. I have to practice my trauma training. Okay, everyone, do your breathing. Okay, we're going to do our breathing, right? And it's not just here. It's anywhere where the bombs fall. We get equally as concerned. You are listening now to Tel Aviv and also Kuwait. You have 4 minutes. The launch is towards Tel Aviv. You have 4 minutes. The launch is towards Tel Aviv. Red alerts. Red alerts. Jerusalem. It's the holy city. The holy city? It's Jerusalem. The holy city? No. Damn Iranians. Thank you, Shannon. Wow. Jerusalem. It's worse than Tel Aviv. It's Jerusalem. Mimi, thank you for those prayers. God bless you. Hits on Beirut. Hits on Beirut now. Incoming to the holy city. Incoming to the holy city. 1 minute. Hashtag save the goats. Incoming to the holy city. You have 1 minute. You might, if there are sirens, you might hear them on the... It's Tel Aviv too. It's Tel Aviv and the holy city. Now we wait. We're listening in Tel Aviv. It's unclear where this missile is, or where it's coming from. Well, Iran, but what direction? I don't see it yet. I hear jets, but I don't see any missiles. Oh! I saw a hit in the Judean desert? Air raids in Jerusalem. Air raids in the holy city. It's Jerusalem. Air raids in the holy city. 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 Bring
All
you
right,
coverage
so we'll be starting out
now.
in the Eastern Cape. This is where the Both
Air raids in the Holy City.
You can't tell customers to eat it.
No.
a restaurant.
Air raids in the Holy City.
It's hard to grow your money.
No, oh my God, not the time for ads, really, not the time for ads. Not the time. Air raids in the Holy City. Let me skip, oh my God, let me skip the ad. Air raids in the Holy City. What the? It is not a 53-second unskippable ad. You can't be serious. I'm refreshing. Air raids in the Holy City. Now. I'll play you what just played over the Jerusalem cam over the last minute. This was Jerusalem in the last minute. Tripoli, Bob, it's because some cameras only catch Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem air raid siren is on a different sound camera system. I have to pull up a different feed. Jets, land-based interceptors, and sea-based interceptors. This is Jerusalem 30 seconds ago. That was the air raid that played in Jerusalem. Now you're listening in Jerusalem after the air raid. They try really hard to avoid hits in Jerusalem. I have the latest from Wave 79 now. I did not hear any impacts in Jerusalem, but I don't know where the missiles went. I'll get you caught up live by speeding it up. I did not hear any missiles in Jerusalem, which is a very big positive. That's just wind. The alerts are still there. You can see it on the map, but I did not hear any impacts. Tripoli, Bob, normally it goes early alert, red alert, air raid siren. So it's like a 3-level warning system. In Israel, every country is different. Israel is early alert. They can intercept it. If they don't, you'll get a red alert. And then if they don't get it even further, if it gets further in, they'll do an air raid. The siren only really comes on in the cities if the red alert, if they don't intercept it after the first two. So if it's just an early alert with no red alert or siren, they got it before it got anywhere close. If it's a early alert plus a red alert, it got close and they got it. If it's an early alert, red alert, and a siren, it's coming and they might have hit. I don't think they hit Jerusalem right there because I've screened the whole past 3 minutes and there's nothing. But I have scenes for you from the latest wave that Iran fired. Okay? I don't know where these hit. I don't have an update on where the latest round hit. It was going right towards the holy city. I have a South Africa update for you that I'll get you in 1 second. But I do not have an update on where the hits were in the holy city just yet. If there were, I don't think there were any. I think we would have heard it on the cam, but that not a dispositive cam. Just because the AP has a cam in Jerusalem doesn't mean that it hears the entire region. That's the hardest thing about getting real-time feed. You'll get the uploaded videos after a little bit, but the real-time feeds, they don't capture everything. Kuwait airport, that cam apparently got a pretty strong strike on Kuwait earlier, but that's the only one that I saw on cam. I did not hear any hits in Jerusalem. I did not see any other missiles flying over. I did not see any cluster missiles. This is what Iran has released just now. Wave 79 of Operation True Promise 4. The latest from Iran. It could be loud. This is the latest from the IRGC.
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلی العظیم همه مجرمین منتقمون به یاد شهدای مدرسه میناب به یاد شهدای ناودنا همچنین به یاد قائد شهیدمان رهبر عزیزمان
All clear starting to come in. All clear starting to come in now. That was the latest, Wave 79 from the IRGC. I'm now going to show you the latest strikes on Erbil, which are reported to be very intense. So good to see all of you. I'm sorry this day started off intense and continued right along. I now have the latest for you. Apparently the building in Bnei Barak also collapsed earlier. I have the latest for you now on the airstrikes in Erbil. Okay, this is the airstrikes in Erbil near the American consulate now. These could be loud. Airstrikes on the American consulate in Erbil. You are a very, very super towel, Mimi. God bless you. We learn from you every day. You learn from us. Your energy is wonderful, Mimi. God bless you. This is the latest from the American consulate in Erbil, which has been hit. This is the hit on the American consulate in Erbil.
Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar.
Drone strike on the American consulate in Erbil. Here's the latest. That rocket that we just got an alert about over near either the south over Eilat. I'll now show you that. This is the rocket that just went over, the one you just saw the alert about. Hey, as long as everybody's friendly, everyone is equal here. But the line is that we just discuss ideas, not people. As long as I don't see any discussing of people in the chat by other people, there's limits, like friends, talking about friends, but very specific. No personalities, or I will declare order in the chamber. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and you are looking at the latest Iranian missile that was headed towards Israel. It is unclear if it was intercepted or not, but this is the footage from the ground. Okay, you're taking a look at the latest from the ground in Israel. It is unclear. It could have been reports of any hits. Here's reports from Beirut just minutes ago. This is Beirut. Israeli drones are flying very low. Report of a hit in Gush Dan. A report of a hit in Gush Dan. Reported hit in Gush Dan. This is Lebanon right now. This is Israeli drones. The building that was the building in Bnei Barak that got struck has collapsed. The building that got struck in Bnei Barak in Israel has collapsed. Sometimes the amount of data my computer's pulling in is a lot, so like it will push the amount of capacity of my computer. By the way, this is a one-man news operation that oftentimes gets content before Al Jazeera, Al Arabia, BBC, CNN. It's like a one-man operation that runs on a single computer. Like I'm the producer, I'm the fact checker, I'm the host. I monitor the chat. So yeah, if you ever get slowdowns, just let me know. You're talking to like the entire team. So as long as I see it in the comments, I can kind of look at what's going on, monitor the resources, refresh some of the caches. But it's just a hardware limitation. That's all it is. I'm a very I don't know. I like to live a meager existence. Money doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not very rich. I'm blessed to have grown up in a family of means, but they didn't really, I don't have anything. So I have a negative net worth. So a lot of this is jerry-rigged. It's like a news network running on old tech. So yeah, but I can always refresh it. I just dumped the cache right there of the chat, and it takes a second to do it. But once I do that, it normally frees up some system resources and it will settle. But yeah, you can always just let me know. Unlike other things, it's not like this giant institution. Oh yeah, it's settled. Once I dump the chat cache, you're literally talking to the technical producer of the stream, so I can just fix things. It's kind of what's nice. It's a very interactive news service. But I have to now go back to this building that has collapsed. Wow. Silent dogs. Every country to Silent Dog's a fake country. Silent Dog supports just one giant landmass on the earth, which I'm all about, Brett. This building has collapsed. I repeat, the building in Bnei Barak has collapsed. Yes, and if anyone needs I think someone asked for the towel Discord invite. It's here. Primo, Primo, if that's our Discord, we can link to it. But let's stick to the towel Discord. If we can talk about if you have your own Discord you run, I'll allow you to link that, Primo, if it's yours. But in terms of advertising other Discords, I just want to know, what's going on. Hi, Juan. How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry you're sad tonight. We're here with you. I told you anytime you needed to talk to me, I would be with you. So, hello. How you doing? Now, as to... Oh, one probably feels wrenchless. You're not alone, Juan. You can talk to me anytime you want. Hello, Pulsar. Hello, Towel Grammy Linda. Yes, but Primo, if that's the towel Discord, that's fine. If it's another Discord, just send me a message on the Towel Discord. Just let me know what the Discord is you want to like link in the chat. As long as it's like either run by you or someone you know and I can screen it, I'll allow you to link to it every day. That's fine. You're cool, primo. But yeah, in terms of the Towel Discord, I post that one as well. The Towel Discord is the one I run. I don't mind other people linking in here, but like I gotta review it because it could just be like Primo's Discord, which I'm all about. Like Primo wants to have people hanging out. That's cool. But yeah, I do have to review it. I feel like that's just like a duty I have. Primo's awesome though. Primo's gonna start serenading us. Primo's wonderful. Anyway, let me get back to the footage for you. This is the building that has collapsed in Bani Barak. Who's a one? No, one. That's okay. Sometimes we have friends who are both. You know, just because we're friends doesn't mean that we have to date. Like you start like we can just be friends. One, we don't have to go to dating. There's different things. You know, we're building connections. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's why I like to be here for people. Hello, Miss Missy, how you doing? Hello, Standing Stones. Northside Ragnarok, I told one he could be my friend, and he was like, but you're not a woman. And I was like, yeah, but that's not a criteria for us being friends. Oh, Reaper, if you lose audio, just refresh. Oh, just do a quick refresh if you lose audio. G Reaper. All right, so that's just just do a quick refresh if you lose audio. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was the latest from the building that has collapsed in Bani Barak. I now have the latest for you on an airstrike on the Rabid Rashidi complex in Tabriz, Iran. This could be loud, I don't know. It is funny, Northside Ragnarok. Well, Tripoli Bob, I didn't say you can't do that. I just said I'm not dating one. Mad Bike Girl player for yes. Dating is haram. I'm sure it is. I don't know the rules of haram. This is an airstrike on a facility in Iran, which is probably the closest you'll ever see. Oh, it was a cluster bomb in Jerusalem. Oh no. I'm sorry to report it was a cluster bomb in Jerusalem. I believe we might have hits near Jerusalem. I'm sorry to report it was a cluster bomb near Jerusalem. It was a cluster bomb near Jerusalem. I repeat, it was a cluster bomb near Jerusalem. This is the latest footage. Jerusalem now. No. There were interceptors fired in Jerusalem. God bless you, Mimi. Thank you for those prayers and that energy. You got it, Tripoli Bob. I mean, I'm not chat, but you got a deal. Hashtag save the goats. Anything for the goats. Hashtag save the goats. There were interceptors fired in Jerusalem. You're looking at the only image I have. What? There may be multiple hits. I don't know. I don't have any reports on the ground. I know that it went near Jerusalem. Israel has hit two petrol stations in South Lebanon. I'm trying to find out if what you're looking at right now, it's just went towards Jerusalem. Hezbollah killed a woman in northern Israel who had served in the IDF. Now I have the missile from Eilat earlier. The one from 2 rounds ago. This is just a ferocious pace of activity. There's so many strikes. I have to catch you up on the strikes between waves of strikes. This was the missile from Eilat earlier tonight. Eilat earlier tonight. This was Eilat earlier tonight. This is Eilat tonight. That's not real. Is that real? No, I don't believe in Mimi. I don't. Not you, Mimi. There's another Mimi on Twitter. Mimi, I believe in you fully. There's a Mimi on Twitter who doesn't have a very good reputation for posting stuff. Mimi, you have a wonderful reputation. That's not our Mimi. Latest from the IRGC. Latest from the IRGC. I have a statement from the spokesperson of the IRGC. I'll get that for you now. Latest from the IRGC. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll play that for you now. I'll have it translated. Here's the latest from the IRGC. Go ahead, translator towel. Hello, 10 State fan. It's so good to see you. God bless you.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Breaking. Qatam al-Anbiya headquarters.
Peace be upon you.
Iranian Army and IRGC air defense forces have shot down several Tomahawk and JASSM cruise missiles in the past hours, in addition to a number of hostile combat and suicide drones. In the central and southern regions of the country as part of the integrated air defense network. Moreover, the media blackout on war news and images of Iranian attacks on U.S. bases and Zionist military centers by the Pentagon and Israeli intelligence agencies reflects the extent of anxiety and attempts to conceal and distort the facts on the other side.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. 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 I understand that there is a media blackout among Western, institutional outlets, but no one, I just want to be clear, as a point of fact, I can actually directly speak on this. No one has attempted to censor me. No one. I don't know, I'll give the Iranians good faith and say maybe it wasn't the IRGC, maybe it was just some splinter cell that tried to, come at the channel. I truly don't believe that, and I know for a fact that no one has tried to censor me, okay? So there might be institutional efforts to do it within, existing channels. No one has pressured me at all. Some people, try to pressure me to, say certain things in the chat, and if I don't, they, threaten me. But no one has ever censored me, ever. No one's ever called me and said, you can't show this. No one's ever said, how dare you. So maybe in the corporate news, but just as a point of fact, I can be the authority on this. No one has ever tried to censor me. Not the British government. They don't even control me. If Ofcom tried to censor me, I'd be like, okay. I would try to understand what they were saying, but I'm an American. You don't own me anymore. You own my, ancestors, but not me. Not the American government, not any government, not the Israeli government, Not the Iranian government, not the Iraqi government, not the Lebanese government, not Hezbollah, not the Blood Guardians, not the Qatari government, not the Saudi Arabian government, not the Kuwaiti government, not the Omani government, not the Yemenese government, not the Houthis. No one has tried to censor me. So I just want to be clear about this. In fairness to all sides, there has been no one from any government that has tried to censor me. Okay, so this applies equally to all sides. I don't know what's going on in the corporate news. I have no responsibility. I scold them equally all the time. Even I scold all channels equally if they don't cover the news in a way that I think is accurate to the state of affairs on the ground. But that's my opinion as an analyst. But yes, I just want to make a very clear statement that no government on any side of this conflict has ever tried to censor me. And if they did, I would just tell you. In fact, I'll put up a canary. Or I'm if I'm censored, I'll stop saying that no government has tried to censor me. Just randomly ask me, has any government tried to censor you? And if I say no, then that's your answer. If I refuse to answer, then you know. All right, I'm going to show you right now the latest from the IRGC. In Farsi.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. به پشتوانه موش‌های گره کرده ملت بزرگ ایران در خیابان‌ها در طی ساعات گذشته نیروهای مسلح کشورمان عملیات‌های آفندی و پدافندی متعددی را اجرا کردند. مدافعان آسمان ایران در ارتش و سپاه در ساعات گذشته چند فروند موشک کروز از نوع تاماهاک و جاسپ و تعدادی پهپاد متخاصم از انواع رزمی و انهدامی را در نقاط مرکزی و جنوبی کشور تحت کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور سرنگون کردند. دلاورمردان ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران از بامداد امروز صنایع تسلیحاتی رافائل در حیفا و صنایع هوافضای رژیم اشغالگر در مجاورت فرودگاه بنگوریون و همچنین هواپیماهای سوخرسان در این فرودگاه را هدف حملات پهپادی قرار دادند. شب گذشته موج 78م عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مقدس یا دلیل المتحیرین با موشک‌های بارانی سپاهیان سحشور علیه متجاوزین آمریکایی و صهیونیستی اجرا شد. در این موج اهدافی در ایلات، دیمونا و شمال تل‌آویو و برخی از پایگاه‌های ارتش تروریستی آمریکا در منطقه مورد اصابت دقیق سامانه‌های نقطه زن عماد و قدر چند کلاهکه و پهپادهای انهدامی قرار گرفتند. موج 79م عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا خیرالفاتحین با شلیک موشک‌های قدرتمند سجیل، عماد و خیبرشکن و پهپادهای انهدامی نیروی هوافضای سپاه با عبور موفق از پدافند چند لایه رژیم صهیونیستی موقعیت‌های بظاهر امن دستگاه‌های اطلاعاتی این رژیم در شمال و مرکز تل‌آویو، مرکز پشتیبانی ارتش رژیم در رامادگان و نقب و همچنین مرکز اصلی لوجستیک و مدیریت نظامی جنوبی رژیم در بئر الصبر را هدف قرار داد. ستونهای غلیظ دود و آتش در سراسر سرزمین‌های اشغالی و حبس طولانی مدت بیش از 2 میلیون صهیونیست در پناهگاه‌ها مستنداتی متقن بر روایت توانمندی‌های موشکی و پهپادی ایران و نشان دهنده ایجاد جلال و ضربات جدی به پدافند دشمنان است. سانسور دستوری اخبار جنگ و تصاویر حملات موثر ایران به پایگاه‌های آمریکا و مراکز نظامی صهیونیستی توسط پنتاگون و آمان عمق نگرانی، تلاش برای لاپوشانی و تحریف واقعیت را در جبهه دشمنان متخاصم نشان می‌دهد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
That was the latest from the Iranians. They seem mad. I don't speak Farsi. Translator Tal speaks a little bit of Farsi, but on the whole, he just seems mad. He's kind of like an angry dad. No, it's not AI video. Next Gen, I wish. Welcome to the channel. This is the spokesperson for the Supreme Council of the Prophet, peace be upon him, or the Prophets, peace be upon him. It is the IRCG and the IRCG Army spokesman. I wish it was AI. He's a real man. He kind of has different, I guess it could be AI. We've never seen him walk around, but he kind of has different tones, and it says different things. One time he talked in English. He speaks Arabic, Farsi, and English. Maybe he's AI. I don't know. You think he's not a real person? I guess it would be hard to kill him if he was not real. That would be kind of funny if the Iranians were using an AI-generated spokesman. That would be epic. Hey, Iran, if you're using an AI-generated spokesman, have him reference bananas in the next English statement. All right? Send me a little subtle nod, okay? I'm not negotiating with them. I just want to know if this spokesman is AI. I think he might be AI. Now that I really think about it, if you poured a lot of money, you could have an AI spokesman. Then you could never kill him. It would give continuity the whole time during the war. You'd just have this untouchable spokesman. Listen, you know how there's perpetually baffled English reporter towel, or perpetually like astounded or like surprised British reporter towel, translator towel? This man could be AI. That's why he always sounds like a like disappointed and sternly lecturing father. Is this man not even real? Have we just been listening to the IRGC putting out AI-based statements? Like it's a real statement from them. They just have an AI character, right? He doesn't have like normal facial movements. I think this might be an AI spokesman for the IRGC. I got you, Iran. This man is not real. Prove this man is real, Iran. Like, have him do something. Like, film him walking around. You could make that up too. I don't know how to prove this man is real. I'm challenging Iran to prove that this spokesman is a real person. I think he's dead and this is an AI replica. I'm serious though. There's something very off about these statements. Count his fingers. Yeah, they're very smart with the fingers, though. They always have him holding... You see this? They always have him holding the thing.
پشتوانه موش‌های گره‌کرده ملت بزرگ ایران در خیابان‌ها در طی ساعات گذشته نیروهای مسلح کشورمان عملیات‌های آفندی و پدافندی متعددی را اجرا کردند. مدافعان آسمان ایران در ارتش و سپاه در ساعات گذشته چند فروند موشک کروز از نوع تاماهاک و جاسپ و تعدادی پهپاد متخاصم از انواع رزمی و انهدامی را در نقاط مرکزی و جنوبی کشور تحت کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور سرنگون کردند. دلاورمردان ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران از بامداد امروز صنایع تسلیحاتی رافائل در حیفا و صنایع هوافضای رژیم اشغالگر در مجاورت فرودگاه بنگوریون و همچنین هواپیماهای سوخرسان در این فرودگاه را هدف حملات پهپادی قرار دادند. شب گذشته موج 78م عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مقدس یا دلیل المتحیرین با موشک‌های بارانی سپاهیان سلحشور علیه متجاوزین آمریکایی و صهیونیستی اجرا شد. در این موج اهدافی در ایلات، دیمونا و شمال تل‌آویو و برخی از پایگاه‌های ارتش تروریستی آمریکا در منطقه مورد اصابت دقیق سامانه‌های نقطه زن عماد و قدر چند کلاهکه و پهپادهای انهدامی قرار گرفتند.
This is worthy of further study. There's some abnormalities. It could just be the lighting. There's some abnormalities in especially it's very subtle. It's very subtle. But there's abnormalities in his like mouth. Like it's all matched up. It syncs. It's very good. If it's AI, it's very good. Like state level AI, which of course it would be very good. Almost like unheard of. That's how they can fake it. It's not civilian AI. It's really good if it's AI. But there are some things in there that make me think it's fake. Like it's real. It's a real statement from the IRCG, but he doesn't seem real. Why did AJ Arabic delete this report? Let's see. It's still cached, right? They tried to delete it, but I got it.
في بث حي ومباشر كان عبارة عن صواريخ
They deleted this. Al Jazeera Arabic deleted this report. Maybe they reposted it, but I got it before they edited it.
صواريخ اعتراضية أطلقت أيضا من
غرب
مدينة القدس في محاولة للتصدي لهذا الهجوم الإيراني. على الأقل رصدنا صاروخين إيرانية الآن انفجارات عنيفة في السماء في سماء القدس.
الانفجارات في سماء القدس محمد؟
إذن نعم واضح من ما شاهدناه وسمعناه أن هذه الانفجارات في ضواحي مدينة القدس وفي سمائها. الآن أيضا اعتراض جوي نشاهده في سماء مدينة القدس على وجه التحديد في شمال مدينة القدس نشاهد اعتراضات جوية إسرائيلية في أعقاب وصول دفعة من الصواريخ الإيرانية إلى هذه المدينة. أصوات الانفجارات جلال لا تزال مستمرة في أجواء هذه المدينة حتى هذه اللحظة. سمعت دوي صافرات الإنذار
صحيح.
قبل قليل من مدينة القدس المحتلة وضواحي مدينة القدس المحتلة نتيجة رصد الجيش الإسرائيلي لهجوم إيراني كان يستهدف هذه المدينة، لكن مزيد من الانفجارات الآن تبدو أبعد قليلا من مدينة القدس، ربما في منطقة الوسط في إسرائيل.
Al Jazeera deleted this, or they updated it.
الجوية الإسرائيلية. إذن اعتراض صاروخ إيراني على الأقل في سماء مدينة القدس التي تتعرض إلى هجوم إيراني في هذه الأثناء. وكانت أيضا قد اتسعت رقعة البلدات التي دوت فيها صافرات الإنذار الإسرائيلية قبل قليل لتشمل مواقع كثيرة، ولكن دوي الانفجارات لا يعني بأن الحدث قد انتهى، لأننا شاهدنا على الهواء مباشرة دفعة من الصواريخ الإيرانية، ما يشير ربما إلى وجود صواريخ ربما لا تزال في طريقها،
خاصة أن صفارات
إلى
الإنذار
أماكن أخرى
لا زالت
في إسرائيل،
تسمع بوضوح في القدس. محمد،
بدون أدنى شك هي تسمع في أيضا ضواحي المدينة. أشرت إلى أن الخارطة تتسع شيئا فشيئا، وقد شملت بعض المستوطنات الإسرائيلية في وسط الضفة الغربية. هناك حديث أولي على أن الصاروخ الذي أطلقته إيران باتجاه هذه المنطقة كان صاروخا يحمل رأسا عنقوديا. ربما هذا هو السبب الذي جعلنا نسمع دوي عدد من الانفجارات. نعم،
the latest from Jerusalem.
مباشر كان عبارة عن صواريخ إيرانية قد وصلت إلى محيط مدينة القدس المحتلة، إضافة إلى رصدنا صواريخ اعتراضية أطلقت أيضا من غرب مدينة القدس في محاولة للتصدي لهذا الهجوم الإيراني. على الأقل رصدنا صاروخين إيرانيين الآن، انفجارات عنيفة.
There may have been hits. I have an 8-minute report now from Al Arabia. I don't have any status updates, but I have an 8-minute report from Al Arabia just now. This was 20 minutes ago in Jerusalem. Al Arabia.
لمتابعة التطورات هناك في القدس، مراسل التلفزيون العربي أحمد جرادات.
My pleasure, Yoda Screen Wiener. Hilarious username. Makes me think of the Oscar Mayer Wiener mobile. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. This is a one-man operation. Thank you all for your support as I bring you what apparently is news that other people don't want you to see, but I want you to be informed on all sides. You can support this channel. There's various ways. I'm like one man. Need a lot of help right now at the end of the month. I know a lot of people are worried about where this all goes. I'm not talking to anyone specific. I'm going to pin the donation stuff in the chat. That's my sign that I need a lot of help this month. Interceptors over Jerusalem. This was live on Al Arabia 25 minutes ago. Al Arabia over Jerusalem 20 minutes ago. Don't take the bait, CBA.
نعم، شاهدنا صاروخا اعتراضيا واحدا، شاهدنا ايضا صاروخا ايرانيا واحدا على الاقل.
Yep, just by myself.
اللحظة ليس واضحا بعد.
Oh wait, did you all not know that? This is a one-man, I'm sorry if I haven't told you that. This is a one-man operation. Yep, I run it from my computer. I do the streaming, I run the custom RTMP client. I do the administration. I'm disabled too, but that's just physically. I can't walk very far. I'm sewn in half. I have colitis and my throat and airway are a little bit struggling. I have to it's complicated. I have nerve issues. You know, I collapse sometimes. But anyway, when I sit in the chair, my brain works. I can talk, you know. So anyway, it's one man. I've been on the internet for a while, so I just kind of can do all this. I monitor the chat. I run the Discord. post things, source it in real time, do the reporting, do the analysis. It's just me, no co-hosts, no one else, no breaks, no producer. I am the whole team. It's just me. It is, yes, for 25 days you have been watching one person do this by hand, by themselves. I have a lot of friends that I talk to. You all keep me going. But yeah, it's just me. There's no one else. It's just me and my mouse. With one mouse, one computer, one streaming client, a lot of knowledge and a lot of sources. I sit here and do this alone. So anything you do just like keeps me alive. I constantly run out of money because like my family abandoned me. But now like Lynn's my chat mom, and Celtic Linda's my Tower Grammy, and Bunny's my chat mom. I have friends all over the world. I feel so loved. But yeah, I need a lot of support. Like we'll get this up and running. But like the reason why it works the way it does is I don't answer to anyone. Like so when you donate, it just like keeps me alive so I can keep doing this. So that's why there's always people in the comments that'll be like, if you could just help us distribute the load a little bit with donations to Grant, like $5, $10. The super chats come in like a month, which is great. But like in terms of immediate donations, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal are great. They give me a little buffer to like wake up and be able to like get like, it's just a complicated situation to get to the doctor, and like my mom made me get a job. Like it's a very complicated situation because I was disabled for so long. I was in graduate school in like 2013 and 14. I had wanted to become a priest actually, but I couldn't do that. I heard the call when I was praying to the Virgin Mother in the spring of 2013 while I was outside Baptist Library at BC. The statue's still there. I was praying to the Virgin Mother, and then I heard this call which was like, the world is yours to behold if you can abscond from your temporal inclinations. Then I never wanted for anything again. So anyway, then I felt disabled that next year. I felt very, very sick. I was in the hospital. They had to do spinal taps, and oh goodness, it was horrible. Oh no, is there another launch from Iran? There's another launch from Iran towards Eilat. We have 6 minutes. There is another launch from Iran towards Eilat. We have 6 minutes. I repeat, there is another launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. It's towards Eilat. You have 6 minutes. Anyway, then I went to law school after like 10 years of like being in the hospital and out of the hospital, and the doctors finally found a way to like make me functional with a quality of life that allowed me to like go forward. And I'm very grateful to them. I have a very good care team, but I'm very disabled and I need a lot of support, and you are my support. So God bless all of you. And I'm like formally disabled. It's very hard to do things. But yeah, I can sit in a chair, so that's how I do it. I just have a strong mental will. Anyway, thank you all for your compassion towards the disabled and towards me and my news channel. I'm very proud of it, and I'm so grateful to God and to all of you. I've always wanted to have so much meaning in my life. I'm so sorry it's among such an intense situation, but if the information that I provide helps even one person, then I feel like I really have meaning in my life. I also take on a southern accent sometimes because my voice gets tired. It's not because I'm speaking lazily or anything. It's easier for me when I don't stress the syllables. So I just occasionally I'll just drop the like Boston accent. It's not even a Boston accent. I'll drop my like speaking voice. The Boston accent would be saying things like ma and things like gotta go down Fall River. But no, I drop my kind of speaking voice, and I'll use the southern accent to rest my voice because I talk for so long every day. But yeah, 8 to 12 hours a day is nothing for me. Mr. President Trump said that Rush Limbaugh speaking for 3 hours a day was like an impressive accomplishment. So I wonder what he thinks of me. He must think, if he's ever heard of me, he must be like, does that kid really talk for like 8 to 12 hours every single day? Because Mr. President Trump talks a lot. So he's probably like, wow, like that is just an unhuman like level of ability to talk. Like it shouldn't even, first of all, you shouldn't even have enough things to say to talk for 8 to 12 hours a day by yourself with no one else, just constantly. But the fact that he does it like every day, like you have to actually have like trained to speak that way, not like the words and the enunciation and the lexicon. You have to have muscles capable of speaking for 12 hours a day. It's really not easy. Have you ever tried it? Have you ever like sat in a room like with a microphone or a mirror and tried talking for as long as you possibly can without breaking? You could probably do an hour to 2 if you didn't train your vocal cords to do it, but you will not be able to talk for 3 hours straight. By the end of it, you're like, it would hurt your voice. You would become hoarse. That just doesn't happen to me. I think it's because my vocal cords are trained to talk for prolonged periods of time. I've done this for years. I have to get ready for the red alerts. Let's see if they intercepted the missile. They have not. The early warning is still up. The early warning is still up. There's another one. 2 missiles, both coming at Eilat, 2 minutes apart. 2 missiles, both coming at Eilat. One is coming in 4 minutes, the other about 2 minutes behind. I love it, Rada. You do that. That's awesome. I love it.
Commander-in-Chief to declare victory in a war that is still ongoing.
They are, I don't like to say this, we've won this war has been won. Militarily, they are dead.
Okay. Starting on April 20th, 2026, the U.S. Army will raise the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42 and remove the waiver requirement for individuals with a single prior conviction for marijuana possession. Starting April 20th, 2026, the U.S. Army will raise the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42 and remove the waiver requirement for individuals with a single prior conviction for marijuana possession. Repeat. Starting April 20th, 2026, the U.S. Army will raise the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42 years old and remove the waiver requirement for individuals with a single prior conviction for marijuana possession. Taking you live to over Israel. Yeah, that's a bit of an odd sign for the army to do that. I wonder if we have a French Foreign Legion. I don't know what the government does when you're a if you're foreign national that wants to serve in the U.S. Army. I'm sure it's a thing. It doesn't, yeah, I guess it prevents you from enlisting, but you can always get a waiver. The problem is a lot of people were exploiting it. Like, they were already in and they wanted to get out, so they were just smoking weed, popping for a test, and then being thrown out. Chad, it's because marijuana becomes federally descheduled on April 1st, I think. I'm not sure of the exact timeline, but yeah, Mr. President Trump basically already descheduled marijuana. He ordered the Attorney General, this is a news update about it, he ordered the Attorney General to deschedule to Schedule 3. So federally, like, we're already there. This is just the Army updating their policy, and I think it goes into effect, I want to say April 1st. Starting April 1st, every senior gets $500 free a year to buy CBD products, which is just the strangest thing. Eilat, red alert incoming. Ifti Ahmad, I have heard songs going both ways. I've heard the Boom Boom Tel Aviv and the Bomb 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 Iran song. Everybody's trolling each other, Ifti Ahmad. Everybody's trolling each other at this point. Alerts in Eilat. Hello, Valhalla. We have alerts in Eilat. Agreed, Northside Ragnarok. I agree. That's good to know, Robin Hood. Thank you. You are allowed to serve in the U.S. military from some foreign countries. I didn't know that. I probably would have liked to research that. I may still research it. That's fascinating. I wonder, like, how we come up with the list. Phonetic spelling. Eilat. Thank you, Ehams. Eilat. Phonetic is very hard for me. Eilat. Thank you very much. God bless you, E-Hams. Eilat. We are monitoring now. Not just the Tel Aviv airport. You won't hear anything from Eilat on the Tel Aviv airport cam. Okay, I have a Blood Guardians video for you where they're targeting the Iranian opposition in Suleimania. While we wait for updates, the alerts have not lifted any lot, but there are no Eilat, sorry. There are no cams down there. So while we wait for that, let me show you the latest from the Blood Guardians in Iraq targeting the Iranian opposition. The Blood Guardians are basically just Iran, in my opinion. They're just like the Quds Force. Oh, that's Pete Bonnet-How. How you doing, Pete? No, I don't want Pete to show right now. I wanted the other thing to show. Okay, this is the Blood Guardians in Iraq, their latest. Is it the Blood Guardian song? That's not the Blood Guardian song. Oh, they're flexing a little bit, huh? New Blood Guardian song. This is the latest from the Blood Guardians. It's up all the way if the amount. That's the new Blood Guardian song, I think. If the Ahmad likes it. We can play it one more time for our dear friend If the Ahmad. I separate the music from the visuals. We got another one from them. Alright, hold on. We don't even have to play that one because I got another Blood Guardian song for you. For this one is a poem, At Your Service, Father of Virtue, from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. I have no idea what this one's about. Alright, let's go, Blood Guardians. What do you got for us this time? They always have something absurd going on. That's my opinion of the Blood Guardians. They're always doing very professional video productions. Here's the latest from them. Oh, okay. Alright, Blood Guardians. Oh, they're Ifti Ahmad. They're coming hard with the music.
جاسوسهم أمرا حسن لبيك يا أبا الفار هذه ينطع للخيم لبيك يا أبا الفار الدم قصاصة بدال دم لبيك يا أبا الفار ليس أولياء الدم هجم لبيك يا أبا الفار هي 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 لبيك يا أبا الفار لبيك يا أبا الفار لبيك يا أبا الفار الظفر لبيك يا أبا الفار وتشي جودك يا القمر لبيك يا أبا الفار أمنينا لك درب النهار لبيك يا أبا الفار هي 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 لبيك يا أبا الفار لبيك يا أبا الفار لبيك يا أبا الفار لبيك يا أبا الفار اسمك نطيرهم جنح لبيك يا أبا الفار صدر الكفر توقع رمح لبيك يا أبا الفار لا هدنا لا ندخل صلح لبيك يا أبا الفار إلا ذكرهم ينمسح لبيك يا أبا الفار إلا ذكرهم ينمسح
The latest from the Blood Guardians. And I do remind you, there are 182 countries here. So there's oftentimes going to be different perspectives, but I don't like to see generalizing or anything like that. And we're very amiable people. Very amiable people. We all are very compassionate and friendly. I have the latest scenes for you now. Earlier today in Havana, Cuba, where a blackout continues to envelop the island. The latest from Havana, Cuba. Thank you, public message too. You have a wonderful use. Latest from Havana, Cuba, where a blackout continues to engulf the island. Rolling blackouts, I think, is more appropriate.
Muy bien, gracias. Qué bueno.
Again, the latest from Havana, Cuba. Latest from Havana, Cuba. Oh, I saw that Valhalla. Dennis Coyle, who is an American held by the in Afghanistan for many years, has been released. So God bless the people who facilitated that release, including Mr. President Trump's administration and the relevant parties in Afghanistan. I don't want to weigh too much in about it because I don't know who in Afghanistan did that. The incident has ended. Incoming again? Wait, what? What? Another launch from Iran? Another launch! Another launch! But I wanted to show them Cuba. What are you doing, Iran? We were listening to the Blood Guardians. Oh, come on, Iran. What are you doing? Another launch from Iran. There's like 5. They won't stop. It's Eilat again. It's Eilat again. They're not... Eilat. It's Eilat again. Sorry. Eilat. It is Eilat again. Hashtag save the goats. Damn Iranians. I was watching the Blood Guardian video. I was trying to show him Cuba. Damn Iranians. It's Eilat. One, stop it. One, you're generalizing. One, did you know Jesus is the most quoted, one of the most quoted prophets in the Quran alongside the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? Did you know that one? So if Jesus is in the Quran, Islam can't be Satan. Ha! That's what's called a logical syllogism. I remember my professor many years ago taught me about that. I don't know anything else about formal logic. The professor who taught me that was so smart. She was really smart. She used to kind of like make fun of me for not being as smart as her, and I'd be like, yeah, you are way smarter than me. I have no idea what you're talking about half the time. Then she'd be like, if someone asks you a question on a test and it's 4 questions, like it's a question with 4 answers and there's no right answer, cross out all the answers and write, stop insulting my intelligence. I waited my whole academic career for that moment. It never happened. But she told me she did it once. She said she was taking a test and all 4 answers on the multiple choice were wrong, so she crossed all 4 out and wrote, stop insulting my intelligence. I was like, wow, you're a boss. She went on to teach philosophy at a very good school. I should email her. I still remember that professor. She was one of my favorite professors I ever had. That was in graduate school. She was a genius. People think philosophy graduate school is like sitting around pontificating about Aristotle. No. Try like being yelled at by a woman who, like, I won't say where she lived, but it was a very like awesome community she lived in. Try like being yelled at by a woman who like reads Aristotle for fun on the weekends and then like during the week does the hard work. In the ancient Greek, by the way. Only in the ancient Greek. English is like an insult. If you start talking about Aristotle with a PhD or a professor who is in philosophy and you don't use ancient Greek, they get really offended. They also really like they're really into like debating. Not like academic debating. They just like to sit around and just like debate, and they flex on each other and they debate. They like to like, I don't know how to explain it. They like to like sit in like offices that are very nice, and they like to look out over the students that they teach, like walking around, and they like to debate like highfalutin ideas and like talk about like, I don't know, transcendental idealism and like post-industrial societies. And then they kind of just sit there. Like they always sit like this. Like all philosophy professors sit like this. They're all just kind of like they're very judgmental about your knowledge, and they're very smart, and they're always looking for like who's going to be the next teacher of philosophy. Trying to calm your brain down before the strike in Eilat. What's going on, Triple Bob? No, I don't think anyone thinks Islam should be banned. In fact, Jesus is one of the most quoted prophets in the Quran, so we can't ban Islam. That wouldn't work. I think Jesus would be hurt. I would be hurt. What are you trying to erase Jesus? That's not happening. There will be no anti-Jesus. Maybe Muhammad was asking that to see if people were like hostile to Islam here. I don't think you're going to find that, Muhammad. I didn't see his earlier comments though, Triple Bob. Triple Bob, did I promote you, by the way? I gotta promote Triple Bob. Hold on one second, Triple Bob. Okay, Triple Bob's now a chat dad. Now you have to answer to Triple Bob. Triple Bob, I don't think he was like doing anything wrong there. I think he was just trying to see if it was like an anti-Muslim stream. It's not an anti-anything stream. It's a very pro-love stream. There's 182 countries. Apparently, all of them are fake. But I don't know if I believe that. Joyce, I didn't do well with teachers. Well, Muhammad, I don't know a lot about the different doctrines of Islam. I know that the doctrine of Islam that the IRGC represents as a whole is not represented by the IRGC. It would be like saying the Wahhabist faction up in Kandahar, Pakistan, like represents, evil as a whole. But yeah, we can have, Muhammad, you can have a wrench. You seem like you're a wonderful human. We welcome you to the chat. You can ask any questions you want. If there's a language barrier, just let us know. And overall, like, the rules here are pretty easy to abide by. It's like no slurs, no being derogatory, no being discriminatory, no personalities, like no talking about other people in the chat unless you're being friendly. Show compassion, no sea lioning. Like, the sea lioning isn't something you have to worry about. No trolling, and Lynn is chat bomb, and we love penguins. Also hashtag free the goats. You have 30 seconds until the first wave of this round arrives. Hello, Sergeant. God bless you, sir. Oh, very good, Mohammed. Thank you. God bless you. No one. See, IRGC, I don't like when they say that. I don't like when anyone says death to anyone. But they don't, like, the IRGC doesn't represent all of the faction of Islam that it, like, embodies. It proclaims allegiance to a certain body of Islam. The IRGC doesn't represent that whole body of Islam. And likewise, the IRGC does not represent the whole religion of Islam. They're just very distinct things. Okay, they intercepted the missile. They intercepted the missile over Eilat. No red alerts. It didn't get to Eilat, sorry. So the missile that was coming at Eilat, do you notice, Triplet Bob, you remember you asked earlier what happens when the different alerts sound? So on that one, the missile was coming towards Eilat, but it never got anywhere close. There were no red alerts or nothing. That's how you can track the progress of the missile without having a cam down there. So whenever the alert goes off, the early warning, and then you see it clear with no red alerts, that means they got the missile over Eilat. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people in every country that support extremist factions. In some countries, like those extremist factions like get control of the country, then it just becomes this whole kerfluffle because, you know, they're fighting one group, but the people of the country don't really support the fight, and they're doing things in the name of the people that the people don't really like. It becomes this whole kerfluffle. Extremist movements are very dangerous because they are popular and sectarian. And you don't really need democracy in a lot of the world's countries to take over a country. They just take over like extremist movements, so it's very dangerous. Let's see, what's the latest I have for you? I showed you the statement from the IRGC. I showed you the ones from Eilat earlier. I don't have any reports from any impacts of Jerusalem on the ground yet, but it's night there. And then I have this report from Richard Engel, who I think is the CNN, NBC News chief foreign correspondent. I don't know if he's in Tel Aviv or Iran. It looks like Tel Aviv.
Unusual for a president, a commander-in-chief, to declare victory in a war that is still ongoing, but that is exactly what President Trump has just done.
You know, I don't like to say this.
NBC doesn't like Mr. President.
Militarily, they are dead. Yeah.
And as he was speaking, this is what we were filming here in Tel Aviv. That's an Iranian cluster bomb.
I do follow Valhalla. I do follow Reuters. That was literally as Mr. President was speaking.
This war not only is far from being won, it is not yet over.
One more time from NBC's chief foreign correspondent.
It is unusual for a president, a commander-in-chief, to declare victory in a war that is still ongoing, but that is exactly what President Trump has just done.
You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this war. They are dead. Yeah.
And as he was speaking, this is what we were filming here in Tel Aviv. That's an Iranian cluster bomb exploding over Tel Aviv.
They're going to put this on the national news tonight.
So this war not only is far from being won, it is not yet over.
They're going to put that on NBC News. Because it makes the president look bad. They were trying to censor the war. Now they're actually going to play that. Every American is going to turn on their TV. Well, at least the quarter. It's a very small segment of the American public that has TVs, but Americans with TVs are going to turn this on, and this is the report. This is just to give you the experience of the ever shrinking population. TV journalism is important, but the profit-driven American networks are not doing well. Still, the older people in America and some young people still have TVs, but it's more you have to pay a cable bill. It's not a very common thing, but the people who do, this is what they're going to watch tonight on NBC.
It is unusual for a president, a commander-in-chief, to declare victory in a war that is still ongoing, but that is exactly what President Trump has just done.
You know,
Agree,
I don't
Primo.
like to say this. We've
I
won
agree.
this war has been won. Militarily, they are dead. Yeah.
And as he was speaking, this is what we were filming here in Tel Aviv. That's an Iranian cluster bomb exploding over Tel Aviv. So this war not only is far from being won, it is not yet over.
About time NBC caught up, though. I don't like that the only reason they're doing it, because the only reason they're doing it is to make Mr. President look bad, but they finally get it. Like, this stuff is very real. They are firing while Mr. President's speaking. Like, they react to these type of statements. When you say it's over, you've won, they do that, and they just did that there. Let's look at Al Jazeera for the top of the hour. I want to see if we can get an update from Tehran, whether from Ali Hashim, who might not be awake. Sometimes he does the overnight, but I haven't been watching a lot in the morning because I've been so tired. It's been like changing my sleep schedule. But let's take a look at Al Jazeera's top of the hour update. It's really good usually. Like, it's been getting really good over the past few hours. They're getting very close to like a level where I'm like every single hour they're on everything I'm seeing.
For Iran's ballistic missiles, also nuclear facilities, maritime corridors, among other things. This has been presented by Pakistan for Iran. It's not clear yet what Iran's response is going to be, but certainly, as it seems, is that the United States is looking for a way out of this war.
Now, Teresa, I don't want you to interpret what Donald Trump says, but he certainly says a lot. One of the things has been this idea that he's been given a significant present. What do we think he means by that?
Well, certainly during that same press conference, he spoke about this significant present that had been handed over by Iran. And he said it was not nuclear. He said it was related to oil and gas. And there's lots of speculation that this could be related to the Strait of Hormuz. You know, since the very beginning of this war, the United States has been changing its priority. It started with the nuclear weapons, then it moved to regime change, and now the whole priority is opening up the Strait of Hormuz again because of the impact it has in the world and it has in the United States. So certainly the Strait of Hormuz right now is a priority for the United States. And this is what Donald Trump said during that press conference.
They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related.
Well, and while this supposed negotiations that Donald Trump says are ongoing, the United States continues to send members of the military to the Middle East. Over the weekend, we reported on how 2,500 Marines were being deployed to the Middle East, accompanied by at least 3 warships. And we're hearing today that what is known as the 82nd Airborne Division could be deployed in the next few days. This is a rapid response unit. It says that it can be deployed in 24 hours to any countries around the world. And all of these units that are being deployed to the Middle East are specialized on ground operations, on high-risk at-sea operations, among others. Speculations that they could be involved in activities on the Iranian coast. Of course, right now, nobody really knows why the U.S. government is deploying them, but certainly all eyes on what these units are going to be carrying out or what they're going to be doing in the Middle East at this point.
That's Teresa Bow live for us there from Washington, D.C. Now Mohammed Val joins us from Tehran. You heard Teresa there. Donald Trump thinks he's talking to somebody. He says he's talking to somebody in Tehran. What is Tehran saying?
Well, nobody seems to be aware of this or to know what the name of this person is and who is talking to the United States right now on behalf of Iran. It's a very strange situation right now in this country. Millions and millions of Iranians are just watching, shaking their heads in disbelief because they are not in any level of clarity. There isn't any level of clarity about what that person or that entity that is representing Iran is doing and who are those people. The sound of battle has the upper hand in Iran right now. There is only talk of waves after waves of missiles on Israel and other targets in the region. We didn't even hear politicians talking today. Yesterday, they made their stand. They talked about lack of negotiations. They said that the statements by President Trump were not true, were fake news, meant to manipulate the energy market and so on. And that's what they said. Now, there is no update on that from the politicians. But what we hear today is only military statements from the military commanders talking about more force being used, more power being used, more military might being displayed against the enemy. And the Iranians are confused about what's going on. They don't know who is negotiating on their behalf. They don't know the name of this man that President Trump hinted to. They don't know this big present that has been given to the Americans today when the US president said it has arrived. They don't understand what it means, that present that has arrived. So it's a very strange situation here in Iran right now, really.
I mean, talking of presence, like the Americans were very clear, we are not going to hit Iran's energy infrastructure for the next 5 days. And now we're hearing reports of a strike in the vicinity of a nuclear plant.
Yeah, the Iranian Nuclear Energy Agency talked about that, but it did not really confirm that it was an American strike or an Israeli strike or whether it was really targeted at the facility itself. But they said that a projectile fell on the ground of the facility. It's a very important place. That's why it is interesting but this is the second time it happened. And the fear is that if there is a direct hit, because this is the only facility that is actually active and producing nuclear electricity from nuclear energy for Iran, and it has the conditions for a problem if it is directly hit because of the potential of nuclear radiation, and it is placed very close to some capitals in the Gulf region. So that's why any kind of attack on this facility is really can trigger a lot of alarm here in Iran. And as you said also, compared to or in light of that pledge by Donald Trump not to attack nuclear or power plants, then this little attack or this insignificant attack is drawing a lot of attention here in the country.
Mohammed Val, live for us there from Tehran. Now, Kuwait Civil Aviation Authority says a drone attack has started a fire at Kuwait International Airport. There are reports of damage, but no casualty. Malik Trainer is in Kuwait City. Malik, just tell us what we know so far.
Well, according to the Civil Aviation Authority here in Kuwait, the fuel tank was damaged due to a drone attack. I mean, just about 2.5, 3 hours ago, we heard the alarm sound in Kuwait. And usually, if anything does happen, we hear news from the authorities. And so, this just in the last couple of minutes, maybe 10 minutes, with the Civil Aviation Authority saying that the fire broke out at a fuel tank at the international airport. This isn't the first time that the Kuwait International Airport has been attacked. This is the third time since the war started. Last week, it was attacked and the radar was put out. The international airport here in Kuwait has suspended operations since the beginning of this war. No flights are going out. All flights have been redirected to Saudi Arabia. The Dammam airport is one of the airports that they've rerouted the flights to. Just last night, the Kuwaiti authorities, the alarm sounded here in Kuwait about 12 or 13 times. It was the most amount of warnings that have come out since the fighting started. 13 drones, six ballistic missiles were intercepted last night, according to authorities here. So just this shows that there is an escalation, but people here and across the region are hoping that some sort of diplomacy can be reached, some kind of negotiation. I mean, nobody here wants this to be a prolonged conflict. People want a swift end to the war. That's Malik Trainer live for us there from Kuwait City.
Now, Rob McBride is following developments in Israel from the Jordanian capital, Amman. You just heard about a strike there on Kuwait City, but Iran is also striking across Israel.
That's right. There were strikes being reported all through Tuesday. A lot of missile activity in the skies over Israel, and we're having a continuation, basically, of the same as we get into the early hours of Wednesday morning here. In fact, as we were coming on air, Israeli media were reporting that they were expecting sirens to be sounded once more in the southern city of Eilat, way down in the very furthest south of Israel, and also other surrounding areas in the south of Israel. In anticipation of missiles that have been detected taking off, being launched from Iran and being aimed at the south of the country. Alarms have been raised earlier around Eilat, as they had been also in the last few hours in the central and northern areas of Israel. One of the most serious incidents that have happened in the last wave of attacks came Tuesday evening in Tel Aviv, with the impact of a missile in the town of Bnei Barak. This is a satellite town very close to Tel Aviv, when a missile crashed into a residential area with 9 people reported injured, according to the ambulance service. 6 of those are children. But there were also alerts throughout Tuesday in all parts of Israel. Again, as we have had in previous days, a lot of the attacks have been concentrated in the north, where they contend not only with Iranian missiles, but often also coordinating with attacks by Hezbollah from southern Lebanon. And it's a rocket attack from southern Lebanon that was blamed for the death of a woman in her 30s that was caught out in the open. 2 other people were injured in that attack. Meanwhile, the Air Force is conducting an investigation into an earlier attack in Tel Aviv on Tuesday, when a missile landed in the city, causing extensive damage to surrounding buildings, also 4 people being injured, with the Air Force trying to investigate how this missile managed to avoid the multi-layered and sophisticated air defense system over major cities such as Tel Aviv. The authorities, despite claims by Iran, say it was a missile that has been intercepted before. It's not a new type of missile, but it's despite 4 attempts to intercept it, it managed to get through.
Rob McBride there, live for us from Amman. Now, the Israeli military has been intensifying its attacks across Lebanon, with heavy airstrikes and ground operations in its southern region. Now, recent attacks have specifically targeted bridges that link southern Lebanon to the rest of the country. Kulthum Sharif explains.
Israel has declared it wants to control large parts of southern Lebanon to create what it calls a buffer zone. Now, the Israeli defense minister says the military wants to occupy land right up to the Litani River. That's nearly 30 kilometers deep inside Lebanon. So it basically wants 1/10 of Lebanese land, from villages to fertile agricultural land. Now, the Israeli military has destroyed at least 6 bridges along the Litani River in less than 2 weeks. This includes the Kasmieh Bridge that connects capital Beirut further up to the southern largest city of Tyre. Now, the Israeli military accuses Hezbollah of using these bridges to move fighters and push weapons into southern Lebanon. It now wants to control the remaining bridges in the region. And in recent weeks, Israeli military has been issuing forced evacuation threats and has been demolishing homes in Lebanese villages along its border. Now, remember, this region is already devastated by Israeli attacks in the past 2 years, despite a ceasefire with Hezbollah. And the Israeli defense minister says those who've been forced to move will not be allowed to return south of the Litani River, which is a flashpoint between Israel and Hezbollah for decades. Now, it's a lifeline of Lebanon, supporting nearly 80% of arable land in the valley here and about 20% in southern Lebanon. Israeli attacks have forced more than 1 million people from their homes since early this month. That's roughly 1 in 5 people in Lebanon in what rights groups are calling a humanitarian catastrophe.
Now, Abeda Hito is live for us in the Lebanese capital. We've seen the tactic that Israel is using in southern Lebanon in that report, blowing up all those bridges. But still in Beirut, there are incidents taking place and evacuation orders being issued.
Absolutely. Here in Beirut, there was a forced evacuation order put into place by Israel earlier in the day. Since then, we've heard drones in the sky on and off. There was also drone activity over Beirut throughout the day. There was a strike about 8 kilometers outside of the capital in the Mount Lebanon region. Also, in the last several hours, there is ongoing activity in the south, as you mentioned, especially in the western district near Sidon, all the way south into Tyre. There have been ongoing strikes. We've got confirmation from the Lebanese Ministry of Health in the last hour that at least 4 people were killed in a strike in the Saida region. There is also an incident that took place in the south, in Halta. It is a border town between Lebanon and Israel, which is now actually under occupation by Israeli forces. It seems like there is a young man that was kidnapped and then a child that was killed as Israeli forces raided this town on the border. And so this is what's happening now in the area south of the Litani River. And it's actually becoming something that's very difficult to confirm because of how dangerous it is for even Lebanese people to reach these areas. Israeli army forces are telling people to leave these areas. And we heard from Katz today saying that Israel was going to occupy these areas and make sure they were safe from posing any threat to Israeli citizens before Lebanese people could return. So this is turning into a long-term situation in the south and is expanding significantly into areas around the capital and north of the Litani River as well.
Abeda Hito live for us there from Beirut. US President Donald Trump is claiming the war with Iran has been won, but markets are still reacting with caution. Investors are watching oil prices and wider economic signals closely as concerns grow about the longer-term impact on energy supplies and global inflation. Christine Salumi reports from New York.
When asked about Iran on Tuesday, President Donald Trump said the war has been won. But investors seem to be looking for more certainty here at the New York Stock Exchange, where oil prices ticked higher after Monday's 10% drop. Brent crude, the international benchmark, closed near $104 a barrel, and markets were volatile. But little changed from Monday, amid persistent fears that long-term disruptions to the oil and gas industry will lead to inflation for the region's customers and beyond. And there's warning signs in the bond market as well, where Treasury yields have been climbing. That makes borrowing more expensive for homes and businesses, another potential drag on the economy, and taken by many as a sign that the Federal Reserve, the U.S. Central Bank, won't be cutting interest rates again this year, something investors have been counting on. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, New York.
Now let's take a look at some of the other global news. The family...
Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. Here is the latest from Kuwait, which has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. Could you load for me, please? Kuwait has been hit. Here is the latest.
هناك حريق حاليا نحاول فرق الطوارئ والإطفاء السيطرة عليه. ما نعرفه أن طائرة مسيرة استهدفت خزانا للوقود. ليست المرة الأولى بالتأكيد، حسن نتحدث عن أكثر من 3 مرات تم
Hello Microdots, you are right about
خزانات الوقود.
Hello Microdots, you are right about that. Sadly, this is a very dangerous economic time.
فرق الطوارئ
Good to see you, sir.
والإطفاء السيطرة عليه. ما نعرفه أن طائرة مسيرة استهدفت خزانا للوقود. ليست المرة الأولى بالتأكيد، حسن نتحدث عن أكثر من 3 مرات تم استهداف فيها مطار الكويت وتحديدا خزانات الوقود داخل مطار الكويت. وطبعا في المرة السابقة استغرقت عملية إخماد هذا الحريق والسيطرة عليه نحو 6 ساعات، وشاركت فيها 3 فرق إطفاء أو 6 فرق إطفاء حتى في ذلك ذلك الوقت. إذا نحن نتحدث الآن عن هجوم مماثل جديد على مطار الكويت استهدف خزان للوقود. حاليا بينما أحدثك حسنا فرق الإنقاذ الطارئ تحاول السيطرة على هذا الحريق. أعمدة الدخان تعلو من أطراف مطار الكويت، ليست المرة الأولى كما ذكرنا، وكانت هيئة الطيران المدني الكويتي قد توجهت يوم أمس بشكوى لهيئة الطيران المدني الدولي إيكاو، ووجهت في هذه الشكوى احتجاجات على ما تقوم به إيران من انتهاكات مستمرة للأجواء الكويتية ومن استهداف أيضا للمطار ولمرافق المطار وتعريض شركات الطيران العاملة في المطار وحتى الركاب للخطر إثر هذه الاستهدافات المتكررة للمطار. بالعموم حسن هذه الاستهدافات طبعا هذا الاستهداف جرى قبل حوالي نحو ساعة من الآن حين سمعنا صفارات الإنذار، وكانت وزارة الدفاع قد أشارت إلى أنها تعترض هجوم بطائرات مسيرة وصواريخ اقتحمت أجواء الكويت.
Kuwait has been hit. All right, Kuwait has definitely been hit. It looks like it was at the airport. Here's the latest. Here's the latest from Al Arabia. Kuwait handling a fire resulting from targeting drones at fuel tank at Kuwaiti airport.
من هذه الأخبار العاجلة الواردة من الكويت الآن تتحدث عن التعامل مع حريق جراء استهداف مسيرات لخزان وقود بمطار الكويت، وتتحدث أيضا عن أضرار مادية جراء حريق في خزان وقود بمطار الكويت. طبعا قبل ساعة من الآن كان هناك بيان للجيش الكويتي يتحدث فيه بأنه يتصدى لهجمات صاروخية وأيضا مسيرات. الآن الحديث عن التعامل مع حريق جراء استهداف مسيرات لخزان وقود بمطار الكويت.
All right, I have the footage from the ground in Kuwait now. Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. Here's the latest from on the ground in Kuwait, which has been hit. This is Jordan. A piece of shrapnel has fallen in the Jordanian capital. You're looking now at the Jordanian capital of Amman. Hashtag save the goats. Thank you, Miss Clutch. Hashtag save the goats. You're looking now at the latest on Towel News. It is Grant Smith Ellis reporting to you live from Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, where you're now getting the latest look from on the ground in Amman, Jordan, the Jordanian capital, right next to Israel, between Iran and Israel. Yes, shrapnel has fallen in the Jordanian capital. You are looking live now, probably 10 to 20 minutes ago, where shrapnel has fallen in the Jordanian capital. That is the shrapnel. It is burning on the ground. I'm sorry to laugh, but at least it didn't hurt any people. But, you know, I guess I'm the person who shows you the shrapnel on the ground in the Jordanian capital of Amman. Somebody's got to show it to you, you know what I'm saying? Where else but Towel News? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Towel News Network. It's 7:26 p.m. Eastern War Time, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. It is 2:26 a.m. in Israel and South Africa, Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. It is 3:56 a.m. in Tehran, Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Thank you all for your support of this channel. Cash App, Venmo, with PayPal. I'm supposed to do reminders every hour. I've done like 3 reminders in 5 hours. Someone asked me earlier, do you do this by yourself? Yes, it's just me. So yeah, if you want to feed me, like help me live. I have a bunch of towel moms and like towel dads and like towels, like family members and towel Grammys. Hi, towel Grammy Linda. And they help me. This is the latest scenes from Kuwait. Kuwait has been hit. No. God protect the people of Kuwait. Kuwait is a country. Those are the Kuwaitis. They're very concerned that they've been hit. Okay? This is the only footage I have from Kuwait. Oh no! Oh no, one of the rockets entered the home of a Kuwaiti citizen. Oh no, the Kuwaitis are under attack. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Tower News. I repeat, I'm going to take you now live more from Kuwait. I repeat, the Kuwaitis are under attack. Oh no. The Kuwaitis have been hit. I repeat, the Kuwaitis have been hit. I hope no one was hurt. I've never been to Kuwait. I don't know what it's like there. The Kuwaitis have been hit. Thank you, Triple Bob. Iraq? Well, Iraq. Which part of Iraq? Like the Blood Guardians? They already kind of did join the war. Do you mean like Iraq, the government joined against Iran? That's a big deal. Thank you, Triple Bob, for the donation reminder. I put the links in the chat. God bless you to all people who support Towel Stream. Hashtag save the ghost. Hashtag feed towel. I'll let you know if it becomes an emergency. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you know, some donations would be helpful this week. I only ask if I really need them. I'll let you know. Sometimes if it gets really bad and we don't get them, someone bails me out. I think we probably do need some donations this week. So if you're out there and you're listening, we're not in an emergency, but tomorrow it probably will become an emergency. And then I have to get a rental car, and I just don't have the ability to do it. So any help you can send this week, God bless you. And then I'll send an emergency message if I have to. It always makes me feel like I'm not going to fall through the cracks. You're looking live at Towel News. From Towel News at the latest from Kuwait. There have been hits in Kuwait. This is from earlier. There was also a hit at the airport. This was the earlier hit, and then there was a hit at the airport. This is Kuwait, which has been hit. Kuwait has been hit. Kuwait has been hit. I'm going to show you the hit, I'm now going to show you a network of underground tunnels across Iran. Okay, this is a network of underground tunnels across Iran. So this is a network of tunnels allegedly across Iran. I've never been in there. I don't know what the rock looks like. I don't know if that's real. This is allegedly a network of tunnels across Iran. Apparently they build blast doors in the tunnel. No update on the gunfire at MBS's palace yesterday, Ifti Ahmad. Oh, God bless you, Celtic Towel, Grammy Towel Linda. That would be very helpful. And then tomorrow, I'll see how I'm looking, and then I will hope. Like I've been doing really good. I haven't had to ask for emergency aid for like 10 days. We've been doing good. We're almost at the end of the month. I just pray every day it's going to be okay. But yeah, God bless you, Celtic Grammy Linda. You are wonderful. This is a network of tunnels apparently under Iran. I've never been to Iran, so I don't know. I don't really know what the tunnels are for, or why this footage got out, or who's down there, or why they're down there. So they have a pretty, I don't know what they built down there or what the tunnels are about, but here's their tunnels. They seem to have a lot of tunnels. Mrs. Rockstar, it's because I have a car that's supposed to be given to me, but there's like this fight over it, so I can't, I could lease another car, I guess, and just end the lease early, but I'm worried that would cause, higher penalties. Maybe that's what I'll do, though, but, I had a car that I was using for school, and then as soon as I got a job after school ended, my mom took my car away. It was really bad. She tried to cause me to go bankrupt because she's on a different side than me in the Karen Reed case. I think Karen was framed now, and she kind of is close to the state police. So she tried to sabotage me financially, and then I fell really behind. And then now, I can't, the car that's mine is not being given to me due to this complex thing. And then it's unrelated to that first car. And so I have to go day to day with a rental. I might just start a lease. If I can, get the time Thursday to do it, maybe I'll try to start a lease. But right now, the easiest thing for me is just a cheap rental day to day, which is what I'm doing. And it's frustrating because, like, that's how, like, I get to the doctor and all this stuff. And, like, it's, I don't know, I'm just, like, helpless, kind of. But, like, you all are very good to me. And, like, spread out across all of you that watch, like, I'm able to go day to day. But, yeah, like, I have a negative net worth. And I'm proud of that. I never want to lose sight of the people I'm trying to help. I always want to know the value of $1. And, like, I never want to have more than I need. I wouldn't like that. I would hate that. Like, I always want to know, like, what it's like to not have no money, to have no money at all. I like that. I very much prefer just having enough to live. It's a weird way to live, but, like, I'm autistic, so I don't understand money. And anyway, it's very baffling to me. Like, I wish I could just, like, preach and, like, teach people things for food and supplies, but that's not really how the world works. So some people kind of, like, mediate it for me by just, like, donating to me as I need it. Never abuse it. I never use it on anything I don't, like, need to do my work and, like, live and, like, my medication and my getting to the doctor and all that stuff and food. And God knows I don't eat enough, but I try, and God bless all of you for helping me. I was showing you some underground caves in Iran, and then also telling you why, like, I would die on donations. But yeah, like, the thing with, like, the Karen Reed case, like, my dad died this year, God rest his soul, and, like, my mom was my only support left, and then when I, like, started finding out about, like, the cover-up of the Karen Reed case, she abandoned me. Then Towel Mom Lynn became my, like, adoptive mom. And I like that. So, yeah. It's a little depressing to think about. But I just want to do my work. I don't know. I have, like, a very, like, complex but simple mind. I think autistic people are kind of, like, I don't know. Emotionally, I'm developing a little more. I'm probably at, like, 24 emotionally. But, like, executive function-wise, I'm still kind of like a kid. I don't really understand, like, budgets. Like, I have a good support team, but I don't understand, like, budgets or money or, like, checkbooks or, like, bills or, like, cars or, like, inspection stickers. Those things are very complicated to me. I have to think about them a lot. Like, doing, like, one of those things, everyone thinks I'm just good at everything. I'm not. Like, I'm a good reporter, I suppose, but I'm not good enough to, like, do, like, simple human things. That's very complicated. So anyway, you all do those things. I'm just amazed by you. You have such amazing skills, and I think you all are just geniuses. But then you all think I'm very smart in the area of, like, what is it? Analytical intelligence. So, you know, we complement each other well. But yeah, your donations keep me alive, and I'm grateful for that. Let's check back in with Al
Unlikely that most
Jazeera.
Israelis would welcome it. Then what has it achieved? Will Iran be...
I'm going to listen to analysis
for the people
segment.
who make up this flotilla. 3 months long U.S. fuel blockade that has increased nationwide blackouts and almost paralyzed air traffic with the rest of the world.
I've been an activist.
Lisiane Proenza says she was moved when she was finally able to approach Cuba.
When we started seeing Cuba last night, I got really emotional because just like the Palestinians need, Cuba needs it.
Next month, she'll join hundreds of others in Barcelona for a new attempt to reach Gaza. This flotilla, by comparison, is modest, and as its members concede, its contents just a drop in the ocean compared to Cuba's critical needs for food, medicine, and fuel. But at a time when the U.S. president is vowing to take over Cuba when he is, quote, finished with Iran, the flotilla's principal goal is to show that the Caribbean island is not alone. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Havana.
Now we're going to take a short break, but stay with us. Inside Story will be looking at the impact of the war against Iran on Israel. And don't forget, keep up on aljazeera.com and look for us on all your social media channels.
This is actually very much what I wanted to listen to, because I want to know what Israelis, at least the ones that would talk to Al Jazeera, are thinking. And it looks like all the last waves were intercepted except for Jerusalem, but I can't get you any information about the hits right now. Stick with me. God bless you, Marsha, my dear friend. You are super talented.
Hello again, I'm James Bays. Iran's attacks have been hitting Israel, evading the David Sling and Iron Dome missile defense systems, frequently touted as the best in the world. A long-time political ambition to attack Iran has become reality for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu twice during US President Donald Trump's second term. But it's coming at a cost, with attacks on Israel hitting home. The impact of Netanyahu's decision to take Israel to war against Iran is also being felt far.
The Kuwait airport is on fire. Breaking in to tell you the Kuwait airport is on fire. Breaking in to tell you the Kuwait airport is on fire. Also, thank you. One, we support all sides and innocents, and we pray for all those in the way of this conflict, and also hashtag save the goats. I'm going to show you at Kuwait. I'm going to show you Kuwait airport right now, which is on fire. I repeat, Kuwait airport is on fire. I repeat, Kuwait airport is on fire. What currency is RON? Romanian. Oh. All right. So one is Romanian. He just may not speak perfect English. One, I'm going to work with you. Don't worry about the money. One, you really don't have to like send super chats. Like, God bless you. Like, I support you. Like, you don't, like, I know, like, it's important to you. Like, that you have, like, that you feel that I'll, like, defend you. It has nothing to do with your viewpoint. It's just, like, what you're saying when I'm not looking in chat, okay? So you don't have to send super chats. Like, I would extend this level of compassion to anyone who was, like, you know, feeling sad. But if it's, like, just a language barrier because you're from, like, Romania, yeah, we can get through that. Of course, I'll learn Romanian if I have to. But if it's, like, you're trolling, you know, like, I'm not trolling, you're trolling, I am boxy, you see? But anyway, I've never been to Romania, so I hope it's a nice country, one. One thing, one is going to single-handedly help us reach our super chat goal as we look at pictures of Kuwait. Oh, alert! Alert! Rocket fire in the north. You're going to hear the ringing. Rocket fire at Kirachimona from Hezbollah. Rocket fire in the north. You're looking at Kuwait airport. Someone is zooming in and zooming out very fast. I'm sorry for that. I'm just going to pause this. That's Kuwait airport. It's on fire. Oh, there's a lot of rocket fire in the north. You're seeing the map update behind me. Hi, KDK. God bless you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my dad was named Frederick Ellis. He was a very good lawyer in Massachusetts, and a lot of people liked him. He was a good man. I miss him very much. Okay. There are alerts in Israel. Thank you. One again, please. If you like, if you have lots of money, that's fine. But like, if it's gonna take food off your table, please, it will make me feel guilty. Like, it will. I know you're showing your support, but as long as you have the capacity to do it, okay. But if it takes food off your table, I will feel incredibly guilty. I'll run a fundraiser for you. Hello, T.A. Sarah. Oh, that's okay, Celtic Linda. It's the thought that counts. God bless you, Celtic Grammy Linda. I didn't look up the conversion rate. I just wanted to find out what that currency was. Those were the rocket attacks in the north you just heard buzzing away. Normally when this starts, it's a bunch of rounds. Iran got really offended earlier today. Someone did something bad to Iran. They only tend to do that when they're offended. I'm not sure who offended them or why, but they have like shot missiles at a lot of people. I'm going to let you listen to Al Jazeera. I want to learn a little bit about the impact of this war inside Israel, so we're going to listen to Al Jazeera for a second, and I'm going to see if I can get you more hits. I don't know why this has happened, but Iran felt taunted by Mr. President's speech, and so they responded by I want to just listen. What did Mr. President say that caused Iran to get so mad? I don't know what Mr. President could have said. Here's the CBS News coverage of it live. I really don't know what he could have said, but it made Iran very mad. Like, they fired missiles almost immediately. They fired missiles during this speech. Oh, you all are so kind. Let's take a listen. I don't know what Mr. President said.
From the White House, where just a short time ago, President Donald Trump began taking questions following the swearing in of Senator Mark Wayne Mullen as the next Secretary of Homeland Security. Let's take a listen.
You know, we have the safest border we've ever had. We have a lot of assets, but a lot of things we can do, and we're going to do. We have to get criminals out of our country that were allowed in by Biden. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you support what appears to be emerging agreement coming out of the Senate to reopen DHS?
Well, I'm going to look at it.
This was
I'm
earlier.
Take a good hard look at it. I want to support Republicans, and you know, sometimes it's awfully hard to get votes when you have Democrats that don't want to have voter ID. They don't want to have proof of citizenship. They don't want to do anything about men playing in women's sports. That's one of the items we put on, you know. And I did that just because it's so popular. You know, they say that's at least an 80-20 issue. No, it's about a 99-1. I don't think it's, what do you think, Pete? Do you think it's 80-20? Who's closer, 80-20 or 99-1?
Almost 100.
Yeah, I think 100 is really the, so, you know, so I support that, and I support common sense.
Would you be comfortable with a deal that involves separating ICE funding from the DHS funding package in order to reopen?
Well, they're working on all of that. You know, that's a detail that they'll explain later. Please.
Integrity and DHS measures. Mr. President, since CISA falls under DHS, and given that many credible voices have raised concerns over its premature and possibly likely faulty 2020 election assessment, will you and Secretary Mullen implement reforms at CISA and at DHS to ensure full confidence in future elections, like in the upcoming?
We'll talk about it, you know, pros and cons. Look, they used it to try and put me in prison, right? So I can't be thrilled with it. They use that very strongly, very illegally. The Democrats are thugs, and I don't want to say that. It would be nice to everyone get along, but it's a different country than it was years ago. It was very dangerous the way they used it. And they weaponized government. They used that to weaponize government. So I'm not thrilled, but I'll also go along with two groups of people, the military, and I think the military likes it, right? And I'll go along with the senators. I'm fine. But I was a big victim of it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it. And the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant. It collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
What do you think was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something that happened?
The fact that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
How do you ensure they won't have a nuclear
Your former Border Patrol chief, Greg Bobino, said his only regret is that he didn't catch more illegal aliens. What's your reaction to that?
Who said that?
That's your former Border Patrol chief. He just retired.
Well, I mean, we captured a lot. They were allowed into the country by Sleepy Joe and that group of incompetent people that were, he was the worst president ever, the group of incompetent people. To me, that's the biggest scar. Inflation, they caused the highest inflation we've ever had. We've already gotten rid of it. The biggest scar is what they did, the people that they allowed from prisons all over the world. They came from the Congo, from all over South America. Rough people, really tough people. So, no, I understand what he means. He says, he would have liked to have captured more. I'm not capturing so much as removing. We're removing thousands of people. And many are self-deporting because we're going after them so powerfully that they're self-deporting, Tom. Going back, I think that's one of the big unkept secrets. We have thousands and thousands of people, and they're self-deporting. They're going back to where they came from. But what we want really is the criminals. We're really focused on those criminals, getting them out. Yeah.
What's your message right now to Democrats and also to Americans that are stuck in airports? It's really devastating watching it online because Democrats won't fund DHS.
What's devastating?
What's your message to Americans right now stuck in airports as we speak because Democrats won't
Well,
fund
they just don't, they won't. Look, this is a deal that was done, the great big beautiful deal, which gave you the biggest tax cuts ever, including no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security for the seniors. Think of it, no tax on overtime, tax deductions when you buy a car, you take money, you pay interest on the money.
Kunapi, hello. I'm waiting for updates on the hit at Kuwait's airport, the missile fired over Jerusalem, and then also the bombing of the U.S. consulate in Erbil. 4 rounds of missiles were intercepted, thankfully, heading towards Eilat. I have no confirmed reports of any hits, which I suppose is itself an update, although it's hard to confirm a negative. So I'd say right now, I have high confidence there weren't huge impacts in the south, but I'm a little bit worried about Jerusalem. I do not have updates at the time. Furthermore, Kuwait's airport is burning, but I only have one video of it. I do not know what was hit at Kuwait's airport, but it's caused a big fire. Thirdly, the U.S. consulate in Erbil is taking a lot of very heavy hits, as is Iran in general. I have some early footage from Iran, but it is very sort of pixelated and edited because it's like OPSEC, so I don't know if it shows the hits. There is an area in Tehran that has been struck. It's in the west of the city. I don't have an exact geolocation. That's the most up-to-date information I have. I do not believe, from what I can see, that the missiles, the first 3 rounds from the last 2 or 3 hours from Iran towards Israel, hit Eilat. I have no confirmation they did. I heard they were headed there. Multiple reports of the most recent round in Jerusalem having led to impacts, but also I don't have any confirmed on the ground views from Jerusalem telling me that has happened, so I won't confirm it. The newest update, though, that I want to analyze is Iran launched this wave immediately as Mr. President Trump was speaking. For 3 hours after he spoke, they fired. So I want to hear what he said that infuriated them, because they got very mad.
Deduct it. We've never had that for people buying cars. If it's an American car, only if it's an American car. But they are just they stick together, the Democrats. I tell you, I give them great credit for that. We have some that they're not good stickers. We have guys like Tom Massey in Congress, who's terrible. He's just terrible person. I call him Rand Paul Jr. But they don't vote. Rand Paul, rarely votes for stuff. Likes me, says I'm a great president. He said the other day, I'm a great president, one of the greatest presidents. But I said, do me a favor, vote for us and don't call me a great. I'd rather have the vote than the statement. But we have people that don't stick together, and those people hopefully will someday be gone. The thing I most respect about the Democrats, even on horrible policy, they stick together. What they do have, though, is horrible policy. Transgender for everyone, open borders, men and women's sports. They have the worst policy that you can imagine. And so whether they stick together or not, they have just this terrible policy. We have great policy. Republicans have great policy. We have common sense policy, but it's great policy. That's our biggest advantage, is our policy is correct. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Say it.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah,
God bless you. We hit our goal. Goat videos coming up. God bless you. We hit our goal. Goat videos coming up.
A little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 100...
They shot 100 missiles at the Lincoln? What happened to the Ford?
And one missile shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. It's pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking about recently? 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting are the coolest cucumbers ever. You know, most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this. They're not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, you know, because these were powerful. These were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world, yeah.
Mr. President, what would be your message today to the TSA agents who have been staying home in recent days amid this impasse?
Well, some of them are needing money, you know, because the Democrats cut off their money. I blame the Democrats more than anything else. But some of them, you know, they didn't get paid because they're not funded by the Democrats. This is a Democrat problem. In fact, I actually said to the Senate, why would you say this is a Democrat problem? I think the polls are showing it's a Democrat problem. And they'll do anything actually to hurt our country so they can try and win the midterms. And if we ever went back to our old policies, we wouldn't have a country left.
If they get a deal, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, to fund all but enforcement operations of ICE, to get those TSA agents repaid and to open up the rest of the department, would you sign that?
Well, I don't want to comment until I see the deal. But as you know, they're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close. But I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it. These guys came in, they wouldn't pay people. You know, they had a deal to pay. They had to break their deal. The Democrats broke the deal that we had. It was all done. Everything was fine. And then they just said, well, we're not going to pay anymore. And they hurt our country. And at a very difficult time because, you know, we are at, as they would say, a war. They call it a war. I call it a military operation, a very successful one, successful like nobody's ever seen before. Hey, Venezuela was equally as successful. That's a great thing. No, the Democrats had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they said, well, we're not going to pay. And so a lot of people suffered over that and put our country in danger. You have another question? You haven't been here in a while.
Well, on Iran, can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people, they're not children. I spoke to most of them. They sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that. But let's see how they turn it on. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother?
Why do you say that Why do you say, what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me, we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was...
in the swearing in, or I think you're just hearing me now. You've been listening to the...
No, don't cut in. No, don't cut in. Don't ever do that. American networks are terrible. Bro, you're creating a permanent record. I'm talking to CBS. And listen, I don't know what's going on over there at CBS, but like I heard they were like more pro-President Trump. Now, it doesn't matter what your ideological purview is. If you're gonna do it, take the whole thing. I need the record. Do you understand? I'm not there to listen to you talk about it. If you're gonna air it, take it in full, create a record, upload it. Don't cut it. Ugh, really frustrates me. Like, you're either going to report the news as news, or like, why give me, like, cut it when he starts moving on to another topic, fine. But why are you cutting him off, Mr. President, off mid-sentence? Here's the latest from the IRGC. So that was the latest from Mr. President a few hours ago. That really upset the Iranians. They bombed a bunch of places in Israel immediately after, and Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, and Erbil in Iraq. Here's the latest from the IRGC.
Translated from Arabic. Urgent. Spokesperson for the central headquarters of the Seal of the Prophets, Ibrahim al-Zafa, in a message to the Arab and Islamic world. The time has come to establish a security alliance without the United States and Israel. The American and Israeli aggression against Iran reflects a new phase, and that Iran stands at the forefront of defending the Islamic nation. And we must not rely on external powers and return to the teachings of the Quran. Now, the countries of the region do not need distant countries to ensure their security, but rather they may create a collective security system. Iran's readiness to establish a security and military alliance with the countries of the region without the presence of the United States and the Zionist entity.
All right, here's it in Farsi, and while you're listening to it in Farsi, I'll try to translate it and make it with captions.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إلى أخوة المسلمين في العالم العربي. شهد العالم الإسلامي هذا العام عيد فطر مغايرا لما عهده في الأعوام السابقة، إذ أدنا لنشهد عدوانا إجراميا جديدا شنه الإسرائيليون والأمريكيون على إيران بوصف حدثا مهما في العالم الإسلامي، ذلك البلد الذي ظل على الدوام في تليعة المدافعين عن الأمة الإسلامية في وجه العدوان الظالم، ولا سيما ما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني المظلوم. كان الوقت قد حان اليوم لكي نعود نحن المسلمين إلى كلام الله تعالى في القرآن الكريم، فلا تتخذوا منهم أولياء حتى يهاجروا في سبيل الله، فإن تولوا فخذوهم واقتلوهم حيث وجدتموهم ولا تتخذوا منهم وليا ولا نصيرا. فالله تبارك وتعالى قد نهى المسلمين صراحة أن يسلموا زمام أمورهم إلى الكافرين، فأمرنا ألا نعلق آمالنا على أعداء الله ورسوله في هذا الشأن، وإننا بوصفنا حضارة إسلامية ضاربة الجذور وعالما موحدا متمسكا قوامه الإسلام ومرجعه القرآن. ينبغي لنا أن نقف على أقدامنا بأنفسنا وقفة حاسمة فاصلة كي نضمن مستقبلنا وسعادة أجيالنا القادمة. أيها الإخوة المسلمون، إننا لا نحتاج البتة من أجل ضمان أمن منطقتنا إلى دولة تبعد عنا آلاف كيلومترات. لا نحتاج إلى دولة تنظر على حد تصريحها هي إلى البلدان الإسلامية على أنها بقرة حلوب، ولا نحتاج إلى دولة تجعل أمن إسرائيل ومصالحها أول الآخرة ثم تضحي بسائر البلدان في سبيل ذلك، ولا نحتاج إلى دولة تنظر إلى المسلمين على أنهم كائنات لا قيمة لها، ولا ترى فيهم إلا ما تختزنه أرضهم من ثروات ونفط وغاز فأي خير جلبت لكم أمريكا وقواعدها في المنطقة ولو أنكم اليوم تعرضتم لعدوان جيش الكيان الصهيوني فهل سيطلق الأمريكيون رصاصة واحدة دفاعا عنكم؟ إننا نحن المسلمين جميعا لا نزال نذكر جيدا كيف أن التحالفات السورية الحشد من جهة وافتقاد قوة دائمة ذات عمق استراتيجي واستغلال تسليحي من جهة أخرى كان سببا في هزيمة العرب أمام الكيان المحتل في حربي عام 1967 و 1973. أما اليوم فإن إيران بوفائها بذلك الوعد الصادق وبكسرها الصورة الوهمية لعدم قابلية أمريكا والكيان الصهيوني الحزيمة قد حققت الحلم الذي راود المسلمين طويلا ومن هنا فإن منطق العقلانية السياسة ذاته يقتضي أن نسعى في ظل النظام الذي يتشكل في المنطقة إلى إقامة اتحاد أمني شامل. إن علينا أن نتحد معا من أجل انضمان أمننا وإن نمضي إلى ميثاق للأمن الجماعي يقوم على الإسلام والقرآن مرجعا ومحورا وأساسا راسخا. فكيف صار التحالف بين دول مسلمة ودولة مستكبرة كافرة أيسر من اتحاد المسلمين فيما بينهم؟ إن البعد عن القرآن الكريم وتعاليمه هو أصل المصائب التي حلت بالعالم الإسلامي اليوم. وإن الجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية تعلن استعدادها لإقامة اتحاد أمني وعسكري في المنطقة من دون حضور الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والكيان الصهيوني الغاصب. ولا ننسى قول الله تعالى في محكم كتابه أنه قال الرحمن الرحيم. إلى أخوة المسلمين في العالم العربي، شهد العالم الإسلامي هذا العام عيد فطر مغايرا لما عهده في الأعوام السابقة. عدنا لنشهد عدوانا إجراميا جديدا شنه الإسرائيليون والأمريكيون على إيران بوصفها ركنا مهما في العالم الإسلامي، ذلك البلد الذي ظل على الدوام في تليعة المدافعين عن الأمة الإسلامية في وجه العدوان الظالم، ولا سيما ما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني المظلوم. فقد أثبت صدق انتسابه إلى هذا النهج ببذل أزكى الدماء وأغلاها، ولا سيما في حربين مباشرتين وجها لوجه. غير أن الوقت قد حان اليوم لكي نعود نحن المسلمين إلى كلام الله تعالى في القرآن الكريم: فلا تتخذوا منهم أولياء حتى يهاجروا في سبيل الله، فإن تولوا فخذوهم واقتلوهم حيث وجدتموهم ولا تتخذوا منهم وليا ولا نصيرا. فالله تبارك وتعالى قد نهى المسلمين صراحة أن يسلموا زمام أمورهم إلى الكافرين، فأمرنا ألا نعلق آمالنا على أعداء الله ورسوله في هذا الشأن. وإننا بوصفنا حضارة إسلامية ضاربة الجذور وعالما موحدا متمسكا قوامه الإسلام ومرجعه القرآن، ينبغي لنا أن نقف على أقدامنا بأنفسنا وقفة حمة فاصلة كي نضمن مستقبلنا وسعادة أجيالنا القادمة. أيها الإخوة المسلمون، إننا لا نحتاج البتة من أجل ضمان أمن منطقتنا إلى دولة تبعد عنا آلاف كيلومترات. لا نحتاج إلى دولة تنظر على حد تصريحها هي إلى البلدان الإسلامية على أنها بقرة حلوب، ولا نحتاج إلى دولة تجعل أمن إسرائيل ومصالحها أول همها وآخره ثم تضحي بسائر البلدان في سبيل ذلك. ولا نحتاج إلى دولة تنظر إلى المسلمين على أنهم كائنات لا قيمة لها، ولا ترى فيهم إلا ما تختزنه أرضهم من ثروات ونفط وغاز. فأي خير جلبته لكم أمريكا وقواعدها في المنطقة؟ ولو أنكم اليوم تعرضتم لعدوان جيش الكيان الصهيوني فهل سيطلق الأمريكيون رصاصة واحدة دفاعا عنكم؟ إننا نحن المسلمين جميعا لا نزال نذكر جيدا كيف أن التحالفات السورية الحشد من جهة وافتقاد قوة دائمة ذات عمق استراتيجي واستغلال تسليحي من جهة أخرى كان سببا في هزيمة العرب أمام الكيان المحتل في حربي عام 1967 و 1973. أما اليوم فإن إيران بوفائها بذلك الوعد الصادق فبكسرها صورة الوهمية لعدم قابلية أمريكا والكيان الصهيوني الحزيمة قد حققت الحلم الذي راود المسلمين طويلا. فمن هنا إن منطق العقلانية السياسة ذاته يقتضي أن نسعى في ظل النظام الذي يتشكل في المنطقة إلى إقامة اتحاد أمني شامل. إن علينا أن نتحد معا من أجل انضمان أمننا، فإن نمضي إلى ميثاق للأمن الجماعي يقوم على الإسلام والقرآن مرجعا ومحورا وأساسا راسخا، فكيف صار التحالف بين دول مسلمة ودولة مستكبرة كافرة أيسر من اتحاد المسلمين فيما بينهم؟ إن البعد عن القرآن الكريم وتعاليمه هو أصل المصائب التي حلت بالعالم الإسلامي اليوم. وإن الجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية تعلن استعدادها على إقامة اتحاد أمني عسكري في المنطقة من دون حضور الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والكيان الصهيوني الغاصب. ولا ننسى قول الله تعالى في محكم كتابه أنه قال: ولا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay. I think they're proposing a new regional alliance with them at the head of it. Okay. Well then. Thank you very much, Mr. Iranian man. I should probably upload that in English. That was pretty bad. Oh, that's not good. I'd like to export it, with like as an MP4 with a video with subtitles. I'm gonna do that now. So yeah, that was weird. You just saw that playing, and now I'm gonna upload it to Twitter, because he's proposing like a new regional alliance. So let me just show you. I'll play it for you again after I upload it. Let me show you like process. So I'm like a one-man newsroom. So I just did that on my own, right? Like I translated those. Like I had to use like help with a bot to translate the Farsi, but I made the subtitles by myself, encoded them, and now I go over here. New. Here is, and then I'm going to summarize it because I did the report. Here is the latest statement from Iran, from the IRGC in Iran. They are proposing a regional alliance based in Tehran. The IRGC makes direct appeals to the Arab world in the Gulf region who are currently supporting America and Israel. I am starting to wonder if this spokesman is AI. He's definitely a real spokesman for the IRGC, but it's cut so weird. It's just so odd. Everything about it is just so odd. I'll show you it again with the English scripts after I upload it. This is the latest from the IRGC. I don't think they have a man making these. I swear, they're just putting statements into an AI. They get them out so fast. Like almost like incredibly fast, okay? Now, here's what you do. I got to make sure the subtitles are on the file, but you rip it, right? And then you make sure the subtitles are there. I'll show you the speech again. It's wild. Okay, then you upload this file. It shouldn't take that long. You just kind of let it upload. It's like a 10 megabyte file, so it should upload very quick. You let it process after it gets to 50. I'm showing you how to compile news for reporting. So you get the source file in Farsi. It was out 20 minutes ago. You upload it. You can use whatever service you want. Try to get a free one with credits, which I have. I try never to pay for them, but sometimes you need them for the work that I do, which is another expense I end up taking on, but I don't really care. I just do the work, and when I run out of money, I ask for help. So if you want to know what is an expense a newsroom runs into, one of them would be paying for translations. I can do 40 minutes a month for free, but after that I have to pay for it. So now I've put it up on Twitter. Right now you can watch the entire thing again with subtitles that I uploaded before you watch like a special preview from within the file, like my actual editing program I was using to generate these. Now this is the raw file that I have uploaded to Twitter, and you can watch what the rest of the world will watch. You saw it first.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إلى أخوة المسلمين في العالم العربي، شهد العالم الإسلامي هذا العام عيد فطر مغايرا لما عهده في الأعوام السابقة، إذ عدنا لنشهد عدوانا إجراميا جديدا شنه الإسرائيليون والأمريكيون على إيران بوصفها ركنا مهما في العالم الإسلامي، ذلك البلد الذي ظل على الدوام في تليعة المدافعين عن الأمة الإسلامية في وجه العدوان الظالم، ولا سيما ما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني المظلوم، فقد أثبت صدق انتسابه إلى هذا النهج ببذل أزكى الدماء وأغلاها، ولا سيما في حربين مباشرتين وجها لوجه، غير أن الوقت قد حان اليوم لكي نعود نحن المسلمين إلى كلام الله تعالى في القرآن الكريم: فلا تتخذوا منهم أولياء حتى يهاجروا في سبيل الله، فإن تولوا فخذوهم واقتلوهم حيث وجدتموهم ولا تتخذوا منهم وليا ولا نصيرا. فالله تبارك وتعالى قد نهى المسلمين صراحة أن يسلموا زمام أمورهم إلى الكافرين، فأمرنا ألا نعلق آمالنا على أعداء الله ورسوله في هذا الشأن، وإننا بوصفنا حضارة إسلامية ضاربة الجذور وعالما موحدا متمسكا قوامه الإسلام ومرجعه القرآن، ينبغي لنا أن نقف على أقدامنا بأنفسنا وقفة حاسمة فاصلة كي نضمن مستقبلنا وسعادة أجيالنا القادمة. أيها الإخوة المسلمون، إننا لا نحتاج البتة من أجل ضمان أمن منطقتنا إلى دولة تبعد عنا آلاف الكيلومترات، لا نحتاج إلى دولة تنظر على حد تصريحها هي إلى البلدان الإسلامية على أنها بقرة حلوب، ولا نحتاج إلى دولة تجعل أمن إسرائيل ومصالحها أول همها وآخره ثم تضحي بسائر البلدان في سبيل ذلك، ولا نحتاج إلى دولة تنظر إلى المسلمين على أنهم كائنات لا قيمة لها ولا ترى فيهم إلا ما تختزنه أرضهم من ثروات ونفط وغاز. فأي خير جلبته لكم أمريكا وقواعدها في المنطقة؟ ولو أنكم اليوم تعرضتم لعدوان جيش الكيان الصهيوني، فهل سيطلق الأمريكيون رصاصة واحدة دفاعا عنكم؟ إننا نحن المسلمين جميعا لا نزال نذكر جيدا كيف أن تحالفات سورية الحشد من جهة وافتقاد قوة دائمة ذات عمق استراتيجي واستغلال تسليحي من جهة أخرى كان سببا في هزيمة العرب أمام الكيان المحتل في حربي عام 1967 و 1973. أما اليوم فإن إيران بوفائها بذلك الوعد الصادق وبكسرها الصورة الوهمية لعدم قضية أمريكا والكيان الصهيوني الحزيمة قد حققت الحلم الذي راود المسلمين طويلا، ومن هنا فإن منطق العقلانية سياسة ذاته يقتضي أن نسعى في ظل النظام الذي يتشكل في المنطقة إلى إقامة اتحاد أمني شامل. إن علينا أن نتحد معا من أجل ضمان أمننا، وإن نمضي إلى ميثاق للأمن الجماعي يقوم على الإسلام والقرآن مرجعا ومحورا وأساسا راسخا، فكيف صار التحالف بين دول مسلمة ودولة مستكبرة كافرة أيسر من اتحاد المسلمين فيما بينهم؟ إن البعد عن القرآن الكريم وتعاليمه هو أصل المصائب التي حلت بالعالم الإسلامي اليوم، وإن الجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية تعلن استعداد على إقامة اتحاد أمني وعسكري في المنطقة من دون حضور الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والكيان الصهيوني الغاصب. ولا ننسى قول الله تعالى في محكم كتابه أنه قال: ولا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
He rails on them, and then at the end he's like, peace be upon you. So my dear friend Emberwolf suggests this is the Reallusion software they're using. So what I think is it's like a person, it's a council putting a statement into an AI program and having it rendered, because they can't have spokesmen. Their spokesman would get bombed. They would find the spokesman and kill the spokesman. So this is not a real person. This is a composite. Maybe there was a spokesman who looked like that at one point in time. He is dead. Okay, that is a very high level AI, either like composite of a real person that no longer exists, or like it's just an AI. But I'm telling you, like on the basis of what I'm seeing, the IRGC is using a very high level AI program to input a speech and then have it said by a character who is not real. That's my analysis of what these are. They're direct statements, but like it's first of all, you can't guarantee the translation of the Farsi, but the statement itself is so odd. It's so odd. It's like one person. It's getting like the tone of them changes all the time. Have you noticed? Like you have to actually write it and generate it. But like they're using AI for a lot of this. Like I think they're using AI for a lot of the videos they're making. Like they have production people doing it, but like I think they're using AI to like do a lot of translation, to source a lot of stuff. Like there's just something about this Iranian operation. It's smaller than people think. It's very centralized. Like I know they're in total war, but the actual propaganda apparatus is very centralized. I was analyzing the Blood Guardians videos and the Hezbollah videos and the videos of the people doing those attacks in Belgium. Let me just show you the footage of the attacks in Europe, these like sleeper cells. I'm not the only analyst who thinks that this is straight up Iran just like outsourcing the video production. Yes, I saw the drone attack at the Kuwait airport, Miss Clutch. I think we played the footage as well, but let me show you. I'll show you the footage of the drone attack at the Kuwait airport, and then I'll show you why I think that like Iran is using AI to outsource a lot of its video production. This is the drone attack at the Kuwait airport from the ground. There's a lot of fire. There's not a lot of footage from Kuwait, but there's a lot of fire at the airport in the back there. And I'm not sure about reported hits on Jerusalem. Oh, here's your Iran update. This was a reported targeted assassination, like a strike on a building. This was this morning in Tehran. There's smoke rising. There's nothing actually happening. It's just smoke rising from a building. So that's on the ground in Tehran right now. I know a lot of you are interested in seeing what Tehran looks like on the ground. There's not really a lot to show you. It's like a few people with cell phones with like no power, like filming like smoke rising, and you get a few explosions. But like the reason we're not getting footage out of Tehran is there is no. This is from a few hours ago, maybe like an hour ago. Look, it may be like 30 minutes to an hour, maybe 90 minutes. I can't time it exactly. It was 3:25 a.m. in Iran. So let's see, maybe like an hour and a half ago. Maybe a little more. It's just blackout. There's no power, and there's just bombs that fall, and then the citizens who have a little bit of cell phone battery, maybe they have generators, I don't know. But that's all you get out of Tehran these days, really. Like, that's all you get. My tooth is killing me. I should go to the dentist. My point is, this is the latest you get from Tehran. I made a note to myself to go to the dentist. My tooth just started hurting out of nowhere. Maybe I chipped it earlier. With streaming so much, I have to make notes in real time, or I don't remember to do things the next day. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You're looking at the latest from Tehran, and your host is hurt. One of his teeth is hurt. I'll show you more from Karaj, which is to the west of Tehran. It's just smoke. So this is to the west of Tehran. Hi, 845 Bear. God bless you. 845 Bear says, hello to the hardest working journalist, Mr. Grant Smith. Hello to the most wonderful 845 Bear, the most wonderful bear we know. How are you doing, my dear friend? It's so great to see you. This is from Karj to the west of Tehran. It's the latest footage I have for you on the ground. There isn't really much to see. Well, there's some bombing you might see, but there's no power, really, in Iran. Like I think most, like the regime I can't tell what's going on with the Iranian regime. I really can't tell. I wish I had a solid answer for you. The best I got for you is that there's something just off about it at all. Here's Kuwait Airport. The latest from Kuwait Airport. It's just a fire. Like, Iran keeps firing missiles, but it really seems like it's individual units just going out and firing at their own discretion. And then their propaganda is centralized, but it's kind of like collapsing. Let me show you why I think these attacks in Europe that have been going on, I think Iran is making these videos for them. They're like AI, like the text translations are AI. I think these are Iranian sleep cells. It's like a 40-person cell across Belgium. I'll read you the list of attacks and then play you the video. And it's a 40-person cell, 30 to 40 across like Belgium, France, the Netherlands, England. They did the ambulance attack, I believe. Take a listen. Go ahead, British reporter Tao.
Conversation. Updated list of claimed terror attacks on Jewish temples, banks and diamond dealers across Europe. The attacks occurred in the following cities. Jewish temple in Liege, Belgium, attack occurred March 9, 2026, footage first uploaded March 11, 2026. Jewish temple in Rotterdam, Netherlands, attack occurred March 13, 2026, footage first uploaded March 13, 2026. Jewish temple in Amsterdam, Netherlands, attack occurred March 14, 2026, footage first uploaded March 14, 2026. World Trade Center in Amsterdam, attack occurred March 15, 2026, footage first uploaded March 15, 2026. Bank of America in France, threat video uploaded March 20, 2026. Jewish ambulances in London, England, attack occurred March 23, 2026, footage first uploaded March 23, 2026. Jewish diamond dealer in Antwerp, Belgium, attack occurred March 23, 2026, footage first uploaded March 23, 2026. Regarding the firebombing of Jewish ambulances in London that service all community members. And myself have been tracking a group of sleeper cells across Belgium, the Netherlands, France and the UK that are a complex emergent threat actor. The attacks occurred in
I was just saying thank you to Emberwolf, who made an amazing insight, which is, Emberwolf said, thank you for the response. Iran went from a war room for games, but it's gone now, so they're forced to use AI. 100%. I agree. First of all, that movie War Games is great. That's a great movie. From the 80s, I believe. But I just wanted to say thank you to Emberwolf for that. I take screenshots sometimes in the I try to do every super chat, but a lot of them fly by. I try to take screenshots, and then I save the screenshot, and it means a lot to me. It's like a personal kind of thing. I didn't get a lot of gifts, gifts would kind of be used against me as a kid. So anyway, I'm very grateful to you, Emberwolf, and to everyone who supports this channel, and I do think Iran has been using AI. Now, let's take a look at the latest from the situation in Europe related to the group that, much like with the AI, with the Iran spokesperson, I think this group is also Iran-backed based on how the videos are designed. They've been attacking Jewish institutions, as you just heard. Thanks, Rainbow. Good to see you. Yes, Rainbow, I was saying you were right. Thank God. There were no injuries last night at that plant. Second explosion in 2 weeks, attributed to an industrial heater. You know, I think that is just something I'm going to pin up on my list, all right? I'm going to have a mental list of like strange accidents that occur related to American industrial, like, or like refineries or industrial plants. I'm just going to keep, and like, if you get any buffering, it's just frames dropping on the YouTube. You can just refresh. There's a little turbulence flying air towel. It has nothing to do with you or me or anyone else. It's just the way the internet works. Right around prime time every night. If you got any buffering, just give it a refresh and the feed will go right back up. But yeah, we have a little turbulence on air towel right now. So if you're hearing me in and out, there's a little turbulence on air towel. It is not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, actually. My client is sending up the data that it needs to be sending up. There is just some turbulence. Actually, I've noticed that a lot of people rely on YouTube now, and every night in the US around prime time, like specifically between like 6:30 and 8:30, closer to 8:30 is when it happens, there's always like a huge uptick in people using YouTube, and I always get this same thing where like we get like 5 minutes of turbulence always around the same time, and it always lasts exactly the same amount of time too. And since I'm the producer, like I don't have to like call over to someone to be like, can you look at the desk or like look at the client? I just look at the client on the back end and I can tell you, like, it's really weird. I can kind of see it like level off and go up and down, like, because my client always wants to be sending YouTube information. That's how like this works. It wants to be sending it information all the time. And then the client's telling me, like, as I'm streaming, because it's like a broadcasting client, are you like, is your data getting up? Are you not like getting through? Is YouTube rejecting it? Are you not sending up enough data? It's like telling me to monitor the health of the broadcast. And so like I can see like constantly when it goes kind of like up and down like this. It's very interesting. It's always at the same time every night, which makes me think it's like just an issue of the amount of people that are using this website. Because it's always the same like thing that happens. It's always US prime time. It's stabling out a little bit though. But yeah, if you get anyone in the chat who's like, I can't hear Grant, they just need to refresh for the buffer. And I'm going to show you the latest coming in from Tehran right now. This is actually Qaviz in the Paris neighborhood. Qavizan. Okay, apparently it turned this red. This is in Iran. Could be loud. Yeah, that did turn the sky red. This is in Iran. The Iranian army has claimed the strike on Erbil. Hello everyone, we're back. Thank you. There was some turbulence on air towel there, but we're back. You're looking at the latest pictures from Iran. Here is the Alborz industrial town in Qavars. This is the explosion. Qavazin province. This is what turned the sky red. Iran. This is Iran. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. It's an industrial target. It's not civilians. That's what it was reported as. This is Iran. Alright, that's the latest from Iran. Okay. Now, while we kind of reset here, I think I'll show you a goat video. We met our goal, alright, so I'm going to show you a video of goats. Now you may be saying, why do you all say save the goats so often? Well, I'm going to show you right now, okay? You all met our last goal. I promised you goat videos as a decompression. We'll listen to a song in a little bit too. Here are the infamous goats. Hashtag save the goats. Everyone loves the goats. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the infamous goats. Come on, goats. Here they are. Yes, they are known throughout the land. They are loved. They are goats. Everyone loves the goats. Yes, you earned it, ladies and gentlemen. You earned the goat video. We all need a goat video. These goats were last seen traveling through North Lebanon. Excuse me, through central Lebanon in Beirut on March 9th. Hashtag save the goats. Look at the little baby goat. Hashtag save the goats. Yes, those are the goats. Look at them. You get 2 goat videos. Hashtag save the goats. Yes, you can get a close-up look at the goats. I know, everyone wants to see the goats. Everyone loves the goats. Ifti Ahmad sent us a very special goat emoji. I'm going to refresh the chat so it dumps the cache and makes the stream faster. Look at the little baby goat. He's limping. I got to put him in a carriage. He's a little baby goat. Look at the goats. Love the goats. Everyone loves the goats. Hashtag save the goats. Oh, look at the little baby goat on the horse. Oh, look at him. He's adorable. Oh, you get an extra goat video while I reset the chat. This is your mental relaxation. Everyone loves goats. If you don't love goats, I mean, really, what are you doing with your life? Seriously, if you can look at a goat and not love it, you got a problem. Now, yeah, they eat a little bit too much of everything, but they're goats. Come on, they're adorable. Everyone loves goats. Okay, I love goats. You love goats. The baby goat is just the cutest little goat. No matter how many times you look at the baby goat, it just gets more adorable every time. Hashtag save the goats. Now, ethical hunting is okay. We're not saying you have to, like, you know, have a goat as a pet. But, like, everybody loves goats. And if they get rid of all the goats, you can't ethically hunt the goats. You can't do anything with the goats. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the standard there. Like, generally, we're just a fan of goats on this channel. Like, we all love goats a lot. We love goats very much. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, it's more just like the idea of animals being protected, you know, so everybody likes that. Everyone wants to see animals protected. Let's get the most recent update from Al Jazeera English. I kind of reset the chat to kind of give the buffer a little bit of time to close, like to relax a little bit. All right. When's our next prayer coming up? J. Paul, I love it. Let's get the most recent update from Al Jazeera English at the top of the last hour, if you wouldn't mind. I'm monitoring what exactly happened in Jerusalem. Let's just say there was a hit. Okay, I have one video I can show you while we're getting Al Jazeera ready. There was one hit in Jerusalem. I do not have confirmation of what happened. It's nighttime, so things tend to be a little hectic at nighttime. Here is the latest from Givat Shumel in, I think, central Israel. This is a rocket hit in Givat Shumel, central Israel. This was, I think, the last round of ballistic, what are the missiles? The ones that have bomblets, the Khorram Shahars. Hi, Mimi. Thank you for your prayers. God bless you. Most recent footage from the impact in central Israel. This is the latest from central Israel. Kiryat Shimona has been hit. I repeat, Kiryat Shimona has been hit. This is Givat Shumel, earlier in Israel. There has also been a hit in Kiryat Shimona. I will show you the latest hit in Kiryat Shimona now. It's taking a little bit of time because it's nighttime, but this is what is happening in northern Israel and central Israel. There are reported impacts. This is Kiryat Shimona at 1:41 this morning, local time. It's now 2:42, so this was 1 hour ago. Kiryat Shimona. Oh, wow. It's a Hezbollah rocket in Kiryat Shimona. Okay, so this is the latest. It only came out a few minutes ago. Oh, Mimi, you got a baby goat? That's adorable. Mimi has a baby goat. Mimi loves her baby goat. This is the attack that Iran took credit for on Erbil. Iran has taken credit, has claimed this attack on the American consulate in Erbil. Iran directly has claimed this one. Okay, let's take a listen to Al Jazeera Arabic for a little bit. It will be in Arabic, but it should pop up here in 1 second. Al Jazeera Arabic. Actually, Saudi Arabia says they intercepted missiles in the eastern region.
رسمي بالدفاع السعودية يؤكد الآن تدمير صاروخ.
Water under the fridge. Thank you so much for asking for Yoram. He uploaded a video a few days ago, but we have not seen him. God bless you. Water under the fridge. We have not seen Yoram in a few days. We pray for him. Yoram is our dear friend. We don't know how he's doing. He did upload a video to YouTube. We'll listen to it during our next break. So I hope and pray he is okay. That was a few days ago. But he did upload a video. And we pray for Yoram every day.
باليستي في المنطقة الشرقية. كنا أشرنا قبل قليل أيضا إلى إعلان الدفاع السعودي.
Hello Amy, how are you? God bless you, my dear friend.
تدمير مسيرة.
Andrew, I have not seen that report. Let me know. Let me know if you have a source that I can listen to about the report about that downing of a plane. And now I will show you the scenes of the explosions in the Iranian capital Tehran. That's Kuwait.
على ما يبدو
بأنها
وقعت قبل قليل على طهران وكما نشاهد
That's Tehran? I thought that was Kuwait.
أعمدة الدخان تتصاعد.
Maybe it was just a different video. Maybe one of them was Tehran and one of them was Kuwait.
الإيراني وتحديدا في طهران لعمليات الاستهدافات.
They're saying this was an attack in Tehran.
والتي أعلن الجيش
There's a separate attack in Kuwait.
عن موجة جديدة من الاستهدافات في طهران. أيضا قبل ساعة من الآن كان هنالك سماع لدوي انفجارات عنيفة في طهران واستهدافات قال عنها الجيش الإسرائيلي بأنها مهاجمة لبنى تحتية للنظام الإيراني في طهران. في الوقت نفسه كان هنالك رصد لإطلاق صواريخ إيرانية وصلت خلال الساعات الماضية إلى مناطق متفرقة في إسرائيل في الجنوب وكذلك في وسط إسرائيل وفي مناطق مثل إيلات وأيضا وسط إسرائيل
He's talking about the strikes on Israel earlier. Let's listen to Al Jazeera Arabic.
إقليمية إيران على نفس الرأي عن القضايا الإقليمية لا شأن للولايات المتحدة.
Erbil down here, Tehran, Tel Aviv, Beirut. That might not be Beirut. This is Beirut. That might be Haifa. We're watching Al Jazeera Arabic live.
إيران والولايات المتحدة.
إسرائيل تتهيأ لكل الخيارات. أكان هناك ذهابا إلى توقيع اتفاق أو الوصول إلى اتفاق؟ هي تتهيأ إلى ذلك ولهذا السبب تم إيفاد رون ديرمر إلى واشنطن لكي يضع
Yes, Connor, save the old goats and the new goats.
والسقف الذي يمكن أن تقبل به إسرائيل في أي مسار تفاوضي وربما هذا السقف أو هذه السقف.
Gonna pause this. I have the newest from the Blood Guardians in Iraq, which are claiming responsibility for a hit carried out against the Victoria base in Baghdad. Okay, newest from the Blood Guardians, the Iraqi resistance. It's aligned with Iran, targeting the U.S. Victory base on March 23rd, yesterday. I'm so glad to hear that, Mimi. I'm so glad to hear that about your friend and her parents. God bless you for letting us know. God bless you. Incoming in the north. Incoming in the north. Iran has launched. Incoming in the north. I repeat, incoming in the north. Incoming in the north. Iran has launched. Incoming in the north. You have 7 minutes. It's near Netanya. Incoming in the north. Iran has launched. I repeat, incoming in the north. Iran has launched. It is towards Netanya. You have 6 minutes. You have 7 minutes. It is coming towards the north. Iran has launched again. Oh, God bless you, James. Thank you for your compassion. Hashtag save the goats. And the turtles. And the cows. And the towels. Hashtag save the towels. And the goats. Goats can be towels. Hashtag goats are towels too. Anything that absorbs water is technically a towel. Oh, it's Tel Aviv. Just in. Iran has launched yet again at Israel. The targets are Tel Aviv and the north. Time to arrival 6 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Alerts. We don't know if usually this can be made. They're doing the warning in Tel Aviv. You'll hear the speaker. It's all of Israel. It's all the north, from Tel Aviv to the north. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag we love the goats. You have 5 minutes and 30 seconds. You have 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Job for 9. It's so good to see you. Hashtag save the towels. God bless you. No more launches now. Hashtag save the goats. God bless you. Job for 9. Hashtag save the goats. They're incoming. It's multiple launches Iran has made. Who was responsible for the revolution in the 1979? The Wahhabis who were based out of Kandahar. The Bin Laden family. And probably Adnan Khashoggi, although he was actually the Saudi-Turkish faction. My friend Pulsar is having me learn all about Khashoggi. He stole my paintings. Yeah, Adnan Khashoggi stole my paintings. Hashtag save the goats. And give me my paintings back. They're not just mine. They belong to all the citizens of Massachusetts. But if I get them back, I think like the people of Massachusetts, you don't understand. They would be so happy. If I get those paintings back, they've been mad for like 40 years about those paintings. They're partially mine. I mean, I probably own like 1/6 millionth or 5 millionth, however many people live in Massachusetts, 3.8 million, like whatever. But the point is, I want my paintings. And it was Osama bin Laden. Oh, thank you, Job for 9. Hashtag save the goats. You are a super towel. Job for 9. Job for 9. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag save the goats. There is an alert. You have 3 minutes and 45 seconds. There has been a launch from Iran. It is all across Tel Aviv, the north of Jerusalem, and Netanya, which is towards the north, and up towards Haifa. It's heading up towards the north of Tel Aviv. It's heading up towards a little bit south of Haifa. Hashtag save the goats. Okay, the Dead Sea alert was cleared, but the Tel Aviv and other alerts are up. Okay, so you got to kind of pay attention to like what clears, what's up. The Dead Sea alert is cleared. The other alerts have not cleared. You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes. It's coming towards it's Netanya. Red alerts. It's red alerts. It's north of Tel Aviv. It's Netanya. Keep an eye on the cams. It's red alerts. It's red alerts. It's north of It's north of Tel Aviv. The first one is north of Tel Aviv. Yes, we can be goats too. We can be the goats. Why not? Hashtag save the goats. It is all of the north of Tel Aviv. Up to Netanya. Neri Tanya. Look on cam 9 and 10. You have a minute or so. You want to watch 9 and 10. You want to watch 9 and 10. That was their alerts. You listen for the air raid. I see interceptors over Tel Aviv. Interceptors over Tel Aviv. Air raid incoming. I see the missile. It's on 10. It's a Khorram Shahar. It's on 10. It is heading south over South Lebanon. It's going to go 10-5, 9-5. We have a hit. Oh, that might be the hit in Tel Aviv. Oh, no. The Khorram Shahar is coming. Expect an air raid. I saw it. I saw it on 10. I tell you, I saw the Khorram Shahar 4. It's one of those cluster missiles. I saw it. They think they're so sneaky. You're not sneaky. Damn Iranians. Damn Iranians. Trying to go over southern Lebanon with your Khorram Shahars. I know what you're up to, damn Iranians. I track you every night. I track everything. Damn Iranians. Damn Iranians. I expect an air raid. I think they're censoring the air raid siren because I know it's happening. They only zoom in on Tel Aviv when there's an air raid. Don't hide the volume from me. How dare you? I am a towel. I know there's an air raid. I can tell. I can tell.
It's hard.
No ads. Bad time for an ad. Let me hear the air raid. Let me hear it. Oh, they're on Jerusalem now. Where's Tel Aviv? Did they cut away from Tel Aviv when the air raid started? Were they on Tel Aviv before? No, they're just hard on Jerusalem right now. I need a Tel Aviv cam. I can't tell what's going on. No, it's very frustrated. Hashtag, thank you, TA Sarah. You get 72 Google Plexes worth of bonus points. You have to Google a Googleplex. You are a towel, Adam. God bless you. TA Sarah, you have to Google Googleplex. It's a big number. You get 72 Googleplexes worth of bonus points. Good job, TA Sarah. That's a lot of bonus points. A Googleplex is a very big number. I don't even know if you can write it out in the comments. I agree, Mimi. There's never victory in a war. The red alerts have not cleared. I don't know exactly what they're trying to hit. It's north of Tel Aviv. It's right there. I hear a jet. Could be a refueler. The different planes have different sounds. All right, the alerts have not cleared. I saw interceptors flying up over Tel Aviv, though. That sounds wonderful, Bunny. I'm waiting for a report now on the latest rocket. The alerts have not lifted, but I imagine I'm going to get an image of the rocket any second now. Thank you, Adam. Yes, hashtag towel news. Get your news here first. When is this from? I have a report from Fox News. It's not good. It is from like the past 20 minutes and it's not good. Oh, hi Gina. Good to meet you. I just was going by the name. Gina, pleasure to meet you. I think I'll remember that. hear sirens in Tel Aviv. This is not good. I hear sirens in Tel Aviv. There is a substantial amount of damage in East Tehran. Schools and homes have been destroyed. I think something bad has happened in Tel Aviv. Thank you, Katie K. You're the best. You are listening to the sounds of sirens wailing in Tel Aviv after the most recent strike. The Iranian state TV is saying that the Iranians are willing to seize the coastlines of the UAE and Bahrain. I'm telling you, the Iranians are going to start trying to take territory. We've lost one of the cams. Don't worry, I'll get it back as soon as I can. I think he resets every 12 hours. We've lost one of the cams. It's okay, I'll get a reset. Thank you for supporting Tile Channel. Did you know this is a one-man news operation? Triple Bob tells me to remind people every few hours. I do all the production myself. I gather the clips. I source the information. I get you the live cams. I tell you about the alerts. I run the production software. It's me. I'm the host. I do this 8 to 12 hours a day, depending on how I'm feeling. I need some extra help this week because it's the end of the month. So if you're out there and you're like, I am a wealthy Bitcoin investor and I'm just doing fine, I'm going to help this man run his news network and just let him do it, you should do that today. And now I can go to people in an emergency, but if you're feeling the authenticity of my soul and you're like, you know what, screw it, I made like $250,000 today on my trade and I'm just going to help this kid. You can do that on Cash App, unassigned Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo at Grant-E1. The PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. The Revolut is Revolut, revolut.me/Grant Ellis. I don't know how to get Bitcoin yet. We're going to figure it out. If you want to send me Bitcoin, I guess send me an email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I'll make a wallet. You can send me Bitcoin. I don't really know what to do with Bitcoin. We're going to have to talk to Tell Mom Lynn if we want to get me into Bitcoin. Tell Mom Lynn, will you manage my Bitcoin? I don't really know what Bitcoin is, but Tell Mom Lynn does the best research. She figures things out immediately. Tell Mom Lynn, if someone wants to send me Bitcoin, can you figure it out? I don't really know what it is. But you can just have it, and then, I don't know, if I need money, you can donate it to me or something. It would be nice. But my point is, if you want to donate Bitcoin to me, that's cool, too. I just don't know how to receive it. So, yeah. But anyway, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. This is a one-man news operation. It's 9:02 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Times, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. It is 3 a.m. in Israel and South Africa, and it's 4:30 a.m. in Tehran on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. It's the 25th day of the U.S. war with Iran, and I guess unlike certain people involved in this conflict, I don't need to use AI to speak this fast. How about them apples? The Iranians are probably people from Boston are just ridiculous. Do they all talk like that? Okay, I have footage from Isfahan now in Iraq. What's the next big thing happening? Well, there was just an attack literally 10 minutes ago, less than 5 to 10 minutes ago on Tel Aviv, and then I heard ambulances wailing. There's been so many attacks on so many different places that it's hilarious. Also, yeah, so I get a lot of encouragement from people who are subversive and troll me. That makes me feel like I'm doing a really good job. So the alerts have cleared, so I might have footage. I have the footage from Tel Aviv now. It's a cluster missile. If you want to ever encourage me, the best thing to do is send me messages where it makes it seem like what I'm doing is getting under your skin, because that makes me double down. I love it. I thrive on it. I'm not trolling, bro. You're trolling. I am boxy, you see. All right? You saying? Damn Iranians. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here's the latest from the missile that just went over Tel Aviv. You heard the alert just minutes ago. Now I'll show you the missile. This is that missile. Here's the latest from Tel Aviv just now. Tell Mom Lynn I have pizza in the fridge. I'll go make it the next time we watch Al Jazeera for a catch-up. I got a pizza earlier. Celtic, Towel Grammy Celtic Linda helped me learn that if I get a pizza early in the day, I can put half of it in the fridge and then I just heat it up in the the toaster oven. It's really good. It's actually an air fryer that serves as a toaster oven too, but it's really good. That is not a good sign. This is the latest image. Sorry, Tal Mom Lynn is like my adopted mom, so she reminds me to eat. Like, it's weird. You may think this is a strange place, but once you chat for a little bit, you'll find it's actually very wonderful. But yeah, there's like people who like monitor to make sure I eat and drink because I'm autistic. I don't really have a family. But yeah, I have a lot of friends around the world. They all love me, and I love them very dearly. This is the latest you're watching right now, the latest from the missile that just went over Israel. Okay, you are watching the latest from the missile that literally this is on the ground from that missile. That is that missile you just saw the alert from literally 7 minutes ago. Not even 7 minutes ago. I don't know where the missile is hit. I'm just telling you that that is the missile. At what port? At what port? I don't know what the deposit port is. What country do you report on? Yemen? There's something that's happened at the deposit port in Yemen. Okay, you're looking at one video right now. They sent 2 missiles. One was a Khorram Sharhar, and then one it looks like that might be the Khorram Sharhar before it opened up. I have another angle of this missile now. This is the latest footage from on the ground in Israel within the last, 30 to 45 seconds, all right? If you're going to do this, you got to be ready to do it. So here's another angle of that missile. Hold on one second. I'm looking for it now. Here it is, the barrage towards the center. This is documentation from Ashdod. This is another angle of the missiles that just came into Tel Aviv. Hello, Miriam. It is so good to welcome you. Thank you so much for stopping by the channel. God bless you. Welcome. I gave you a towel wrench, and you are appreciated and loved. Here's the latest from Ashdod.
Okay.
I think it was 10, Claude. I think it was 10. This is the latest from Ashdod.
Okay.
That was what was just heading towards the north of Tel Aviv. Okay? Just resetting. You know what actually would be helpful? Alma, Lynn, if you could remember this for tomorrow, can we find me like a chair cushion on Amazon? Because like I'm using pillows right now, but it's like making me uncomfortable. I need like a way to like be more comfortable in my chair. We can talk about it on Discord in the morning. I just have to find like a cushion. This is a little better. Anyway, this is the latest from Ashdod. I'm very concerned. I do not have impact reports. Thank you, Miss Clutch. I'm hearing that there were direct hits. I have that video from Fox News. I will play it right now. I'm hearing that there have been direct hits from Israel in the latest round. Here is the Fox News report. This was before the round that I just showed you. This was, a repeat, before the round that I just showed you. Fox is saying multiple people hurt in this footage. Let me show you it. Hold on. Fox is saying multiple people hurt. That was from earlier. That's not the most recent round. That's from earlier. That's like, I'd say like 4 hours out of date. It's relevant, but it's not the most recent round. I don't know where this one is hit. I'll show you more footage from in Israel right now. Okay. The Iranians certainly know how to put on a show. They know what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose. You're looking at the latest from the center of Israel. This is what just went up. This is what just went up over Israel. Got to refresh your chat anyway. I have to refresh my computer cache because I'm basically running a news network on one computer. You can do a lot with a little if you have technical proficiency. That's the latest. I don't know where this missile hit. It was a Khorram Sharhar. It might have been another missile alongside it, but I have video of it opening, and I do not have a report of where this hit. Alright, so you're looking at the latest. Oh, you're hearing more sirens in Tel Aviv now. There have been hits. I'm telling you, there have been hits. I can just feel it in my bones. This is what I'm worried hit. I'll show you the when it's in its open state. This is what's reported to have hit Tel Aviv. It's another Khorram. They launch these Khorram Sharhars like it's their job, which frankly it is their job. Thank you, Diane. You're looking at the latest from Tel Aviv like 15 minutes ago. And we have no idea where this one hit. But it's a Khorram Sharhar. One was intercepted. The ballistic missile was intercepted. There have been hits in Beirut. There are explosions heard. I have footage from Tel Aviv as the interceptions went up. There are floods in Yemen that have swept away. There are floods in Yemen that have swept away the housing at one of the camps on the Yemeni-Saudi Wadi border crossing. They're besieging the crossing in travelers. Everything is surrounded by floods, and the lines are cut off, according to local unofficial sources. This is right now on the Yemen-Saudi Arabia border. Kuwaitis are trying to flee to Saudi Arabia, who is closing their borders. Job for 9, I'll check it out. God bless you, Job for 9. I'm so grateful for all you do. And thank you for the link. Opening now. The South Asia Index. The report is, I'm waiting for it to load. A 1-month ceasefire is expected to be announced between Iran and the U.S. after peace talks in Islamabad. Wow. Wow, that would be an incredible achievement. Wow. Oh, God bless you, Ember Wolf. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm very grateful. That's a wonderful anecdote. It's so true, though. All right, so the Southeast Asia Index is reporting that at least provisionally, there are talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, between the U.S. and Iran that could lead to a 1-month ceasefire. I'm not going to report it like the Southeast Asia Index is reporting it by saying it's expected. I'm going to report that that's on the table. But who knows? They just bombed Israel. This report was 4 hours ago at 5:32 p.m. Eastern. They just bombed the hell out of Israel, and America bombed the hell out of Isfahan. So I'd take everything with a grain of salt, but anything that would lead to a reprieve. I realize it's just going to lead to both sides doubling down on their missile production. I realize that. I know people are going to say that immediately. I understand. I'm not naive. But at least it would stop the bombing. You don't understand it would stop the death. Maybe you do understand. My point is, like, it's not the worst thing that could happen. It really isn't. But I really don't like how, like, peace negotiations are like this kind of thing. Ceasefires are so delicate, and you can't just be jumping out there. Hello, BPT. Welcome. I have to figure out what you mean. Do you mean hello with that double H? Because I know what the other meaning of that is, and we're not going to have that. But if you're just saying hello, like, that's cool. But the other meaning, no, bro. No. I wasn't born yesterday. I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I'm boxy, you see. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 9:15 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. There has been massive fire at Tel Aviv. There has been massive fire at the north of Israel. There was a report that just came in that there's some proposal for a ceasefire. There is nothing. The talks, I don't think, have actually happened. And this is the latest footage from Iran. I do not have the hits. Okay, but I'm telling you, these Khorram Shahars are they always hit. They're bomblets, but they always hit. But yes, it seems like at least someone is proposing a ceasefire. I'm not sure if it's going to lead to anything, but someone's proposing it. I'm just a towel. I try to keep you all updated, but it's so hard with the number of things going on. It looks like one missile from Iran was intercepted and one cluster missile came through. I'm still unsure where these landed. It's very hard to determine where they actually landed. Ifti Ahmad, exactly. Like, how can there be a ceasefire when Iran and neither side will stop? The bombing in Isfahan tonight was apparently, like, brutal, and overnight as well. I'll show you the latest. You're listening to Tel Aviv airport in the background. This was the intercept. So one of the Iranian missiles, the non-Khorram Shahar one, was intercepted, and then the cluster missile made it through. So this was the one like 10, 15 minutes ago. Gina Towel, you are a super towel. Thank you for your kind words. This is more footage. I showed you the one from Ashdod. I showed you that one. Let me show you the most updated. Here's the latest from Beirut. Sounds of warplanes in Beirut. There's nothing in the footage. It's just planes flying around. This is what they hear in Beirut right now. The haunting sounds of air fighters. That's all they hear right now in Beirut. Oh, thank you, Diane. I do try to be a multi-toweler. Hashtag multi-toweling. I have to go make my pizza in a few minutes. Christopher says, Grant's coverage of this war is fantastic. He's way better and faster than the mainstream media. Yeah, I really got I lit a proverbial fire under the BBC's pants the other day with that London ambulance attack. I also kind of lit the fire under Al Jazeera's behind a little bit. Ever since they brought on Imran Khan to AJ English, they're just doing great. By the way, I'm not doing this for competitive purposes. I think a lot of networks are like, is this dude trying to like outcompete us? No, bro. This is just my like natural state of being. If I end up like forcing the news networks to do better because they can't like compete, so they have to like think about how to make news more accessible and faster and better, great. That's what you should have been doing. If you're losing viewers because you're lazy, you deserve it. Like, I just wanted my colleagues to do their job and honor the colleagues who are doing their job. Like, Zenekador and Ali Hashem and Trey Yingst. Like, bro, the four of us, if you put us in a room and asked us to talk about everything that happened between 2023 and now, my word, it would be wild. Oh, God bless you, Ember Wolf. You are so kind. God bless you, Ember Wolf. Your soul is wonderful. Your compassion is appreciated. And I treasure each day with you in chat. Oh, God bless you, Ember Wolf. Ember Wolf's a super tan. I might promote Ember Wolf. You don't have to do anything, Ember Wolf, but let me promote you. Hold on. Okay. And then now you're promoted. Good job. It's not because of money, by the way. Like, I'm very grateful. Like, some people have money, some people don't have money, some people have knowledge, some people have other things. But I just can't tell you how grateful I am to some of you for your compassion, your knowledge, your camaraderie. And that's when I promote people. They don't actually get, like, seriously promoted. It's more just like I give them the power to, like, intervene when other mods are being mean to each other. There's only like 7 or 8 of them. Towel Grammy Linda, Super Towel Mom Bunny, Nikki, Liam, Nanya, Miss Clutch, now, Triple Bob, and now we have our newest member of the club, which is Ember Wolf XR. So welcome, Ember Wolf. Yeah, I believe there are hits, Naomi Towel, Translated Towel. You know what? I'm promoting Translated Towel, too. You know, Translated Towel is just the most honorable, wonderful person. So congratulations, Translated Towel. You have been promoted. You're now an official honorary towel mom. I do believe there have been hits in Tel Aviv, and I am going to try to eat. Oh, Bunnet. Don't forget about Bunnet, towel mom. I'm just kind of looking down at the chat and randomly dishing out promotions. You don't really get promoted. You just kind of become like a towel mom or a towel dad or a towel Grammy. And then you kind of like come monitor the chat. But like you can't be ideological. Yes, Interpret Towel. Welcome to the Towel Mom Club. Here's a reminder of the rules. The rules are no slurs, no being derogatory, no being discriminatory, no personality, show compassion, no sea lioning, no trolling. Also, Lynn is chat mom and we love penguins and goats. Free the goats. I think we can give Rainbow the wrench back. Rainbow, you ended up being right yesterday, so you can have the wrench back. Not a super wrench, just a wrench. And then also remember, there's 182 countries here and a lot of perspectives. Oh, it's a very real promotion. Once you become a towel chat mom, it's or like a towel chat dad, or just if you just in general, where's Mimi? I gotta promote Mimi. Yeah, Marsha, you could be promoted. I've always wanted to promote Marsha. Good job, Marsha. Welcome to the Towel Mom Club. You are loved and appreciated. Marsha's been promoted. Look at all these people joining the Towel Mom and Dad Club. It's such a wonderful club to be in, or the Towel Grammy Club. You can be a Towel Grammy if you want. You're listening to the sounds of downtown Tel Aviv. X-Men, click into the, click in, oh, you mean at the top? I was going to say click into the stream. I just wasn't full screen right now. I'll show you the most recent pictures I have. I'm waiting for updates from downtown Tel Aviv. Here's the latest pictures I have from the interceptors that fired over the last round. This is Tel Aviv during the last round. J. Paul's sea lioning is a form of like weaponized trolling where in bad faith someone over like multiple hours and days asked the same question multiple times. Good question. That's not sea lioning. You asking in good faith is not sea lioning. This was the interception over Tel Aviv. Okay, and then the Khorram Sharhar comes in afterwards. This is Tel Aviv during the last round. Hector Ramirez, I have not watched Jiva the Goat, but if I can see the link, or if you have a link on X or anything, I will watch Jiva the Goat. I don't know what Jiva the Goat is, but I love everything about it. Jiva the Goat. And that was recommended by Hector. God bless you, Hector. Good to see you. Jiva the Goat, Hector recommendation. I will learn all about Jiva the Goat. I don't know who Jiva the Goat is. God bless Jiva the Goat. I hope they're safe, doing well, being a goat, doing goat things. This is the latest footage from over Tel Aviv. Oh, goodness. There has been a hit in Tel Aviv. I repeat, there has been a hit in Tel Aviv. Hashtag save the goats. I don't know if any goats were harmed. If any goats are harmed, I get really mad. Hashtag save the goats. The IDF today was out there saving turtles. Hashtag save the turtles. Here's the latest impact from Tel Aviv. I don't know what area of Tel Aviv. Could be loud. It is loud.
Yo!
Latest from Tel Aviv. I'm not sure what area. Could be the north. Could be the south.
Yo!
Again, I don't know where this hit. Oh, thank you, Hector Ramirez. Can't wait to watch Jiva the Goat during our next decompression break. I'm very worried. Oh, hashtag shout out Jiva the Goat. He's a goat. Okay, let's just show this now. Is he in an airstrike? Oh my goodness, look at this Israeli farmer. His name is Jiva the Goat. Okay, when was this uploaded? This was just yesterday. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry to say there was a goat in an airstrike. Hashtag save the goats. This Israeli farmer is calming his goat down during an airstrike. Hashtag save the goats. This goat, ladies and gentlemen, was stuck in an airstrike. Oh no, this is our channel mascot now. Okay, Jiva, they're going to set up a whole how can we help him? This is our channel. We're adopting this goat. Can we call this farmer? Listen to me. Listen, all of you. I know some of you are in Israel. Listen. I don't want to actually adopt the goat. I just want to send the farmer money so it can so the farmer can spoil Jiva. Listen, this is our adopted goat. Listen, no, we're all adopting. This goat is going to unite the world. We're going to get donations for this goat. We're going to have people sending the goat like little balls, little toys to play with. I don't know what goats play with, like tennis balls or something. We're going to send him all sorts of clothes. I don't think goats wear clothes. We are just going to spoil this goat. Yes, T.A. Sarah, this is your most important task. We must locate this farmer. Okay, his goat is named Jiva. We have to get permission from the farmer to do this. We can't just send the guy stuff. We have to set up an intake. There's kind of a war there. So we got to talk to the farmer, and then what we're going to do is, everyone on the same page, we're going to literally adopt, not literally, we're going to figuratively adopt this goat as our channel goat. We're going to call the farmer. We're going to say, listen, there's all these people in like 182 countries. They all don't really like agree on everything, but the one thing that they found unity on is saving animals, and in particular they say save the goats all the time. So sir, we would like to find a way to send you resources for your goat. Do you need hay? Do you need like leaves of some kind? Do you need like vegetables? I don't really know what goats like eat. Like how much do you need a blanket? Whatever, do you need like an air raid, like shelter for the goat? Whatever Jiva needs, and we want to fundraise for Jiva. Can we build Jiva his own air shelter? Wait a minute. What if we build goat-based air shelters in Israel? I have plans. Save the goats. You can't just say save the goats. You must mean it. Okay, hold on. I am so grateful to Hector Ramirez. This is going to start an entire plan. Listen. I want to contact a bunch of farmers in Israel, and I want to specifically raise donations to put their goats in air raid shelters. Don't ask too many questions. We're doing this. No, we are doing this. Listen, they raised $1.3 million for Hezbollah in London. That was great. We can get the call out to the world. We will raise money for goat air raid shelters. Don't ask questions. We're implementing this directive immediately. Hashtag air raid shelters for goats. We're doing it. No, we're doing this. We are building air raid shelters for goats. No one is going to stop me. I am building these, that we are raising money. If this farmer wants to build the air raid shelters for the goats, that's fine. If another farmer wants to build it, I don't know who you have to give money to dig underground for a place to put goats. We'll have food in there for them. What do goats do when they relax? We'll put a little bed of hay. That's not my responsibility. I will draw attention to this. Someone else figure out the logistics. We are putting those goats in air raid shelters immediately. No discussion. This is our calling. We've been saying save the goats, but what does the word save the goats mean? It is just an empty principle, okay? If you don't actually live up to the embodiment of the principle of saving goats by building them air raid shelters, can you really say you're saving the goats? Okay, I've got the pitch. I'm ready to do this. We are building air raid shelters for goats. Now, it's not limited to any one country. This is a non-denominational goat-based air raid shelter service. I will raise funds for you to protect your goats in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Israel, in Palestine. I don't know about Iran. That might be like a little bit tough due to the sanctions. But in Saudi Arabia, in Oman, in Yemen, even for the Houthis, that might be tough with the sanctions. We'll think about it. In the UAE, in Bahrain, in Afghanistan and Iraq. If you have goats and there are air raids in the area with the goats, we will build you shelters. All right, Jiva, that's the plan. All right, this is what inspired this plan.
Jiva, يا بسادر. يا بسادر, Jiva.
All right, now, Grammy Linda, we may have to trick them into thinking they're above ground with some kind of artificial screens and lights, but I understand you could be on the planning committee, Grammy Linda. I think we're going to need you there. You will be like the interior kind of specialist, so they feel like they're outside. This is important. I don't know what Discord, if it's yes, I think it's our Discord. I think it's just a different link. So yes, there is a Towel Discord. Primo, if you have a different invite link, that's fine. The invite link that I have ends in Z. If someone generated a different one, that's fine. But anyway, there is a Towel Discord. Feel free to join. I think Primo is actually linking to our Discord, which is great. I just missed it earlier in the chat. So yes, you can join our Discord through the link. Hashtag Save the Goats. But this is Jiva.
Jiva, yeah, بسادر.
We love Jiva. He's a goat. Look at that goat. Look at that beautiful goat. Have you ever seen a more beautiful goat in your entire life? That was your mental decompression break. I have an obligation to do a little bit of mental decompression. Okay. Here is the footage of Kuwaitis trying to flee to Saudi Arabia.
لا أنصح أحد يجي لا أحد يجي في الزحمة في الزحمة حتى السعودية كيف أوف 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 والله زحمة يا رجال.
Hi, Mr. Crabatello.
وصرنا الليل ولنا ساعتين بالحدود الكويتية ولا زالت الزحمة وما أقدر والله ما أنصح أحد يجي يا عيال. لا
It is a majestic goat, I agree.
واجد في الزحمة في الزحمة حتى السعودية كيف أوف 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 والله زحمة يا رجال.
These are Kuwaitis. Yeah, well, I've never actually met a goat in person. I just more want to save them. All right, now I'll take you to Al Jazeera for the 9 o'clock update, and then I'll be back with you after I put my pizza in the toaster oven. Towel Mom Lynn is going to get exceptionally mad if I don't eat dinner. You don't understand. I get yelled at by my towel moms if I don't eat. I have to eat dinner or they get really mad. So I'm going to go put my dinner in the microwave, in the toaster oven. I guess it's a type of microwave. Anyway, we're going to take the Al Jazeera update while I'm doing that, so give me 1 second. Hello, Francine. God bless you. I'll be back. I'm here with you, my dear friend, but I'm putting my towel pizza into the microwave, and we're going to watch the top of the hour update from about 30 minutes ago on Al Jazeera to make sure my friend Ali Hashim is okay, if he's even working yet. He doesn't necessarily come online at this time of day yet, but we'll check.
Had one major demand.
They've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
Iran has always maintained it does not want a nuclear weapon. Speaking in the Oval Office on Tuesday,
That sounds delicious,
Trump told
Bong James
reporters
Bong.
his
I have not had a
Vice
taco in
President
many
J.D.
years.
Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are all currently involved in negotiations with Iran, something Iran also denies. But Trump insists negotiations are going so well, he'd like to see the fighting stop soon.
This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news.
Trump reiterated the joint U.S.-Israel military campaign is ahead of schedule, and all Iran's top leaders have been killed, another goal Trump claims he achieved.
We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems.
But Trump was cryptic about the nature of a present he said Iran had just given the United States, stating only that it was related to oil and gas and the Strait of Hormuz.
It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize.
Still, on the big questions of how and when the war could end, President Trump had no answers, only stating that Iran wants to make a deal. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
We're going to go to John Hendren, who is standing by for us in Washington, D.C. And John, there's plenty to unpack. Can you just talk us through where things are at right now and what else Donald Trump has had to say?
Well, according to U.S. officials, the wheels of diplomacy have been churning. Mediators from Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan are reportedly pushing to have a meeting within the next 48 hours in Islamabad between the U.S. and Iran. According to those reports, Iran has not yet responded positively, but has expressed an openness toward a meeting. And that, as we see reports that Iranian negotiators do not want to deal with the two men that they've been dealing with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, the two appointed negotiators for the U.S. They've called them backstabbers, according to these reports, because they were twice attacked during high-level negotiations. They prefer, according to these reports anyway, to deal with Vice President J.D. Vance. As the diplomacy wheel continues to turn, Donald Trump is also ramping up military options. We know 3,000 troops from the 1st Marine Expeditionary Unit on the way there. And now we are told that more than 1,000 troops from the 82nd Airborne, these are paratroopers and a command unit, are on their way as well. So that suggests that you would have troops who are capable, in any case, of taking.
My pizza is officially heating up. Thank you to all who asked. This is the latest update. That was actually really informative. Iran's showing an openness, but America's negotiators, they will not talk to Witkoff and who was it? The Secretary of State, whoever Witkoff was working with. They got double-crossed twice, and now they're asking for Vance. That's an insult to Mr. President.
On a mission on land. We have no confirmation from anyone at the Pentagon or the White House that that's what these troops are there for. But they'll be sent to the Middle East, and they are capable of landing on land and taking over an area. So one of the scenarios that's been speculated about is Karg Island, where 90% of Iran's oil is transferred. That would be something they would be capable of doing, but we don't know if that is what they will do. We also don't know what this present was that the president was talking about that involves energy and the Strait of Hormuz, but that is likely to affect the oil markets and the stock market come Wednesday.
Indeed, plenty of moving parts. Thank you so much, John. John Hendren for us in Washington, DC. We're going to go to Mohammed Val, who is in the Iranian capital now, and just want to get your thoughts on what's being said in the capital there about these Trump's claims that the talks are being held. What do they make of this?
Well, oh, Kushner was the other guy in the negotiations. Thank you for that.
Are still saying on the level of the leadership, they are still saying the same thing they said yesterday, that there are no negotiations, direct or indirect. And the military leaders in particular are very vocal about the continuation of the war and the strikes on Israel, the latest waves of strikes using missiles and drones and so on. So the same war language and rhetoric is still at the highest level. And also in terms of action, you see that on
I love it, Claude Bell.
how they still bombard Israel and other regions. In terms of the political situation, it's very ambiguous. Iranians, these millions of Iranians are just trying to know, as we are trying to know, and they are hearing more from the Americans than from their own government. They don't know who this man is.
Breaking. There has been a hit in Netanya that has caused a massive power outage, from what I understand. Breaking. There has been a hit in Netanya in the north that has caused a power outage in Israel. I repeat. There has been a hit in the north in the last rounds that has caused a power outage in Israel. I repeat. There has been a hit in Netanya. I saw the footage of the impact, and there is now a report of a power outage. This is north of Tel Aviv in Netanya. I repeat, I do not have confirmation of a power outage because I'm not there. Netanya has been hit, and there is reports of a power outage. This is the latest impact from Netanya. It apparently directly struck Netanya. There is a massive power outage in the city. Yep. There was a massive hit. I'll show it to you now. One sec. I had to review it. One second. I know you can only see the Al Jazeera with it paused, but I'll show it. It's a direct hit on Netanya. It's a direct hit on Netanya. You're going to see it in the bottom of the screen. I repeat, there has been a direct hit on Netanya in the north of Israel, and there is a reported massive power outage. You are looking at the hit now. It was a massive strike. I don't know what it hit. This is the north of Tel Aviv, Netanya. It's not shrapnel that fell. That is a hit. Look at the hit. That's not shrapnel. That is a hit. I don't know what it hit or where, but that is a hit. This was only maybe an hour ago. So I just want folks to be clear, like, I don't know what hit in Netanya. All I have is that the power is out there, and it is because of that. You're looking at it. It went down and it hit Netanya and caused a very big explosion. There was an intercept, too, in the background. I saw that intercept near Tel Aviv. But the one that hit Netanya, so it's that missile up there, like that's going towards Tel Aviv. This one is towards the north, like Netanya. So this is from Haifa. This is filmed from the south of Haifa, I can already tell. You all agree with me? Do you agree that this is filmed from the south of Haifa, looking south at Netanya, and then south of that at Tel Aviv, and that's a strike on Netanya? That, I believe 100%, 100% is south. We are in South Haifa, looking towards Neretanya and Tel Aviv, and that's a hit on Neretanya, which is a suburb, like a settlement north of Tel Aviv, where a power station is. Look at it. It's direct. I know exactly where this footage is. That's South Haifa. That is a huge explosion. Oh my word. It turns night to day. So I'm wondering, does anyone, Kanapi agrees. I'll show it to you now. I had to screen it before I showed it to you. So do we have consensus that is South Haifa tonight, within the past hour or two, looking south at Neretanya and Tel Aviv? I think that's the pretty universal consensus here. Wow. It literally turns the sky multiple colors. They hit a power station. I'm almost positive. That was there's an interception, see back here, right after the hit, but I think they hit a power station. I mean, I'll show it to you in slow-mo, but I can already tell you I know what that is. Because I'm hearing reports there's no power. Like, look at the thing. Just lights up the night sky. It's really quick, but it hit, and then there's an interception in the background. Bear agrees as well. Yep. All right, so I agree. I think we're confirmed on this. I believe this is South Haifa looking south at Neretanya and Tel Aviv in the past hour, and there's been a massive hit that's caused a power outage. I'm doing good. God bless you, Mimi. Thank you for commenting. I wanted to make you a towel chat, Grammy or Mom or whatever you want to be. You now have superpowers. God, welcome to wonderful Mimi. Welcome, wonderful Mimi, to the towel Grammy fold or towel Mom fold. Whatever you want to be, Mimi, you get to be. You don't actually have to do anything. It just means if other people bother you, you can have special powers. This is the hit on Neretanya in the past hour. Thank you, T.A. Sarah. You rule. You got a lot of bonus points tonight. Yes, thank you for the donation reminder. Remember, you can help keep this stream going by donating to the keep me fed and keep my net worth above zero and all that good stuff. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. This is a one-man news service. I do this all alone. I do my production by myself. I do my the source material gathering by myself. And the only real breaks I take are to kind of go to Al Jazeera English when I need to go get my pizza from the oven. So thank you so much for all of your support. And you can donate today and make me feel less nervous. I have some expenses that will come up on Thursday because I have to start a new rental, so I need a little bit of money to come in. If we don't get there, I don't want to burden my friends, so a lot of people support me, but if we just spread the donations out, the super chats are like a bank. I can probably actually use the amount that might come in next month to show people, if I need help, I can pay them back and all that good stuff. But the point is, the more direct donation routes are the Cash App, the Venmo, the PayPal. Don't donate if it would be a burden, okay? Your chats, your comments, your compassion for each other towards me, that all gives me all this energy, But if you're out there, if you're some crypto millionaire, if you're I'm the richest person in the world or whatever it may be, and you want to support you want to be my Magwitch from Great Expectation, you could do that. Even if you're not a Magwitch, if you just want to support me because you think this news station is important. The only reason it exists is because there's no hierarchy, no sponsors, and no one but you all supporting me. I strive to educate, inform, and entertain. I use a small amount of entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from traumatic energy and imagery. And therein, I try to engender cogent public discourse to ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. God bless you. Thank you for supporting this public information service. Way less than reminders than PBS, in my opinion. Anyway, enjoy the update from Tehran.
Who the Americans are negotiating with, who is trusted according to Trump. They don't know what present has been given by Iranians to the US president that involves gas and oil. They don't know who are the members of the delegation that will, according to reports, represent them in Islamabad for those talks, or any of those 15 points that are being put on the table. It's a very obscure situation, and it's a very interesting situation indeed that the entire Iranian public is left in the dark with regards to this situation that the American president seems to be very sure of and very confident about.
Yes, so much unknown, like you say, at this point in time. But one thing that is known is Iran's new security chief, former IRGC commander Mohammad Bagher Zolgara, has been picked to replace Ali Laranjani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. Now, he's viewed as more of a hardline figure than his predecessor. Before this appointment, he was secretary of Iran's Expediency Council, which advises the supreme leader and resolves disputes between parliament and the Guardian Council. He has held various positions in Iran's government and judiciary. Mohammed, I want to get your thoughts on how his appointment has actually been received there in Iran and what we can expect from him.
Well, it's being received as quite the contrary of what Donald Trump said about regime change. Remember, he just a while ago in your reporting, he said there is regime change because the people who are in charge now are different from those who were in charge and who were killed. So this man has been around since the beginning of the Iranian Islamic Revolution, since 1979. He's been around. He's 71-year-old. He fought in the Iran-Iraq War. He has been all over the place in the IRGC, all types of positions as a commander. He served with all or most of Iranian former presidents. He knows the ins and outs. He knows all the details of how the Iranian revolution is functioning and how Iranian leaders are ruling the country. He's one of the hardliners. He's one of the people who were put on the UN list of sanctions. So, I mean, he's just as representative of the Iranian Islamic Revolution in its strong.
Hola, Francisco. Hello, friends. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm about to eat some pizza, but my friend Francisco Castillo is here. And although I've been helping Francisco use the Spanish captions, I also like to practice my Spanish by updating Francisco on things that have been going on. Francisco, hola, mi amigo. Es una noche muy impacto en la guerra porque hay muchas bombas del Irán al Tel Aviv y al norte del Israel. Muchas bombas. Hay bombas de fission, no nuclear, scatter, cluster bombs, cluster bomba. Hay una palabra solo de inglés, cluster bomb. Un palabra muy interesante. También, Irán le fusilar bombas sobre y a Saudi Arabia y Kuwait. Y al aeropuerto del Kuwait tiene mucho bombas y una bomba al aeropuerto del Kuwait caused un fuego muy impacto. También el presidente de los Estados Unidos se dice muchas cosas y una cosa que él dice este día 4 años pasado 4 horas pasado Mr. Presidente se dice quiero la paz, pero Irán dice no entiendo. No entiendo las personas de los Estados Unidos. Irán se dice, no entiendo las personas de los Estados Unidos que llegaron a Islamabad, Pakistán, para decir con Irán. No entiendo. Porque Irán no le gusta las dos personas de los Estados Unidos, Jared Kushner y Steve Witkoff, que hablaban con Irán en los años pasados. Y Irán quiere vicepresidente Pence, se dice, con Irán, ¿ok? Pero Mr. President Trump se dice hoy, la guerra son fin, porque los Estados Unidos won, son victorious. Irán se dice no, y en los y 1 y 2 horas pasado, Irán le fusilarte los bombas a Israel. Gracias. Él dice que hay un nuevo régimen, pero eso es para disfrazar tu que es pasado. Sí, él dice un nuevo régimen en Irán, pero no es la verdad. hay personas en Irán que fusilarte bombas al Israel en 2 horas pasado. Sí. También, si tú necesitas English captions, they should automatically be translating for you into English. I'm pretty sure if you just have your English captions on, when I start speaking in Spanish, it should just take you into Spanish. Like, it should just translate. Hello, Davy Boy. Welcome. That was my translation for my friend Francisco Castillo. He gets a personalized news report. How do you say God bless you in Spanish? Let me see. I've been meaning to practice this. Dios lo bendiga, Francisco. Y por supuesto, todos los días puede llegar a este channel para obtener información en español para mí, porque me gusta hablar en español. Todos, pero hay muchas personas aquí que solo entiendo español. Alguien tengo que hablar en inglés. Lo siento. I was just telling my friend Francisco that there's a lot of people who speak Spanish. There's a lot of people who speak only English here, but if I could give him an update personally in Spanish every single day, I would do that. So anyway, to some of you speak Spanish, I hope you understood. I'm not perfect with it, but every day I talk with Francisco in Spanish. My Spanish gets better, which is obviously why I do it. Let's go back to Al Jazeera, and then in 4 minutes I'll take you to the live update. Yes, her name is Gina.
Longest definition.
De nada, Francisco, por supuesto.
Just as Ali Larijani. So that means to many Iranians and to people who know him or who are now learning about him, that there is no change. That the government.
You want me to give you the ham, Skynet? Okay, I'll give you the ham. Okay.
Still, the Iranian revolution is still taking the same track. There is no regime change.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Mohammed Val, for us in Tehran. Well, Rob McBride is following all the developments in Israel from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And Rob, regardless of what's happening diplomatically, there's been absolutely no let up in Iran's strikes across Israel and vice versa.
Yeah, that's right. To the early hours of Wednesday morning here, there has been something of a lull in the attacks coming from Iran, but actually just in the last few minutes, we are now, I think, having something of an uptick in missile activity. Just as we were coming on air, we were hearing...
I'm jumping live because this is now an hour outdated. Jumping live.
In terms of whether Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner by themselves had the requisite experience and expertise to negotiate with the Iranians and what orders they were given. But that's not the primary cause of this war right now. The war was a political decision at the highest levels of the U.S. administration in conjunction with the Israeli government. So, you know, you can have committees to find out what went wrong and what is still going wrong, but that's not a priority.
Thank you both for coming in, Eleanor and David DeRose.
Wow, we're only 6 subscribers away from 8,000. Wow, that's awesome. God bless you all for supporting this channel. 8,000 subscribers. That's a lot. I'm very grateful for you all. I can't believe we did that. I'm so honored. Like within the next six people to subscribe, one of you will be the 8,000 subscriber. I can't do anything really for you. I guess we could throw like confetti in the chat. But wow, Tao Mom Lynn is so supportive of me, and she's been waiting for this moment for like a week and a half. Oh, God bless you, Tao Mom Lynn. We just slowly, like, we let people know. We do, like, I think we do good work here. We are just 6 subscribers away from 8,000, ladies and gentlemen. What a day to be a towel. Oh, we can actually, I think you can look at your live subscriber count. Let's look at it. Give me 1 second. And then we'll go to Al Jazeera. I think you can look at your live subscriber count. They do allow it for these. I think not allow it. I think they created it for these moments. Let's see. It's doing its thing. No, I don't want to go to my studio. I want to go to my channel. 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. It's not the easiest thing to load up, you know. All right, let's go to audience. Now it should show me a live subscriber count. Okay, how do I do it? Do I click the subscriber button? I thought it shows me a live subscriber count. Hold on. I was able to do it at one point. I don't remember how to do it anymore. What do I do? Let's see. I thought they had a live subscriber, but they do! We're not like 8 away. We're 56 away. Look! Look! Oh, that's so cool. I can just put it up on my screen live. That's such a cool feature from YouTube. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. All right, we can watch it happen live. It will take a little bit, but look, you can do it live. We weren't 6 away. It's a little deceiving with the point on the YouTube itself. We have 7,954 subscribers. Look at that. No, Chris, so I've spoken to YouTube extensively, and I've been on this platform for many years. Over 1 million people have watched this channel. Actually, let me show Chris. I'm sure my channel, I have direct community support from 2 different people, and I'm sure that they took a look into this. But Chris, I'm so glad you asked about the audience figures. Would you mind if I showed you just the audience of this channel over the past few days, 28 days? I can bring it up for you if you like. I'll bring it up for you by geographic and watch time hours, actually, just so Chris, I don't want you, to be misinformed. So just so you know, Chris, here's the just top 50 countries. This is a personal review for you. So in the last 28 days, the channel has been viewed 914,737 times. The watch time total is 59,000 hours. Okay, 59,969.3 hours. Let me convert that for you into days. 59,969 hours in days. So, Chris, that's going to be about 2,498 days of watch time in 28 days. So 2,498 days in years. So in human years, that's about 6.9 years of watch time on this channel. Chris, no, I want you to look at these numbers personally. That's 6.9 years of human watch time in 28 days. No, Chris, I'm so thrilled that so many people, especially the Iranians, like the IRGC seems to be the most upset with the footage that gets out on this channel. So I am absolutely thrilled that you came in here and you got to see a list of 182 countries that have watched this channel over the past 28 days. I realize that it's really getting to the Iranians. I understand that. But you know what? I heard the U.S. government, maybe has been concerned about that kind of behavior by the Iranians or Iranian-linked groups. Personally, if you can give me any information about you, who you are, your people, I promise, I just want to meet you. I'd love to go for coffee. I have no reason to ask for this information that has anything to do with a state-sponsored attack on this YouTube channel last week, and that is potentially being investigated. I promise you it has nothing to do with that whatsoever. You coming in this comment chat at this point in time to do that was absolutely a great idea. I want you to keep doing that. I'd like to learn more about you. I'd like to know where you are, your IP address, who pays you, the various contracts and Bitcoin deposits you've gotten over the past few years. But here's the list of 182 countries. I wanted to show that to you. And here's my message to you. I don't care who pays you. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what state-sponsored entity you're with. If the Iranians have a problem with this channel, I'm going to keep doing this. You do not scare me. You don't. I'll keep doing it because you don't like it. Damn Iranians. I am a proud American towel, and I will not yield to these Iranian threats. I'll go right back to the FBI. I will.
Stating that Iran wants to make a deal. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Okay, we're going to go to John Hendren now, who is in Washington, D.C. for us. And John, can you just talk us through other developments? Because there's plenty still moving here, isn't there?
That's right, Tom. The White House has been talking about this. There have been numerous reports in the American media. And perhaps the most intriguing one is that the White House has sent a 15-point plan through Pakistan to Iran. That is a 15-point negotiation. And Iran has reportedly not agreed to that, but has expressed an openness, according to these reports. But mediators from Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan are actually pushing for a meeting in Islamabad in as soon as 48 hours. That would, of course, be within those 5 days that Trump set not to strike Iran's energy program. So diplomacy is rolling forward, but as that's happening, we're also seeing reports that the 82nd Airborne Division is sending 1,500 troops or so to the region, and that comes on top of what we've previously seen, that the Pentagon is asking for $200 billion more to fund this war. So you heard Donald Trump there just saying the war is over, only the media wants to continue fighting it. Well,
hey, absolutely no discriminatory remarks against the disabled. Listen, Jeffersonian, I was going to ask you questions about the Jefferson Bible. I was going to ask you questions about Jesus. I was going to even talk with you a little bit about President Jefferson's tensions with President Madison and how he resolved them at the end of his life. Instead, you decided to disgrace your intellectual legacy by discriminating against the disabled. You are a disgrace to Mr. Jefferson, to your namesake, to the intellectual lineage of this republic. Sir, you have no quarter here. You have been removed from this house permanently, and you shall not return for the next day's sitting. Thank you. By the way, I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I am Boxy, you see.
Well, he is clearly preparing for a military option in addition to the diplomatic option that he has been talking about. Whether he exercises that or not is a different story, but he's clearly allowing for a military option.
And just staying US domestically, the Senate Democrats have forced a vote to end the war in Iran. That's failed, the third failed attempt. Can you just run us through exactly what happened and why they keep pushing this?
That's right. This was a vote that failed by a 53 to 47 vote.
Translator tell, I think. So last week, I made a number of reports about Iran hitting 3 Palestinian women. Remember, in the beauty salon? Immediately afterwards, they were pissed. They came in the channel. They threatened me and demanded I say. They literally tried to extort me. They said, you need to say right now that the IDF does X, Y, and Z, hurts children, does this. They literally extorted me. I had to go to the FBI and to a division head at YouTube. You don't understand how seriously they took it. We tracked it in this channel. It started as threats, extortion threats. You will say the IDF kills children, or we will do this, this, or this. And I was like, bro, I knew it was Iranian because I hit him back with, listen, I was watching when Wali al-Duda was hit. When his kid was killed and he got the phone call in Arabic, I was watching in 2023 in Gaza at the Al Jazeera Bureau. Then I said, I was the one who got the information out there about the bombing that Israel did at the Al-Shifa hospital. I was the one who looked at Channel 4's audio spectrum analysis and determined the source of the hit and made the conclusion it was Israel. I covered the bombing of Al-Nasser hospital. Immediately they flipped and they lost it. because they were like, oh, damn, like, what are we going to do? Like, his call, he really does know Ali Hashim. He does know Zina Kador. What are we going to do? And who do you think I tagged when they came for me? The people with connections to Hezbollah and the IRGC. So, yeah, play with me, please. Why I don't yield to state-sponsored attacks or threats. This feed reaches 182 countries. It is impartial. It provides real-time, on-the-ground footage, and I will not yield to threats. I'll go over your head. I'll find your boss and your boss's boss. I will.
Vote in the Senate. There's along party lines. One senator from each side crossed over. But the bottom line is Democrats are trying to take back Congress's power to declare war. The U.S., the Trump administration didn't go to Congress to ask for a declaration of war. They simply waged war. And these Democrats are trying to seize that power back. So the act that they keep trying to pass would say that Trump would be barred from continuing that war after 30 days from now, or from the passage of that act. You know, the Trump administration has had the support, the full support of Republicans. So Republicans are allowing the Trump administration to make these decisions, and Democrats are saying they need to seize that power back.
Okay, thanks so much, John. John Hendren for us with the latest from Washington, D.C. We're going to go to Mohammed Val now, who's in the Iranian capital. And can you just give us a sense of what is being said there about Donald Trump's claims that he continues to negotiate with Iranian leaders?
Well, Tom, I can tell you that people here are just asking each other about this and nobody can provide an answer. They are watching how the Americans are talking about something and the Iranians are unable to provide clarity on the top level of the government here. Officials yesterday denied the existence of any negotiations, either direct or indirect, with the Americans, and they insisted on that. They did not change that stance today. Today we heard only the military leaders talking about new waves of strikes against Israel.
God bless you, Mimi and Bunny.
Across the region. So the sound of battle is taking precedence here, and nobody is talking about diplomacy.
Damn right, Lane
the
Matrix.
President and the foreign minister are placing phone calls here and there across the region, but they are not explaining to the public what they are doing. Instead, they are talking only about lack of negotiations and of any mediation that makes sense to Iran. Iran is insisting that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is still as it is. No change in that. And also,
no, how long? It was bad last week. I actually had to talk to not just a person at YouTube, but like a division head. It was serious. It was fixed pretty quickly, but they really did. Nikki Tao and others got the chats. They went at me hard. I'll verify right now, Kanapi. Yeah, no, they went hard at me. How long? I was surprised. I was at because it's not that I have a lot of friends, so it's not hard to get answers from me, but still, I was surprised. Yes, that's verified. We took a look at that earlier, Kanapi. That came out from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. Thank you. That is confirmed. Oh, he's gone, Claude Bell. He's gone. There was this group, Claude Bell, I don't know, it was 5 days ago. They came in here really militant, trying to not really, it was kind of extortion. It was threats. You will say X, Y, and Z. They were threatening me in the chat. And it was really uncomfortable. It was very especially for me who covers for years the region right down the middle. I'm a journalist, really at my heart and soul. I just want to tell human stories about the impact of tragedy so it doesn't happen again. That's me in a nutshell. So if you come in and threaten me and try to get me to say something because you feel a certain way, first of all, my immediate reaction is going to be you trolling. Stop baiting. But then if you escalate to a multi-vector attack and I can find out about it because I have people that I can ask about it and I talk to people and then things happen that concern me. Yeah, of course. I quickly responded administratively, kept my head. If you can keep your head when everyone around them is losing theirs, you're good to help, and all I want to do is help. So stay cool, calm, collected. It's a multi-vector threat actor. Document it, report it, make sure it goes up the chain to like actual humans. Remember Judge Cannoni in the Karen Reed trial said, when you need to talk to these big companies, did a lawyer talk to a lawyer? You know what I'm saying? BPT says, God bless you, sir. It's Americans. Oh, you're definitely getting a wrench. I didn't even get to read the full comment. God bless you, sir. It's Americans like you that will save this country from the BB rain. He has us Americans in a chokehold, brother. Well, BBPT, here's my opinion. It's everyone's responsibility to make sure that the discourse in the public arena is informed. Whatever conclusions you make are your own. That's what autonomy is all about. So if that's what you feel, God bless you. I truly believe that opinions are important. As long as you keep it within respectable bounds and you don't engage in personalities, your opinions are the most important thing about you. But yeah, no, in terms of keeping my head about me, God bless you, BBPT, by the way. BPT. In terms of keeping my head about me, yeah, like I think that was a level of attack I had not seen before. But yeah, also we're talking like millions of people over 182 countries in 28 days. It's like a very positive environment where a lot of people like have cross-cultural exchanges. They meet, they flourish. There's a lot of like love of Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And like we even have a pagan contingent, Witchy Wasp. We love her dearly. They love the trees and all the animals. You know, it's just like a very, like, it's like Rawls and Habermas's like ideal, like discursive based arena made manifest, like with overlapping consensus and respect and reasonable pluralism. You got people from every form of government, every walk of life, every culture, every age group. Of course, there are some people who are not going to like it, but like the state sponsored like nature of it, yeah, of course I responded in kind, and just because I don't talk about it, like I reported it up the chain and it went where it needed to go, and then things happened very, very fast. All right, so I know what's good. They don't have to tell me. I know exactly what happened. I know why it happened. I know what's going on. And is it concerning? There's a lot of parties to this war. The role of a journalist is to provide information and let the public make informed choices. What the Iranians do, it's not my business. But if they come into my chat and threaten me, or like a faction aligned with the Iranians does, like, yeah, of course I'm going to have problems with that. I'm a journalist. I had a problem when Israel struck the RT journalist the other day. He lived, but I didn't like that either. All right? And I'm the type of person who will go to like Barry Malone or Trey Yingst or whoever and be like, these people are messing with me, like, why? And they'll ask questions, or whoever, someone will ask questions, they'll get an answer. And most of the time, that little like faction is not actually a shot caller. They're just like a aggrieved like ideological faction that answers up the chain. Fine, all right. It's not that hard to figure out who you answer to. It's really not. Not you, but
so
like
that
in general.
Any negotiations should have guarantees on the table first that this war is going to end completely and not just a ceasefire.
Claude Bell, you had to be there. It was like 5 days ago in the chat. It was like a specific like group threatening me about talking about the IDF a certain way. They change names all the time, but like, yeah, I think YouTube's aware of them. They're kind of like a militant faction on the site. I think they're like a state-sponsored actor though, so it's probably escalated up the chain and stuff. I can't talk. I don't want to talk more about it.
Fire. And it's not going to be repeated. There must be reparations for Iran. I don't know if those 15 points that the Americans talk about have been put against some...
God bless you, Francine.
Have been met with an Iranian list also of demands. So we don't know where these negotiations are taking place. We don't know. And the Iranians as well, they don't know who is representing them in these negotiations. It's a very, very... obscure state of affairs here in Iran until now.
One thing that is known is the new security chief there in Iran. Former IRGC commander Mohammad Zolgara has been picked to replace Ali Laranjani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. He's viewed as more of a hardline figure than his predecessor. Before his appointment, he was secretary of Iran's Expediency Council, which advises the supreme leader and resolves disputes between parliament and the Guardian Council. He has held various positions in Iran's government and judiciary. Mohammed, can you just talk us through how his appointment's been received in Iran and what we can expect from him?
Well, see, the difference between this man and Ali Larijani is that Ali Larijani has been exposed for a long time to international diplomacy. On the other hand, this man has been mostly working domestically, and he has been around since the beginning of the Islamic Revolution. He fought in the Iran-Iraq War. He served a long time in the IRGC. He served with different Iranian presidents during the past several decades. He was placed on the UN list of sanctions in the country. So he's by the definition that is by the American definition, he's a hardliner.
Thank you, Mr. Rockstar. God bless you.
Probably less diplomacy than Ali Larijani. He knows more security, more military action, and that's the reason why some of people here are thinking that Iran is not taking or not changing its policy. There is no regime change. That regime change that President Donald Trump is talking about, this is the opposite of it. This is a proof that Iran is keeping on the same course, on the same policies of the Islamic Revolution, of its old guard, and probably becoming more and more extreme or hardliner in its policies, and that's the result of the what they call the aggression and against them.
We're going to do it,
so
folks.
Now
we're going to reach it. The Iranians, I think, tried to interrupt our 8K celebration to make Tawam win, and I feel bad, but no, damn Iranians.
According to the politicians here, that Iran has a lot of people to replace anybody who can be killed, who is killed by the Israelis and Americans, and that hope on the part of the Israelis and Americans that by killing so many government members they can change the regime is just a dream.
Thank you so much, Mohammed Val, for us in Tehran. Rob McBride is following developments in Israel from the Jordanian capital Amman. And Rob, there's been no let-up in Iran strikes across Israel, more in just the last couple of hours. And it goes the other way as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That was actually getting now into the early hours of Wednesday morning here. Something of a lull in the attacks coming from Iran. But there has been a slight uptick in missile activity in the skies over Israel in the past couple of hours. Alerts were issued across a broad swathe of central Israel, a number of different locations, including Tel Aviv. Now, that alert has since been dropped, but we did hear distant sounds of explosions, and then we are starting to see on social media now images of what appear to be air defense interceptions in various parts over central Israel. There are no reports of injuries at the moment, but it was also near to Tel Aviv that we saw one of the most serious incidents in recent hours, and that was in the adjoining city of Bnei Barak. That was a direct strike from a missile Tuesday evening, which resulted in around 9 people being injured, there's 6 of those being children. So that was one of the most serious incidents targeting Tel Aviv. Earlier on Tuesday, there was another direct strike on Tel Aviv itself in one of the suburbs there that did cause pretty extensive damage to buildings and also 4 injuries. What's of more concern to the Israeli authorities, especially given the importance of a city like Tel Aviv, is how once again an Iranian missile seemed to get past the multi-layer sophisticated air defense system over Israel. The Air Force has promised a full investigation into this. The argument goes from the authorities that given so many missiles, some are bound to get through, but they are denying Iranian claims, as they always do, trying to make propaganda value out of these strikes, that Iranians have somehow developed special weapons or different types of weapons or ways of getting around Israel's defensive shield. According to the Israelis, despite several attempts to intercept this missile, it got through, but this same type of missile they have seen before, and they say they have intercepted it before.
Okay, thanks so much, Rob. Rob McBride for us in Amman. Kuwait Civil Aviation Authority says a drone attack has started a fire at the Kuwait International Airport. The spokesperson says drones targeted a fuel tank there. There are reports of damage but no casualties. Well, for the latest, Malik Trainer joins us now from Kuwait City. And Malik, this certainly isn't the first time that the airport has been targeted.
That's right. This is actually the 5th time that the Kuwait International Airport has been targeted since the beginning of this war. Just 10 days ago, drones damaged the radar at the international airport here. They've suspended operations since the beginning. All flights have been diverted to the King Fahd Airport in Dammam, which is about a 4 or 5 hour drive from here. Look, in Kuwait, we've seen a number of attacks on civilian infrastructure. Just
I'm not
a
trolling.
couple days
You
ago,
trolling.
if
I'm
not
boxing.
a week ago,
I wouldn't go to the
refinery
FBI
port,
and the
which is about
division
30
head at
kilometers
YouTube.
to
I
the
wouldn't
south
do
of
that.
where I'm standing was hit twice. Just last night, damage from an interception damaged 7 power lines. Although, just in the last couple of hours, authorities here said that they've managed to repair 4. Some areas are still dealing with partial.
I wonder what happens
power
if someone reports
cuts.
something to the FBI.
Kuwait has a very robust,
And then it's taken seriously.
and multi-layered air defense
And then there's
system,
follow-up
but
on that.
as
I
we've
wonder what
seen,
happens. I
there
don't know
are
what
cracks.
happens. I'm not trolling. You're trolling.
Some of these projectiles
I'm
do get through, and we've seen.
Don't you see?
Even if it could just 1 or 2 drones, they can cause massive damage here. So what we've seen from authorities here in Kuwait is an effort to
interceptors don't
bolster
work
up
as
their
well
air
as
defense. Just last week, the U.S. State Department said they approved the sale of the lower tier air and missile defense radar to the Kuwaitis that are valued at about $8 billion. But look, I think from the beginning of this war, the message from the entire Gulf, from the entire region, is we need de-escalation. We need a diplomatic path. And I think, the hope was, when President Trump said there was a possible deal, I think people became extremely hopeful, and we're seeing a flurry of diplomatic activity going on. Just earlier today, the Kuwaiti foreign minister had a phone call with his Egyptian counterpart. You've seen Hakan Fidan, the foreign minister of Turkey, making the rounds and calling people across the region. And we've seen Oman, talking to the Iranians. All 3 of these countries are possible mediators to this conflict. And, I think everybody, officials and people alike across this region, want to see an end to this war. They want a diplomatic path towards a solution and an end to this war as soon as possible.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Malik. Malik Trainer for us in Kuwait City. In Iraq, a residential building has been damaged near the American consulate in Erbil after a strike hit the area. Video shows fires and thick smoke rising across parts of the city. Iraq's government held an emergency meeting and says it will summon the US charge d'affaires and the Iranian ambassador. Baghdad also plans to file a complaint with the UN Security Council. Officials say paramilitary groups targeted in the strikes have been given the right to respond. Nicholas Haak joins us now from the Iraqi.
Before we go to Baghdad, we have the Iranian demands. First of all, we're almost at 8,000. God bless all of you. You're so kind. You are so kind to support this channel. You're so kind to each other. God bless all of you. Standing stones. I think Mr. Hoover's gone. I heard he kind of left the bureau in like 7-2. I think that probably led to Watergate in a lot of ways. Like the transition away from Hoover to Gray at the FBI in 72 or 71, bruh, that caused so much chaos. Here's what the Iranians want to get a ceasefire. Do you think the Americans will assent? Here's what the Iranians want. Just now. These are their terms. Go ahead, British
Conversation.
Reporter Towel.
Breaking. American announcement. Iranian demands to end the war. Closure of all US bases in the Gulf. Guarantees of no further attacks. End to Israeli strikes on Hezbollah. Lifting of all sanctions imposed on Iran. Compensation for war damages. No restrictions on the missile program. A new system for the Strait of Hormuz allowing it to collect fees from ships passing through the waterway. Urgent. US media.
Yeah, so that was from the Iranians. Here's my view on that. Saudi Arabia bases, yeah, I'd give you those because it's the Holy Land, but can you compromise on some of the other bases? Like, they're relatively important and they provide like regional stability and they will not be launching attacks. I'm just, as an analyst, weighing in. Like, I could agree to the Saudi Arabia closures because of the like holy nature of the territory, but otherwise you're kind of like saying it's no different than your bases in Lebanon or Iraq or wherever. So I don't think like reciprocity in bases is probably fine. Like, I would propose like, I don't know, like Iran can have like 12 bases. We can have like 12 bases. Parity in the number of bases I think would be appropriate. Guarantees of no further attacks. Well, yeah, that's what a ceasefire is. So like, what if you attack during the ceasefire? I can't be agreeing as an analyst here. I can't be agreeing to not attack you back. What are you talking about? I think that's a little too broad. If we agree to a ceasefire and then you agree to the deal, okay, we're not going to attack each other. That's a pretty good deal. End to Israeli strikes on Hezbollah. Yeah, I mean, I would go a little further, bro. I would give you the 67 borders, frankly, to just end this. So, like, can you get that's what I would say as an analyst. Can you just get Hezbollah? Would Hezbollah stop its aggression on Israel? And would you all be happy if they just agree to the 67 borders? Would you just all stop? Like the Iran, you can kind of make Hezbollah do that. So if Israel, I know it's going to be a tough ask for Israel, but there's a lot of people dying. So if Israel will just agree to the 67 borders and Palestine is left alone and Hezbollah is left alone, then will everybody just stop lifting of all sanctions? Well, yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with that. I would like to welcome them into the world community as like an independent geopolitical actor that ideally is not a rogue outlaw state, so I'm cool with that. Compensation for war damages. Well, what do you want? You caused a lot of damage too. You willing to negate all the damage? You want to go tit for tat? Do you really want to try to like say who caused damage where and how much it costs? You want to do itemized bills? How about just like a token payment from each side to each side in some kind of peace ceremony in France? Northern France. It's very beautiful up there. What if we just, not in a train car, what if we just go to Northern France and you each give each other like a symbolic dollar of each other's currency? All right, all three of you. We stand there in Northern France. You each give each other a dollar of each other's currency, the Israeli shekel, I think that's what it's called, the American dollar, and the Iranian, what's the Iranian currency called? Hold on, I'll look it up. What is the Iranian currency called? It's called the rial. Okay, so 1 rial, 1 American dollar, 1 shekel. You hand it to each other, and that's your compensation. No restrictions on the missile program. Well, what do you want to do with it? You're showing that you'll like fire it indiscriminately at civilians. You already have the Khorram Sharhar, so like you don't have any restrictions. You're just doing it. You mean your nuclear program? Like, I don't know. Are you sure you've been responsible? I'm not saying that the U.S. has been extremely responsible, but are you sure you've been responsible enough to be welcome into the nuclear community? And that's what I would say to them. Like, you just fired Khorram Sharhar missiles indiscriminately. You killed Palestinians. You really, like, that shows that you would be willing to nuke Israel and kill all the Palestinians. So, what do you really think you can do that? Not to mention, like, what do you need it for? Like, deterrence? Your deterrence is your ballistic missile program. If it's nuclear missiles, I'm a little, like, iffy on it. Personally, I don't really see a problem with them enriching uranium to 60%. I really don't think you can stop them. It's kind of like an insult to them to tell them they can't do it. Israel literally, I need to be direct about this, they literally stole the nuclear technology from the U.S. through a spy in like 61 or 57 or something. JFK was pissed. My point is, like, how can we say to Iran that we have like a moral objection to their development of nuclear weapons when Israel stole our nuclear weapon technology? The British at least got it through Trident and Polaris, the dual key technology. Like, I don't know. That one I kind of am sympathetic to them on. I really am. I can't sit at a negotiation table as an analyst and just be like, bruh, well, Israel stole our nuclear secrets through a spy and, made a missile program and won't admit to it. So, but you still shouldn't be able to have nuclear weapons. Sorry, I can't really do that. A new system for the Strait of Hormuz. Collect fees. I don't know. Can we do that in the Panama Canal? Don't we already do that? I don't know. What about the UAE? Don't they, they're just going to build pipelines to go around you. So wouldn't you rather, why do you want to make it a toll road that impacts freedom of navigation? Why do you want to set the tone that international waterways are going to be subject to that kind of freightage? One, we don't really need any straits, especially in that area. They can just build pipelines around the straits. So you're kind of I would straight up say to them, you're setting yourself up for failure here. It's a term, if I were manipulating you, I would just agree to that term and build pipelines around the strait. But why don't we just cut that, why don't we just cut to the chase here? What is an agreeable sort of mechanism for transport? Don't you want freedom of navigation? I don't know, maybe levy some kind of tariff or something, on the exports that need to touch your land, but then they're just going to go around your land. So who cares? Really, it's better for everyone to just leave freedom of navigation alone. The maritime system goes back to before countries and before the Westphalian Peace of 1648 anyway. Really, when you start talking about maritime rights, everybody gets pissed. So just leave freedom of navigation the way it is. It's much easier to deal with that way, in my opinion. And anyway, I just think half of this you could probably do. There's some stuff I would throw in there. I think I should just email Mr. President Trump and be like, I know Mr. Vice President Vance is very smart, but I think you should send me. Just do it. But you think if I heard Mr. President Trump's cell phone is out there. You think if I just ask my colleague and call him, he'll send me? I could do it. Mr. President, if you're listening, listen. Have your people talk to my people. I don't have any people. You just have to send me an email or call me on my cell phone. And, just be let's do it. I would totally go. I could negotiate with them. I really think I could. I need your permission, Mr. President, to do it as a non-analyst, to actually do it. But I think I could negotiate with the Iranians. I think some factions of their cyber squads are mad at me. But, it is what it is. Oh, Ember Wolf, God bless you. It was so good to see you today. You have a great night. You are a Super Towel mom. Or Super Towel dad, or whatever you want to be. You can also be a towel. I try not to assume people's genders. But then I also remember sometimes people tell me and then I forget. So I'm just going to go with I don't remember and you're a super towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That's my analysis of Iran's conditions. It's not, yes, I remember the USS Liberty. I also remember the sinking of Iran Flight 355. I also remember the Lockerbie bombing. I also remember the USS Cole bombing. I also remember 9/11, which was actually probably MBZ. I think we should all just blame MBZ for 9/11. I've been kind of trying to encourage the Saudis when I talk about this as an analyst to just blame MBZ and own up to it. I really would like that. Here's B-52s hitting Al-Bor's industrial city in Khwazan city in northwest Iran. Here's B-52s raiding Iran earlier tonight. It's pretty loud because it's a B-52 raid. That's wonderful, Naomi. I've always wanted to be an attack helicopter. God bless the attack helicopters. They're so important. Skynet, you might be right about the madman theory. I like Mr. President Nixon. Smart man. This is the latest from northwest Iran tonight. If you're wondering what's happening to the Iranians. Yes, Kanapi, I did see. Sorry, Kanapi, I was eating my pizza or towel. So Kanapi asked if I have an update on Kuwait. Yes, Kanapi. So what Kuwait did was, Kuwait put out a special alert earlier tonight regarding specifically what happens if there's detection. It was actually about 8 hours ago that Kuwait put it out. I'm just showing the impact in Iran. Kuwait put out an alert about what happens if there is nuclear fallout detected in the region. There is no nuclear fallout that's been detected. The IAEA reported 2 hours ago that there was a strike on a nuclear facility. I think it's the nuclear facility that starts with a T in Iran, like Tehans or Nahans. There was a strike on the Nahans facility, but the IAEA, this was like 5 hours after Kuwait's statement. I think Kuwait got the sense that there was going to be a nuclear facility hit today or something, and so they put out a warning about detection of fallout. The IAEA said Iran self-reported that a nuclear facility was hit in Iran, that there were no workers injured, and that there was no detectable fallout. Here is the latest I have from the impact in Tel Aviv. There's not a lot coming out about this. I don't know if they're starting to censor more. All I have is these initial pictures from Tel Aviv, which is not normal after an impact. Normally we get a pretty good impact assessment right away. But that Tel Aviv fall during the last round, it actually stopped. Near Taiba and things like that, things kind of actually stopped. I have some footage from the Iranian Red Crescent now showing efforts to rescue people in Tehran. I have some footage from the Iranian Red Crescent now, which I didn't know had a Twitter account. So the Red Crescent is like the Red Cross. You do not target the Red Crescent. You do not target the Red Cross. They are non-ideological. The Red Crescent is like the Islamic version of the Red Cross. They are non-combatants. You do not target them. You do not touch them. That White Cross or that Islamic Red Crescent on a battlefield, it's literally since the First World War, maybe Second World War, sacrosanct. Don't touch it. Don't bomb them. Don't hurt them. So it's not like I'm trying to explain. This is not an Iranian government employee. This is a representative of an organization that is basically akin to the Red Cross. And by basically, I mean it is the Red Cross of the Islamic world. They're non-combatants. He does not have a perspective. He's not an Iranian government official. He's not some militant. He's like an aid worker who's allowed to go into Iran because the Red Crescent is the Arabs, the Muslim world or the Arab world's version of the Red Cross. It can go anywhere. It can cross enemy lines. It could come into if it wants to come into territory, you're supposed to let them. They're allowed to pick up bodies and the wounded. They can go anywhere they want, and they are not to be touched. It's very similar with the Red Cross. If it got to the point, if even one Red Cross worker were hurt, it would be like a scandal of unheard of proportions. It has happened before, obviously, but it's really completely hands off. Now they have an elevated duty because of that. They can't ever carry weapons. They can't transport wanted war criminals. There's limits, but they are completely hands off. When they are on a battlefield, they're the only people that I know of in a war who can drive into enemy territory with their little buses. And you could be bombing the actual field that they're driving in, and you have an obligation because your side's going to want to send the Red Cross, conversely. You have an obligation under the duty and honor of war, of your own war dead. You just leave them. So this is what I'm trying to explain the context. He is not an Iranian government official. He has he's vested and working in Iran, but he's with the Red Crescent. So I just want people to understand because I'm not going to understand what he's saying.
همکنون همونطور که تصویر پشت سر بنده مشاهده می‌کنید محل اصابت بمب‌های رژیم صهیونی و آمریکای تروریست رو می‌بینید که به منطقه مسکونی برخورد کرده.
So these are scenes of the and again, this is not IRGC propaganda. It's the Red Crescent trying to tell you there's a humanitarian catastrophe in Tehran. Oh, Liberty St. James, God bless you. Liberty St. James, pardon. Again, this is scenes from the Red Crescent in Tehran. This is only about an hour old. There are very serious concerns. I think he said, I don't know Farsi, but I think he's saying there's a massacre. And that there's like he's saying civilian homes have been attacked. It's unclear like what was attacked. I think this was Tehran tonight. I think that there are people I think civilian homes in Tehran were hit. I think it's very bad. This is some of the first footage I've seen in real time from Tehran, on the ground. They must have had to work very hard. They must have had to work very hard to get this footage out. This is exceptionally rare. The government of Iran probably only let this out because the Red Crescent pressured them to show the toll of the humanitarian impact. I really think I actually want to ask my colleague for Mr. President Trump's number. This tells me a little bit about where the government's mind in Iran is at. I really think that they're ready. They're ready for peace. I think we should give them more than they want as a token of goodwill. I think we can end this. The military contractors will be pissed, but they don't run America. They're going to be pissed. But the reality is we can't do this. There are two options right now for the world. One of them is going to result in millions of people dead. It's probably the only time in world history we've had an opportunity to off-ramp a world. We're at a turning point, a seminal moment in the history of the world. And we go one of two ways over the next 72 hours. You must listen to me. We're either going to go down the path of a war that sees 4 to 8 million people killed over the next 4 years. Tehran will fall at the end, but a lot of Israelis will die. Most of Israel's cities will be flattened. Eventually, Tehran will fall and the uranium will be captured and there will be a new regime and there will be a post-war order, much like martial aid, but it will just reset the same cycle we've already been in where there's just this dominant cultural thesis that suppresses the emergence of the antithesis and will be stuck in this perpetual hellscape where history never moves forward. The other option is actually the natural course of the historical cycle, which is for us to off-ramp this now. And for there to kind of be a evolved international accord based on the existing world order, recognizing Iran's standing within that world order. We either off-ramp it now and see the sort of emergence of the historical synthesis as it was naturally meant to occur probably 20 years ago, and then we can finally move on, or we're going to get to that same place through a hellacious apocalypse of death. And we have 72 hours, maybe a week. There's room here to stop this. There really is. But it's a very small window. It's an exceptionally small window, and you have to get it right. And you got to end it permanently or they'll still be made. And Palestine is central to all of this. It really is. It may seem a little removed from it, but it's a source of a lot of the tension. And we just need a lot of goodwill gestures and harmony and cross-cultural exchanges. It's one of those seminal moments. It's literally 62 and 63 all over again. Wow. We're at a key moment in world history, huh? I guess I'm at the center of it, too. I should probably use this platform. I guess I already am. But I should probably intervene. Now, I've been analyzing it a lot. I think I was analyzing it a lot, or I was can be able to consume all that so I could understand what was going on. So then I could intervene. I don't know how I should. I suppose I'm feeling very called to intervene. I haven't been called to intervene this whole time. Now I feel very called to directly intervene. I don't know what I should do though. I guess I should call Mr. President. It's going to be a weird call. bet he remembers my Grampy, though. Everybody loved Grampy. I got to think a lot about this. I got to sleep on it. But, like, I haven't been called. I haven't really felt called like this to directly intervene. Hey, we're only 28 subscribers away from 8,000. That's awesome. God bless all of you. Going very slow. Oh, you sleep well, Celtic Grammy Lynn. I will talk to you in the morning. We just pray it does not expedite. God bless you, Grammy Linda. You are appreciated and loved, and I hope you get some rest. Grammy Linda just attracts the animals. She's just so loving. They just come visit her. Grammy Linda's special. That's why everybody loves her. Hello, Gabrielle. It's so good to see you. Hello, Sandy. How have you been? You sleep well, Grammy Linda. God bless you. Hi, Standing Stones. I'm a towel. Hi, Penny. I haven't had time to breathe, really, tonight. We started off like 8 hours ago with an attack, and it didn't stop all night. I have more now for you from the Iranian Red Crescent. I really think they're trying to send out a message that it's like about time to end this war. We have one chance, or they're gonna fight it out to the end. Hello, Happy Feet Girl. Did you know I made a special emoji just for Happy Feet Girl? Every time I see Happy Feet Girl in the chat, I post a Happy Feet Girl chat emoji. So if you're wondering why, well, because it's a penguin that has happy feet. Here's the latest from the IRGC on the ground in Tehran as we get into hour 8 of today's stream. Let's see. This is a channel that has reached 182 countries in 28 days, welcomes all viewpoints, is rooted in kind of like a Habermasian kind of communicative rationality, fitness plus Chicago. If you've ever kind of like read Jürgen Habermas's theory of communicative action or between facts and norms, it's kind of like an applied Habermasian discursive framework, melded a little bit with like a Rawlsian overlapping consensus. If you've read John Rawls's theory of justice, political liberalism, ideally law of peoples too, and then of course the notes on the Dewey lectures from '85. It's kind of like a combination and an applied like living public sphere. Like I'm very protective of the domain of communicative rationality because I believe it's the enabling condition of democratic legitimacy, democratic will formation, Habermas would call it, if you want to get into the academics of it all. But no, I wouldn't call it pro anything. Pro peace, pro save the goats, pro save the children. Mr. President Trump was nice to my Grampy, I guess. But that's like a personal thing, not really political. Valhalla, I don't see anything, but I'll let you know. I'm not seeing anything, Valhalla, but I'll let you know. The Bapco refinery in Bahrain has been shelled. I stand with the innocents everywhere and also the goats. Hashtag save the goats. Morning is about to rise in Israel. It's 11 p.m. It's almost 11 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. No, I am a Democratic Republican. I don't think there's been a good liberal president since JFK. So, no. I mean, maybe like if you're asking me, like, do I support a Rousseauian or Hobbesian conception of the state of nature, like classical liberalism versus like whatever liberalism is today? I don't know. Like Hobbes's concept, the real distinction between classical liberalism and like republicanism is really like it goes back to what's called the state of nature, and it has to do with Thomas Hobbes, who he wrote a book called Leviathan. And then Jean-Jacques Rousseau wrote a book called The First Discourse. It's not a book, it's an essay called The First Discourse on Progress of the Arts and Sciences. You got to understand a little bit of the conception or like the context of the development of both of those like historical threads to understand the distinction. So I may as well explain it. So Hobbes was exiled during, I think, the War of the Roses in the like I want to say like 1648 or so. He was exiled like because he was like pro-monarchist, but the parliamentarians under Oliver Cromwell were like winning the war, so they exiled him to France. So he was in France, and he was trying to like win the favor of the king after the war ended so he could come back to England. I think the king ended up winning the war. So like Hobbes writes this like pro-monarchist treatise called the Leviathan. It's very worthwhile to read. I've read the thing like 12 times. It's really good. It's it's Old English, but if you know how to read what he's saying, he's a genius. He's just an absolute genius. So in the Leviathan, among many other things, he has like, I don't know, 17s. The book's like if I say 4,000, the book is legitimately probably like 1,800 pages if you get it in the blue cover edition. But like in the book, Hobbes is like explaining this theory of the state of nature. It's a thought experiment. Countries didn't even really like exist at the time. The Westphalian Peace of 1648 was like just happening. But Hobbes has this like thought experiment about the state of nature where he's like, what was life like before we had civil society? And Hobbes, like you could argue, was a little bit of statist propaganda because Hobbes wasn't really trying to answer the question. He was just trying to please the King of England at the time so he could come back from exile after the Civil War. But anyway, Hobbes answers it this way. He's like, listen, bro, like life in the state of nature was a bella omnia contra omnes, all right? War of all against all. In the bella omnia contra omnes context, like life is poor, nasty, brutish, and short. You see what I'm saying? If the life in the state of nature before civil society is like war, then like civil society is a positive thing that takes us out of the state of bella omnia contra omnes and then like liberates us from this like condition of the war of all against all and a poor, nasty, short, and brutish life, and then we thrive in civil society. It was really more of like the king saves us from ourselves type of stuff, but like that was the theme. That's where classical like Hobbesian like republicanism, if you want to call it that, but it's more just like anti-liberalism comes in. The classical liberal perspective would be Rousseau, and it's like very hippy-dippy. Like, you think the hippies in the 70s were hippies? Bro, Rousseau was such a hippie that when he wrote the Confessions at the end of his life, this was Rousseau the philosopher, this dude was he's so pompous. By the way, his text Emile is still used in like teaching, graduate school and teaching classes today. But this dude, Rousseau, at the end of his life, he's writing a book called The Confessions, and he's like talking about how he wrote his various like. Rousseau thinks he's the greatest thing, like the greatest gift to Earth ever. Like he is. When he writes the Confessions, he's just writing like a love letter about his own life that is full of just like complete like indulgent fabrications. But one of his indulgent fabrications shows how much of a hippie he is, because he's saying like, listen, I was reading this call in the newspaper in 1791 or so, whatever it was, and I was thinking about like what it means. The Paris Academy of Arts and Sciences was putting out a call for papers on what it means for whether progress in the arts and sciences tends to corrupt or purify morals. And Rousseau's like, I was going to visit my friend Diderot, and he was in the mental hospital. So I was walking down the grand Parisian boulevards when I was called to sit under the shade of a tree. And Rousseau's like writing this in the Confessions about his own essay. And he's like, yes, the famous tree-lined avenues of the whatever. And I sit under the shade of the tree as I was walking to visit Diderot, and I got inspired to write the first discourse. And thus was born in the Rousseauian retelling classical liberalism. So yeah, and Locke plays a role in this too, don't get me wrong, but the Rousseauian, like the initial like the initial, Locke is what's called a social contract theorist. Locke comes up like right around the time that like Rousseau and Kant and like Hegel are writing. Hobbes is kind of like the grandfather. If you really want to trace it back, like political science probably starts with Plato, obviously a little bit of the pre-Socratics, like, but modern political science as we know it today, like if you read Plato's The Republic, bro, he says that we should take all the kids and have them raised in common by like philosopher kings, and you might have been onto something, but like it wouldn't work these days. He had like some very odd ideas about like how we should run society. But Plato also said societies naturally degrade from democracy to oligarchy to democracy to tyranny. And he was right about that. But anyway, my point is modern political theory, if you really want to trace it back, starts with Machiavelli writing for the De Medicis in Venice. He wrote The Prince in like, I don't know, what was it, like 60 or 70 or whatever, bro. And he, like, the De Medicis, like, if you knew, like, Venice was a city-state, so Machiavelli was, like, straight, like, tyrannical. He was, like, it was kind of, like, a little benevolent, but he was, like, let the De Medicis, like, have everyone else eat cake. That was Machiavelli's The Prince. It was, like, very... like, it was just like a love letter to, like, Venice in, like, the 1600s. And you really have to know what Venice society was weird. It's always been weird. But when it was a city-state, bruh, like, think, like, Vienna in the 1800s, like, when Dream Story was written, when, like, all the young Hegelians were in Vienna. Like, everyone who was anyone was in Vienna in, like, 1880. But, like, just think of that, but weirder. That was, like... the time of like the 1600s when in Venice, like they were like the like Vienna of their day. So anyway, Machiavelli, I'm back. Are you going Saturday? I'll be going. I don't know, Patrick Wilson. I don't go to most things. I stay inside. I'm pretty disabled. Sorry, I'm doing a lecture on the history of liberal versus like classical republicanism. So anyway, if you want to trace political science back, it goes to Machiavelli really first, but then you jump to like Hobbes, and then Hobbes is kind of like if you want to call Machiavelli the great grandfather, Hobbes is the great grandfather, and then like it kind of like the grandfathers, like there's a lot of them. You could argue like Rousseau would argue he comes first, but like it's really probably Kant that like establishes this all. Like it was, what was it? Yeah, like maybe Kant a little bit before Hegel, and then like as Hegel's coming up, like Locke is writing and Rousseau is writing. It was right around the French Revolution, the American Revolution. That was like a very big time for the emergence of political science. But anyway, so jumping forward, so Hobbes's conception is really what comes first, and Rousseau is like writing a reactionary hippie response when he's under the shade trees, and his argument is that in the state of nature, like things are like really good. They're very quaint, they're lovely, everyone's happy, it's very hippie. He was like the ultimate hippie of like France in the 1790s. And so he's like, bro, I'm a hippie. So his theory is that the like emergence of civil society represents garlands of flowers that we put upon our chains and convince ourselves like that because like we have these nice like progress, we have like progress in the arts and sciences. So therefore we're not enslaved and therefore we're fine. We like lull ourselves into this state of complacency and therefore like abdicate our autonomy and subjugate ourselves to this like machine. It's like it's like if Marx had like a lot of wine and like hung out instead of in like Germany and Russia, if he like hung out in France like 100 years earlier. It's like an early Marx, like a lot of Marx I think comes from Rousseau, or at least like Rousseau's like hippy dippy, like everybody should like love each other because civil society is the machine. Like like people think it's Marx, like it's Rousseau that kind of started that whole thing. But anyway, so like that's really like classical liberalism versus like Hobbesian style. Like I wouldn't call it republicanism in the modern sense of the term. It's more just like anti-liberalism, like statism or like monarchism. The real original debate, like the word liberalism originated from a position juxtaposition with like statist monarchism. But that to understand that, you really have to understand the transition from like feudal societies pre-1648 to like the emergence of the nation state post the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. And that gets a little bit complicated because like the European monarchies kind of stayed around under the auspices of like pseudo like parliamentary democracies and these like really weird forms of like corporate like state like colonization engines, and it like tells the story of like the Enlightenment period, but like all those lessons end up like manifesting in the American Constitution, which is why it's such a beautiful document. I mean, in particular, like the Lockean interpolation through Jefferson and Madison, like those guys were classically trained and happened to come around at like the apex of like European Enlightenment philosophy, where in all these various traditions, like from Plato and from Socrates and Plato and from Aristotle, like they obviously read the Politics and like De Anima and etc. Aristotle's Politics, I think it's like only like 70 or 80% recovered, but it's the best work. I wish we had the rest of it. It's the best work on politics I've ever read. But they were also schooled in the history of the tradition I just told you about, from Machiavelli through Hobbes and Rousseau and Locke and Kant and Hobbes. And that's why the American Constitution is not just the living embodiment of the intellectual revolution of the 1700s. If you can keep it, it is probably one of the most important forms of government that exists, because it's the bulwark against the natural degradation of all societies into tyranny. It is the thing that breaks Plato's cycle, the descent from democracy, which is like a government by like wealthy people or like landed interests, and then, or it might be like the wealthy, and then oligarchy, which is government by people with wealth, which is considered distinct from landowners or something. And then democracy, like, which in its pure form is kind of a degraded form of government, but representative democracy is the bulwark that short circuits the descent of pure democracy into tyranny. Voila! That's why I love the American Constitution. I'm actually very pleased. I don't know what has happened in Tel Aviv. I heard that there was a potential impact in the last 30 minutes, but I have not heard, with no air raid, but I've heard nothing about it. I did give you the history of philosophy, though. All right, it's the top of the hour. Let's go to Al Jazeera. I want to get the updates. If there was a strike in without air raids, they'll have someone on the ground, or they'll at least have seen it from Jordan. I highly doubt it, though. I mean, I'm very suspect of anything falling in anywhere in Israel without any warnings. It's almost unheard of. It would mean the whole system is down. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would mean the whole system is down. It would mean they didn't detect the launch or anything of that nature. So this is the top of the hour update from Al Jazeera 6 minutes ago. We're heading into hour 9, excuse me.
Designed for Israel's interests, for those who believe in Israel first. The cost is being paid by the people of Iran, the people of the region, and the people of the United States.
God bless you,
the
Mimi.
Human and financial costs are being paid by ordinary people, by people standing at gas pumps. This situation must be prevented. I believe that ending the war depends on the will of the American people to compel their government to take a wiser path.
مسیر خردمندانه رو در پیش بگیر. Mr. Foreign Minister Abbas Arakchi, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. شكرا ممنون.
That was Ali's video with the foreign minister. They've been playing that a lot. It's a good interview. It's worth watching. It's 23 minutes.
This is Al Jazeera and this is America.
Why is the United
Breaking. The IRGC has launched Wave 80. That was what we saw earlier. I'm going to play you now the statement from the IRGC regarding Wave 80. It just came in. We're heading into hour 9. I've been limited to 10 hours a day. I have a lot more strength when I do 10 instead of 12 hours. So we're going to listen to this now regarding Wave 80, just released by the IRCG. Go ahead, British Announcer Towel.
Conversation. Breaking. Wave 80 has begun. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Public Relations Statement. The strategic points and military centers located in the northern occupied territories of Palestine came under heavy and continuous attack by missiles from the IRGC Aerospace Force. As part of the 80th wave of True Promise 4, the operations launch under the code Yaqari al-Quwa, dedicated to the soul of the martyred driver, Mohammed Dalvand, and all truck and transporter drivers. In support of and backing for the heroic attacks by the Islamic resistance, Hezbollah, and the oppressed people in southern Lebanon. This operation targeted the military command headquarters of the Zionist entity's army located north of the city of Saft, which is the headquarters responsible for commanding and maneuvering forces for attack and defense along the northern borders of Palestine. This operation marks the beginning of a series of operations previously announced by the IRGC against the child-killing Zionist entity. Where Zionist force concentrations in northern occupied Palestine and the Gaza belt will be placed under the fire of heavy missile and drone attacks from the Islamic Republic of Iran without any considerations. The operations also included targets deep in the occupied territories, Tel Aviv, Kiryat Shmona, and Bnei Brak, in addition to U.S. terrorist army bases in Ali al-Salem, Arafat, Al-Udeid, and Sheikh Isa, which were targeted with liquid and solid fuel missile systems, precision missiles, and suicide drones. This wave is ongoing. Indeed, his command, when he intends a thing, is only that he says to it be, and it is. Make their shots true to their enemies. Zayn, there's rain in Iraq, don't worry, it won't flood with water.
Wave 80. Hello, all the world's a stage. Thank you for your question about Nietzsche. So, I think the best way I have read Beyond Good and Evil and Thus Spoke Zarathustra. I don't know if I have read too much else by Nietzsche. The best way I can explain Nietzsche is I don't know what he was on, but he was kind of like a shaman, not like Rasputin, but I would call him in the tradition of a critic of liberal democracy, but I wouldn't really call him like a Hobbesian style statist. Nietzsche is kind of he's like a modern shaman. The best way I can explain it is he's somebody who goes into the woods and he's kind of like an early Thoreau. He is in a tradition of thinkers that are critical of liberal democracy, very critical, an early push your hands on the gears of the machine. But he wrote it for an audience of Germans. First of all, I don't know what Nietzsche was on. I really don't. But the dude was he was not a class. He was a philosopher, but he was more like a dude who liked to go into the woods and then sit on a hill and just look at the towns in Germany. And then he would kind of pontificate about what life should be from the hill. And then he would write, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. If you read it, it's like a fever dream. It's about this guy that goes up onto a mountain and then he kind of gets divine. It's like an homage to Moses. And then he kind of gets divinely inspired. Then he comes down and he just starts proclaiming things to the people of this random German town. The problem with Nietzsche that I've always had is the dude was writing for an audience, and I've said it before in this stream, of people who listened to Wagner and had very refined, erudite perspectives on culture. So he encoded this very early pre-Marxist critique of early industrial society. He saw it coming. He was a visionary. He really was. He just was kind of I don't know, a hermit I think that's the best way to explain it. Like, he just liked to live, like, that's why Habermas, I'm sure, lived in the forest. Like, when you analyze civil society all the time, it's really hard to be part of it because, like, you're thinking about, like, the development of human consciousness and societies and, like, billions of lives. It's just a lot. So Nietzsche and Habermas both were similar, but Nietzsche, like, encoded it in the language of, like, this, like, I don't know, like, what's he call it? Like the Ubermensch, like this, like, very grandiose, like, Wagnerian, like, you're in an opera. Like, German people in, like, the 1700s, 1800s, early 1900s, what they would kind of do is, like, sit around, like, imagine, like, sitting around in, like, the Alps, listening when music came around, or, like, when instruments were around before recorded music, listening to, like, operas, or like renditions of operas, like very dramatic, like you are like the gods on Mount Olympus and like you are determining like the fate of the world, like very, like, it's almost like doing like Blow, but like without the drugs. I don't know how to explain it. Germans, like the German political class, not Germans as a people, the political like machinations of Germany, like when it was the Prussian Empire, and then like the pre, like the World War I to World War II era, and the Weimar era, and then the thing in the 30s, and the thing we don't talk about, it was very bad. And then like the emergence of East and West Germany, and like, oh God, Germany is just, to look at German like politics over the past 500 years is just its own like cluster F. It really is a lot. But anyway, the point really that I'm driving at there is that, you know, I think that generally somewhere in there, like the German people like became like very engrossed with like this like mythic ethos of themselves and their place in the world, and it transliterated through Nietzsche into this like very obfuscated and like very like alienated moral philosophy that has a lot of value. But like, if there's like the traditions of philosophy, then you kind of got like Nietzsche. Like, he's like kind of pre-Marx a little bit, but he's not really like a Marxist. He's not really like a liberal. He's not really like a conservative. He's just Nietzsche. He's just kind of like sitting over there. It's kind of like reading early Heidegger, but Heidegger had like the benefit of Hegel. So Heidegger's philosophy is more mature, whereas like so it's like more of like a structured analysis of temporal existence and the tension with human cognition. Whereas like Nietzsche is just kind of like aloof in the woods, and he has some ideas, but they're very rudimentary, and he encodes it in like a Wagner style opera for a specific audience at a specific time that alienates it from the wider historical and like philosophical traditions in which he was operating. He's like a philosopher's philosopher. It's often said you can't be a philosopher without first becoming a Kantian, but I think it's probably more apropos to say that like, if you're a philosopher, you're probably just like befuddled and stupefied and in awe of Nietzsche. Like, everyone is like just generally befuddled, but also in awe of Nietzsche. Similar to Hegel. Like, Hegel didn't write a lot. It's most of his stuff that we have is just written lecture notes of his students, but he wrote like Reason and History, and I think he wrote Phenomenology of Spirit. The point is, like, Hegel is someone that, like, when you actually read and understand, his mind is just the greatest thing that Earth ever gifted, like, God ever gifted humanity, in my opinion. I meant to say God ever gifted the Earth, but it's really both. But the point is, like, Hegel's mind is probably the greatest, but Nietzsche's, like, artistic adaptation of philosophical traditions, like, will probably go down as, like, the best. It's a little abstract, but it's good. James Joyce kind of, like, took Nietzsche's, like, framework and made it more accessible, if that's possible, with The Wake and with Ulysses. I kind of see that as like a continue. If there is anyone who picked up where Nietzsche left off, it's probably James Joyce. But I wouldn't call that philosophy. I would call that more like literature. So, yeah. But yeah, I didn't mean to start any fights about history. We have lots of debates. I hope you all get some rest. We have another like hour to go. I should go back to the Al Jazeera update. I interrupted to show you the Iranian Wave 4. I expect there to be another launch. Did we hit 8,000? We're probably close. Look at, we're making steady progress. Will we see 8,000 live tonight? Immanuel Kant was a real passant. I love that Monty Python skit. Listen, I don't want to dive too deep into Kant as well, but if you've never studied the Kantian canon, listen, I could do I guess we can call this like your mental break segment before we go back to the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. If you've never got a chance to read the Kantian canon, listen, read the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, read the critique of pure reason, read the critique of practical reason, read theory and practice, in particular the essay Perpetual Peace, which is probably his magnum opus. You will never have as much fun, at least I didn't, you will never have as much fun in your life as when you're reading Immanuel Kant. To truly dive in to like an Immanuel Kant text is like reading like the jewel of refined academic philosophical discipline. It's like Hegel, when you read it, you kind of just have to come to it. It's like a good painting. It's like looking at like a Renaissance master. You can't really read Hegel unless you're ready for it. Like you really have to know where he was at when he wrote it and like where the tradition went afterwards to understand the beauty of the syntactical dialectic, the historical dialectic, Hegel's syntactical form. But the point is, with Kant, it's a standalone exercise. Like you should start probably, I don't even know. Like if I had to teach it, I would teach it like, if I had to teach Kant's philosophy in a class over 3 months, I would teach it like theory and practice, like first. I would actually invert it. Like I would teach it to the students with Perpetual Peace as the first essay they read, and then I would have them read theory and practice and say like, by the end of his life, this is how Professor Kant was able to like explain his very abstract philosophy to like a lay readership. Then I would probably start at the beginning and probably do the critique of pure reason first. It's really hard, but I would make them do it. And I would do it for graduate and undergraduate students, and I would just kind of weed out the undergrads who couldn't handle what was going on within the first like 3 days. And then I would go to the critique of practical reason, which is like the way I think it's best done. And then I would go to the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, which is like probably the hardest. And then I think we could get that done in like 3 months, like a few chapters at a time each week. But Kant is really fun. I love reading Immanuel Kant. Oh, bro, I could read Immanuel Kant just all day. I could just sit there like reading Immanuel Kant. It's like my favorite intellectual exercise. I wish I had more time to do it. I don't. I really don't. Okay, let's take the top of the hour.
In a war with Iran, how will it get out?
Senator, can I ask you just one question?
No, Primo, relax.
Open the strait. It's
Primo,
the beginning of
Primo, it's okay, my dear friend.
A lot of coverage in the press
Everybody's
and on TV
okay.
about how the rhetoric appears to be.
Maybe it was just a joke I didn't get. Everyone's all right. God bless you, Tal.
On the war with Iran has been a moving target. I don't think the Trump administration.
I hope you enjoyed the philosophy lesson.
This is America on Al Jazeera.
I hope you enjoyed the philosophy
Can you really
lesson.
bomb a political future into existence?
That's awesome, Primo. I want to talk with you in the morning on the Discord about Thus Spoke Zarathustra.
I think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the
instruments
of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Front tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is thinking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Top of the hour update. We're heading into hour 9. It's 11:23 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Time. Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. It's, what is it, 5:23 a.m. in South Africa and Israel, and it's 6:53 in Tehran. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up.
That was right.
We're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly.
I agree, Donald.
No idea how badly they want to make a deal.
The US president again says negotiations are underway with Iran. He says Tehran has agreed they will never have nuclear weapons. Despite talk of a deal, though, explosions have continued overnight in Tehran, with US and Israeli strikes targeting the Iranian capital. And Iran retaliates, launching several attacks at Israel. Missiles and interceptions have been seen across the country. Drone strikes near the US consulate in Erbil in Iraq. A residential building has been damaged. Now, reports that negotiations are underway between the US and Iran have failed to quell the fighting on the ground. It's been nearly 4 weeks since the US and Israel attacked Iran, launching a war with global consequences. While all sides initially said there was no room for diplomacy, President Trump now says the US has been negotiating with an unnamed Iranian leader. Reports that Iranian officials have denied. Well, these are some of the latest images from Tehran. The Red Crescent there says an airstrike has hit a residential area, and rescue efforts are underway. On Tuesday, an attack on southern Tehran on Tuesday killed at least 12 people and wounded nearly 30. That was as Iran announced former IRGC commander Mohammad Bagher Zolgada as its new security chief. He replaces Ali Larijani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. And these were the skies over central Israel early on Wednesday. Missiles and interceptions have been seen across the country. Iran and ally Hezbollah have been launching daily waves of strikes there. On Tuesday, they killed at least one person and injured more than a dozen. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering the latest developments from Washington, D.C., Tehran, Amman, Kuwait City. But first, this report from Kimberly Halkett.
Prior to the U.S. strikes in Iran, President Donald Trump had one major demand.
They've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
Iran has always maintained it does not want a nuclear weapon. Speaking in the Oval Office on Tuesday, Trump told reporters his Vice President, J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are all currently involved in negotiations with Iran, something Iran also denies. But Trump insists negotiations are going so well, he'd like to see the fighting stop soon.
This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news.
Trump reiterated the joint U.S.-Israel military campaign is ahead of schedule, and all Iran's top leaders have been killed, another goal Trump claims he achieved.
We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems.
But Trump was cryptic about the nature of a present he said Iran had just given the United States, stating only that it was related to oil and gas and the Strait of Hormuz.
It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize.
Still, on the big questions of how and when the war could end, President Trump had no answers, only stating that Iran wants to make a deal. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Well, let's go to John Hendren, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. John, so President Trump says talks are definitely underway with Iran and the war could end soon. So where are we now, John, and what more has Trump been saying?
Well, Darren, the wheels of diplomacy have been churning. White House officials have been talking to various American media, and there is a 15-point plan, according to these reports, that has been sent to Iran via Pakistan. And mediators from Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan are all pushing for a meeting, an in-person meeting between the U.S. and Iran in Islamabad within 48 hours. So that would be by Thursday. As both of those things go on, we're also learning that the Trump administration is sending more military material to the Middle East. We heard about the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit the other day. That was about 2,500 Marines. And now it is the 82nd Airborne, some 1,500 or so troops. And that's significant because these are paratroopers, people who specialize in invading territory. We're also seeing an intriguing report that Iranian negotiators don't want to deal with the two negotiators the U.S. has sent. That is Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, his official mediator there. And that they prefer dealing with J.D. Vance, the vice president of the United States. And the president addressed the suggestion that Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, the crown prince there, had been urging him to continue the war. All he said was, he's a warrior, he's fighting with us. So various dribs and drabs of information, but diplomacy and military moves are going on at the same time.
All right, John, stay with us, because we're going to bring in Mohammed Val, who's in the Iranian capital. Mohammed, so what more is being said there in Tehran, where you are, about Trump's claims that talks are definitely underway with Iran?
Well, Darren, Iranians, until now, they don't have any clarity about this. I'm talking about the general public. If the government knows something and is not sharing it with the general public, then that's something unprecedented, probably, or maybe, or let's just say that for the least, it's something strange here in Iran, seen by the people in the street as abnormal. People want clarity, they want to know what's going on with the politics, with the war, and so on, and all they have is the sound of bombs and missiles and drones. The rhetoric coming from above, from the government leaders, particularly the military leaders, is only about new waves of strikes against Israel and American bases in the region. Yesterday, the president and the foreign minister and the parliament speaker, all of them said there are no negotiations, whether direct or indirect, with the United States so far. They're not aware of what the Americans are talking about. We know that there is a lot of diplomatic phone calls between the president and the foreign minister on the one hand and their counterparts across the region, but they're not sharing the information. If they know something, they're not sharing it with the general public. The Iranians, most Iranians are in the dark about what's going on. If there will be an announcement soon, we don't know, but until now, there is no clarity about this situation.
All right, Mohammed Val there in Tehran. Mohammed, thank you. Let's go back to John Hendren in Washington. John, and yet another failed attempt by Democrats in Congress to end the war in Iran. Tell us what happened, John.
That's right, Darren. This is the third attempt, and this one failed by a vote of 47 to 53. It's a party line vote. One person on each side switched. And the Senate Democrats forced this vote. They knew they were going to lose it because the Republicans have been standing behind President Trump on the war in Iran. But it is Congress that has the exclusive right in the U.S. to declare war. A president can initiate some kind of conflict, but since 1974, it is Congress that has the power to shut down a war. And that's what they were trying to do here. They want to force Donald Trump to recognize that Congress needs to declare a war. And also, most of the Democrats, like most Americans in polls, are against this war. And Democrats say they're going to keep holding votes every week until the administration comes in and testifies in defense of the war, something a Democrat Senator Chris Murphy says the Trump administration is not doing because it's unable to explain and defend the war.
John Hendren, live for us there in Washington. John, thank you. Let's go to Rob McBride. He's following developments in Israel from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rob, so there's been no let-up in Iranian missile strikes across Israel. Bring us up to date with what's been happening.
Well, that's right. I mean, in the early hours of Wednesday morning, there was a slight lull in the number of attacks, but the last couple of hours has seen a partial uptick in the number and the amount of missile activity happening in the skies over Israel. Missiles were detected being launched from Iran. A number of alerts were issued for a number of locations throughout central Israel, including Tel Aviv. Now, those alerts have been dropped once more, but we know that missiles were launched, they were intercepted. We are seeing images now on social media of what appear to be air defenses at network intercepting some of those missiles. Once again, Tel Aviv was targeted, and Tel Aviv, or a city next to Tel Aviv, the city of Bnei Barak, was the scene of one of the more serious incidents in recent hours. That was a missile strike on that city in a residential area on Tuesday evening. It caused a certain amount of damage and also 9 injuries. The ambulance service say
got 2 of the, listen to this, they got 2 of the kids in Belgium. They got them. Shout out to the Belgian Special Forces, or whoever their intelligence director it is. Hold on. Can we please take a moment to celebrate and congratulate our dear friends in the state of Belgium? All Belgian towels, you can stand proud tonight. The British couldn't do it. The French couldn't do it. The Dutch couldn't do it. Who was the first country to arrest those sect of that cell attacking Europe? They're probably interrogating the hell out of them right now. Oh, we're going to get the Discord they were on. We're going to get who paid them, who made the videos. They got them. It was Belgium. And guess what? They were under 18. You might be right, all the world's a stage. No, listen, what if they come out and say, and they have proof that it was what you're saying? You might be proven right, my friend. I'm not jumping to conclusions either way. I'm just saying, notwithstanding where this goes, Belgium got them. Belgium got them. The first pause, and I don't think a lot of people realize, it was days and days of attacks from this group that was bombing Jewish institutions in London, Belgium, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, etc., threatening France. No one could arrest them. That was the bigger thing. I don't know what the interrogation's going to yield. What if they say, oh yeah, actually here's the proof, we were paid by X group. Okay. The point is they got them. Wherever it leads, they finally got these people off the street. They were firebombing just random cars and businesses. Now, it's not the whole cell. I want to be clear. You get 2 of them, and then 2 of them, you interrogate them, and then the 2 of them give up, like, wherever this was coordinated. This is just, like, by the book. And then that gets you into the cell, then you break the cell up. They got them. They won't be able to operate much longer once you got to it, because they're kids. I knew they were kids. I had it pegged. Go back and look at my profile of them. I got it exactly right. I said they were kids. I think I said, like, what did I say? Like 18 to 30, or like maybe like 20 to 30. I was right. They were even younger than I thought, because I saw one of their hands in one of the videos. And like your hand can tell, like, I'm like 37 or 36. I'm older and I'm very disabled. My hands like are destroyed because I've just had, like, when you're disabled for that long and sick for that long, it like wears on you. Like my hands, like they are just like you can tell my age by my hands. I know it seems weird, but you can. Like an older person, especially like depending on what you do for jobs and stuff, like hands are either like very like soft or they're withered. And like the older you get, like the more you actually work with your hands. And I don't know, you can just tell someone like who has used their hands their whole life or someone who has not. It's just a thing. I don't know. It's like very soft. There isn't a lot of muscle tone. It's just how I profiled them. If you watch my profile of this group from yesterday in Belgium, I got it exactly. Hey, Liam, it's so good to see you. Listen, there was not a lull tonight. There were multiple waves. A few of them were intercepted towards southern Israel. There were strikes in Kuwait on the airport. Iran has launched its 80th wave, which is ongoing. I expect there to be alerts between now and like 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. They're very predictable, but also getting a little bit more intense with their firing. They've been using those cluster munitions, the Khorram Shaher 4. The latest update, it was actually a few hours ago I have for you, is that 2 miners in Belgium, for the first time, have been arrested in connection with those ongoing terrorist attacks across Europe. And this is like an important cell. They finally got them this morning in Belgium. And once you get 2 of them, that's it. They'll flip. They're kids. Like you're not going to, and it's a national security thing, so they'll interrogate you. They will put you in a cell, and they're kids too, but it doesn't matter. It's national security, it's terrorism. They will put them in a cell and they will treat them like terrorists, and they'll get that information. I'm not going to say anything more. They will not hurt them, but they will get that information. They use like psychological torture. And you have to be trained in counter-interrogation to get through it without giving up the information, and they're not. That's the biggest risk for this splinter cell group in Europe that was operating, was that some of their people were going to get caught. Seriously. And I'm just seeing it now from a few hours ago that they were arrested in Belgium. And the thing is, it's not, when you get arrested as a criminal, it's one thing, like, there's limits to custodial interrogation. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but there really are limits to custodial interrogation. I don't remember all the cases off the top of my head, but it's like a Miranda issue. It's a Fifth Amendment, it's a Sixth Amendment issue. It's this whole like constitutional thing in America, like, and it's similar in other countries, even if they don't have constitutions. You have a lot of rights as a criminal defendant. They can try to roll you, but they like flip you to become an informant for them. But you have a lot of rights, bro. Anti-terrorism, you don't understand. You're going in like an isolation cell. They're going to torture you like psychologically until you give them what they want. It's not going to, they don't care. Like you can like, they know that you're going to say what they want at first. So they're just going to take that intel, and then they're going to keep pushing until you give them like the secret Discord, the internal like Telegram, like what, I'm going to blank out the names of the clients they could have been using, the blank, whatever. Like, give it to us. Like, give us your phones. We have your computer. They're going to bring their phones and computers into the room with them and be like, you're going to give us everything right now. Like, here's your whole internet history. Here's what we saw. Here's when you were using, like, the, like, blank. Like, we know what you did. Give us the people who did this. I agree. All the world's a stage. That is 100% the question. It's like, who, they're young. It's going to be a big deal. They will get these kids to roll, and like it won't come out for a little bit because Europe is very delayed when they do this type of like intelligence investigation. I've monitored a lot of this stuff in Europe. They get them, but they hold the information for a little bit because they want to like honeypot them and get them more. This group is running scared right now. They must be freaking out because like what happens is when you I'll just briefly talk about this and we'll do the midnight update on Al Jazeera. When you're involved in anything that even touches, forget about when a war is going on. When you're involved in anything that even touches like statecraft, if the other state gets you, like if you're working for one state or you're a patsy for one state, whatever, if you're doing any statecraft at all, it's why it's so dangerous. Like, and the other state catches you, you're in a lot of trouble if it's not wartime, okay? The worst position you can possibly be in, because it's like terrorism, like they're going to roll you even if it's not wartime, they're going to roll you. The worst position you can be in is to be under investigation for counterterrorism during wartime, like related potentially to either like one party or another party. It doesn't matter who it is. They did terrorism on domestic Belgium soil, and it probably links like up the chain. They're kids. They didn't do it alone. They were like recruited either as patsies or witting like agents, whatever. And it starts with the lowest person on the totem pole. And if you are not trained in counterintelligence, you cannot psychologically resist this type of interrogation. It's not even regular counterterrorism interrogation. They're going to be treated, even though they're Belgian citizens, they're going to be treated they're going to be interrogated by military intelligence in Belgium. I don't know. I don't want to know what those guys are like. If I met them, I'd be like, bro, thanks for doing that good work. You were the first country to catch these kids and break up the cell. Like, good work. But I don't ever want to meet them while they're working. Because I assure you that, like, they whether it's right, they're probably in the cell right now. They are going to give up that whole group. They will not make it through that interrogation. No child anywhere that I've ever heard of has been, you need a developed brain. And then, oh, there it is. Thanks, Iran. Iran, it's not Iran. Thank God. It's Hezbollah in the north. It's not Iran. They're going to fire at about 1:30. Hezbollah is starting the next wave. It's always in cycles. Hezbollah starts with rocket fire. It builds up for 20 minutes to break down the air defense, and then Iran fires. All right, but let me get you back to the counterintelligence stuff. They're going to break immediately. like no child in the world anywhere has the brain that could withstand psychological interrogation by any military intelligence. And the Belgian military intelligence, or whoever the hell is investigating them, is going to rip that information out of them. They won't last like 3 hours. And that's why it's such a risk to use sleeper cells with kids. They never should have done that. They probably had no option though, because it was the only thing they had in Europe. Europe's really good with its counter-terrorism intelligence centers. It was so amateur too, and they were kids. The worst part is, whoever was talking to those kids, whatever chain of command they had, they're done. I'm sure that a lot of them already are like getting rounded up. If like we don't see more arrests within the next week of that group, I'll be shocked. Because like those kids didn't have an option. Once the cuffs went on, they were done. Yeah, it's over. Those kids must be horrified right now. God's worst sin. Hello, how are you? Let me take a look. Yeah, those kids must be very horrified right now. Rightfully so. There's a lot of them. Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for sending this. I'm working on an English translation of this right now. I'm going to play this. This is the latest statement from the IRCG, and I'm trying to get the English subtitles. Let me see if I got it for you. I asked Translate Mom. All right, here we go. Let's see. This is the latest from the IRCG in English, thanks to Translate Mom. All right, let's go.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. امروز در جهان دو جبهه وجود دارد، حق و باطل، و هر حق طلب آزاده‌ای تحت تأثیر امواج رسانه‌ای شما اغوا نمی‌شود. سطح خود درگیری هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟ نه خبری از سرمایه گذاری هایتان در منطقه خواهد بود و نه قیمت سابق انرژی و نفت را خواهید دید تا وقتی که بفهمید ثبات در منطقه توسط دست قدرتمند نیروهای مسلح ما تضمین می شود. ثبات از طریق قدرت. صراحتاً اعلام می کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری. و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Okay, now we're talking. They're listening to this stream. Oh my God. Now we're talking. Listen. Listen. They're listening to this stream. Did you hear that language? I was just talking about the two paths. Listen to me. Listen, they're trying to send us a signal, not this channel. They're trying to send this is the only channel that listens to them, and I know it. I know it. It's the only one that even tries. Al Jazeera Arabic a little bit. They're trying. This is totally an AI, dude, but I don't care. Whoever makes these videos is trying to send a signal. Listen to what they're about to say. I'll play the video for you full screen with the captions. Listen to what they're saying. They're talking directly to Mr. President. They just put this out like 20 minutes ago. This is the IRGC's latest statement. Listen to what they're saying.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده. امروز در جهان دو جبهه وجود دارد، حق و باطل، و هر حق طلب آزاده‌ای تحت تأثیر امواج رسانه‌ای شما اغوا نمی شود. سطح خود درگیری هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟ نه خبری از سرمایه گذاری هایتان در منطقه خواهد بود و و نه قیمت سابق انرژی و نفت را خواهید دید تا وقتی که بفهمید ثبات در منطقه توسط دست قدرتمند نیروهای مسلح ما تضمین می شود. ثبات از طریق قدرت. صراحتاً اعلام می کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری. و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
I'm just going to play this again.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم میزدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده. امروز در جهان دو جبهه وجود دارد، حق و باطل، و هر حق طلب آزاده‌ای تحت تأثیر امواج رسانه‌ای شما اغوا نمی شود. سطح خود درگیری هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟ نه خبری از سرمایه گذاری هایتان در منطقه خواهد بود و نه قیمت سابق انرژی و نفت را خواهید دید تا وقتی که بفهمید ثبات در منطقه توسط دست قدرتمند نیروهای مسلح ما تضمین می شود. ثبات از طریق قدرت. صراحتاً اعلام می کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه hich وقت دیگری. و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز.
All right, here's what I think they're saying. They're not they are in a very powerful position. They are saying they're open to this. I really think they're open to talking. I really should call Mr. President tomorrow. So you can call Mr. President if you're a reporter. His cell phone is like, he'll talk to reporters. I think I can get them to the table. I'm serious. Like, they just listen. What they're saying here is very clear. They said it explicitly. They have a realist political doctrine. Okay, strength, like peace through strength. It's their doctrine too. Like regional stability through strength. It's not a good thing for them to have people dying and all their commanders dying and all these people dying. It's really not. They don't want it, but they will continue to do this unless unless we, all of the nations of the West, respect them as an equal. I understand what they're saying. I really do. And they don't, like, what they want is a new U.S. administration. It's not going to happen right away. We don't have an election for like a year and a half. But what they want, they want a shift in relations. They're offering an on-ramp, but they're saying it's a very conditional off-ramp, and they're in a position of strength. And they're saying, listen, we're willing to have a regional realignment that is based on stability. They're saying it, but we won't do it based on your terms. We've shown to you with these continued 80 waves, we're making the point that we want to be an actor in the regional axis on our own accord. They're earning it. So give it to them. They want it. They're offering you an off-ramp. They're literally responding to stuff on the stream. How do I know that? They're talking about the two paths forward for the world and truth and falsehood. I understand exactly what they're saying. They're trying. They negotiate this way. They don't negotiate through proxies. They negotiate directly through their statements. They say what they mean and they mean what they say. Take them seriously. Offer them the autonomy and standing that they want in the region. Frankly, if I walked in there and had the permission as an analyst, if I had the permission, in my opinion, in a hypothetical, from Mr. President to give them the 67 borders, bro, I could get so much done right now. Dude, they would be all about it. I think they would love it. They really would. I really think they would be like, wait a minute, you're going to make the Israelis give us the 67 borders? I'm like, yeah. But what are you offering in terms of regional stability? And not just that, I'll make sure the Israelis never touch the Palestinians again. What are you going to offer? I want to just mind F them. More rocket fire in the north. Damn it. Come on, Iran. Come on, Hezbollah. Can I at least have the morning to call Mr. President? We can get this done. I have a feeling we can get this done. I just need Mr. President's blessing. I'm just an analyst now. Let me do this. I'm called to do it. I've never felt so called to do something in my life. And I understand everything that has happened in the war. Not like from classified information, just every public piece of information about this war I have memorized. Let me do it. I'm ready. I'm ready to talk to the Iranians. Mr. President just has to give me permission. I'm ready. Send me to Pakistan. Do they have weed in Pakistan? You're going to have to send me on a special plane, a diplomatic plane. And the Pakistanis can't come into my hotel room. Not because anything's going on. It just, don't ask too many questions, Pakistan. I like you very much. I'll talk to the Afghanistanis, too, for Pakistan. We can do this, Afghanistan. Come on, Hezbollah. Stop it. This frustrates me. Why can't we just stop firing until we have this conversation? That'd be called Mr. President. I'll be like, Mr. President, I can't explain to you what's going on. You could look at the YouTube channel. Let me talk to Iran for you. I'll be the special towel envoy to Iran. The press won't know what to make of it. They'll call it the towel in Pakistan moment. Oh, if President Nixon could see me now. Send towel. Listen, at this point, right, with the ridiculousness of it all, would me going to Pakistan to talk to the Iranians really be that out of the question? I'm telling you, Maggie Haberman would not know what to make of it. Special presidential envoy towel. I sat down with him for a conversation. This is a New York Times writer. I sat down with him for a conversation. He started quizzing me on Hegel. I want to quiz Maggie Haberman on Hegel. She's going to read Hegel ahead of the interview now, and then I'm going to swerve her by asking her about another obscure philosopher. I'm going to be like, so you're ready for the Hegel question, huh? And she'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, yeah, tricked you. I have plans. Send me to Pakistan. I'm ready. Yes, Mimi, you got it. Mimi, I'm going to need a goat. I'm bringing Mimi, too. Mimi, me, you, and the goat. We're going to Pakistan. Listen, imagine if I showed up with Mimi and a goat to the negotiation table. Mr. Ellis, we've been expecting you. We were not expecting Mimi and the goat. I'd be like, yeah, this is Mimi. She prays for me, and this is her goat. We like goats. The Iranians would be completely baffled. All right, I got a plan. Some of that was satire. The thing, Mimi, I would love for you to come. Do you want to come to Pakistan? I don't know, like, if that would be a good idea. I mean, you can come if you want. Mimi, all right, fine, all right, we're doing this. So if we're doing this, I have terms. One, I get to smoke the whole time. Like, I can't be in any environment where I can't smoke the whole time. The Iranians can have a fan or a vent next to them or something. Maybe they like smoking cigarettes or something, who knows? Okay, 2, I need a bed on the plane. I don't like sitting on planes. It's uncomfortable. I need to just lay down. It doesn't have to be a full bed. I just need to lay down because of my stomach. It hurts to sit in the plane seats. Or I need, like, cushions. Okay, 3, Mimi gets to come along to Pakistan, and she gets to bring a goat. All right, that is my delegation. It's me, Mimi, a goat, and this plane that I get to smoke on. It's a diplomatic plane. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. All right, Mimi, I don't know if this is actually going to happen. If I go to Pakistan, you might have to be on like a video call. But if I can get someone to agree to fly you with me to Pakistan and bring a goat in the plane, I'm doing it. No one's going to stop me. Like, if I have any say in this, I would be like, I know this is probably a bit of like a delicate, security thing, but there's this very wonderful woman. Her name is Mimi. I don't have a lot of time to explain. I need you to go get her and this goat, and I need you to bring them to the plane. Oh, imagine if I were president. I could do the funniest things. Oh, you don't understand. Like, I could bring Clerk Margaret to the White House and ask her to be the Secretary of Commerce. That might act... Oh, God, I prayed for this moment. Listen, if we can make this happen, I will be the happiest person in the world. If I just get to run for president and troll the media and get taken seriously and get to solve the Iran crisis, oh, I would be so happy. It's all I've ever wanted. And then I can make Clerk Margaret the Secretary of Commerce. I don't have time to explain. Okay, All right. I'm ready to do this. Iranians, we can do this. You can bring like a peace offering. Do you have any goats? I'll bring you a goat. You can bring me a goat. Oh, this is an analyst perspective. I can't do any of this without Mr. President's permission. I am totally down to do this. Listen, Iran, as an analyst, I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. We can do this. Like, I think they're ready to chill. We gotta like have a little change of our U.S. politics, bro. We gotta become a little more relaxed, a little more tolerant. I think the Iranians like that. When I say the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I say peace be upon him. Like, I'm very respectful, and I want to learn more about the Quran. If I spoke to the Iranians, the first thing I would ask them to do is like talk to me more about Ayatollah Khamenei's views on Jesus and the Virgin Mother. He had like a really interesting talk that he gave, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So like honestly, the way I would open the discussion is by being like, you know, as someone who like very strongly believes in Jesus, but who also, when like I say the name Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I say peace be upon him. Can you tell me a little bit about Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, peace be upon him? Can you tell me about his perspective on Jesus and the Virgin Mother? I know exactly what they're going to say because I know his speech about it, and then I would start from there. Ms. Rockstar, you could come too with Rockstar, absolutely. Mimi, we would need your prayers. But I'm telling you, I think they might be listening. They're just using like kind of coded language. I think they want me, I don't know. I can't, first of all, I'm like the only one who airs like their statements in full all the time right away when they say them. And also, I'm the only one who's willing to give them a chance. I think, and there's basically like saying outright what I was saying. I don't know. If they don't attack for like the next 7 hours, that would be kind of cool. I really would be one. Like, I have no power, though. Like, God would have to make this happen himself. I would do it, though. If the Lord thinks that I can, like, fulfill this and wills it to happen and it happens, I would be so honored and blessed. We can do this. I think we really can offer him this. They're ready. But they have terms, and they're in the driver's seat. So you have to approach it that way. Yeah, Marsha, that's why I want to call the president. And he kind of knows my family. It's been a long time, but he has a good memory. He might remember. I want to call him. I could do it. Is anyone else actually suited to do it? Does anyone else even want to do it? Like, does the vice president even want to do it? Does he even know, like, what to do? He seems more interested in, like, domestic policy, frankly. I don't know. Is there any person, like, in the United States who actually wants to go do this? I haven't really thought about that. Like, Witkoff and Kushner can't do it. Kushner can't do it because he's too involved with the Saudis. Like, they own that balloon payment on 666 Fifth Avenue. MBS is cool, though, but he, like, wants to just eradicate Iran. And MBS can learn to live with them. I really think he can. It's two very different sects of Islam. But there's a shared history there. There is, dating back to 79. I think it's just a matter of like getting all these parties to find a geopolitical realignment that is stable and like makes them feel heard. It's kind of like a situation where they're all talking past each other. They're not listening to each other. And they're making up stuff about what the other one thinks. Like, none of the actual leaders are talking to each other. They're all talking around each other. The only people who are actually, like, talking about the reality on the ground, shockingly, well, it's not shockingly. They've been pretty direct the whole time with the Iranians. But this speech, there's, like, I told them to say the word banana, but that's, like, way beneath them. Like, that's kind of stupid. But instead, they took the frost thing very seriously. I'm pretty sure. I think they really liked the frost thing. That kind of came from above, I'll tell you. I don't know where I got that. I was talking about like being at a seminal moment in world history and like arriving like in a path like in the forest and taking the well-trodden path and the predominant cultural thesis, like artificially suppressing the emergence of a cultural antithesis. It's probably not going to work. I'm telling you, but I really just hear this was a drastically different statement. Did you see the tone of it? Yep, they're in the north. It's Hezbollah firing. I sense Iran's going to fire again right after I go to bed. They've been firing at like 1:30 in the morning every day. I don't know. Maybe they should reach out to President Trump. How about this? If they're actually listening, then the way they could like make this happen is by reaching out to like Qatar and saying that they want me, like the guy on the YouTube who's the only one that actually covers the war, they want me to come to the place. Then it would happen immediately. I don't even have to do anything. Let's do it. I would do it. I totally would. It might not work out because I can't do anything without the president's permission, but I could totally talk to them. They would listen. What do we think? And it's not really a matter of like the political personalities. I'm more interested in the countries are bigger than any one leader. It's like the geopolitical stability I'm interested in, and so are they. But it makes it hard to do it. Like I get Hezbollah is fighting a war of attrition. They're probably responding to Israeli attacks. But it makes it hard to do it when there's that. I'm worried an attack is incoming. We've also been live for about 10 hours. I'm trying to limit it to 10 hours a day. I want to go. I really want to do this. Maybe I'll just send an email tomorrow. How do you email the president? Like you probably have to call him on his cell phone. Fine. Here's the statement again. Before I close.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم.
Thanks, Tony.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی
Star Child, we're only on wave 80, so the next one would be 81. If we're at 88, I got a problem.
دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. امروز در جهان دو جبهه وجود.
We're also not calling it a defeat for either side. I'm going to play this from the beginning. We're not calling it a defeat for either side. Okay? Both sides have a lot of power. They're kind of upset at President Trump. You can tell they're like really mad at him specifically, or his like administration. But no, we're not going to stand up there and say any side was defeated. Everyone and civilians really were the losers in all of this. If we want to say anyone was defeated, it was like civilian life, and like that's what I would frame it as. Nobody anywhere I think thinks this is positive. Or like a win or a defeat. That's what I would say. I would say I get what you're saying, that it's the way the propaganda is coming across in the media blackout looks like a position of weakness, but in terms of the language, no, I personally wouldn't be comfortable with saying either side was defeated.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده. امروز در جهان دو جبهه وجود دارد. حق و باطل، و هر حق طلب آزاده‌ای تحت تأثیر امواج رسانه‌ای شما اغوا نمی شود. سطح خود درگیری هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. نه خبری از سرمایه گذاری هایتان در منطقه خواهد بود و نه قیمت سابق انرژی و نفت را خواهید دید تا وقتی که بفهمید ثبات در منطقه توسط دست قدرتمند نیروهای مسلح ما تضمین می شود. ثبات از طریق قدرت. صراحتاً اعلام می کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی هم شما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری. و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Yeah, all right. That's actually reasonable. Do you understand they're being reasonable? Like, they're literally just saying, if you can just understand, like, that part that they're saying right here in particular, they're saying this, okay? Not in line with our will.
هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق برنمیگردد.
It will not return to the previous
این
state.
اراده زمانی
Our will to do so
ایجاد
is
می‌شود
formed only
که
when
به طور
the idea of you attacking
کامل
Iran
فکر اقدام علیه ملت
is
ایران
removed, and they're very mad at like what they see as like the Epstein enablers. I don't think they see the American citizens in it. They've never really attacked. What I've noticed about this the whole time is like they seem to actually have like some respect for the American citizens that believe in Christ. They really do. Like, or like the American public in general, because they really bifurcate like the public from the leaders. It's like one of the most interesting things I've noticed about the Iranians. They like completely bifurcate the American leadership in the military from the public. And so, like what they're saying with the filthy minds thing is like they really think our leaders are like very, very evil. And like the Kathy Rumler thing, a lot of the people in the Epstein files, bro, what I would say back to them is like, so are you telling me, like, I don't know a lot about Iran's like internal politics, but are you telling me like if I spoke to like Iranian investigative journalists who like really know the dirt, you don't have a Jamal Khashoggi problem? And if they were like, no, like we don't, okay, all right, fine, I can live with that. But like if they have that and don't weed it out, well then like, okay, you're being a little sanctimonious. But they might be right. I don't know. Like a lot of the people in the American leadership were very evil. I read the Epstein files. I know what they did. I know what the Sultan of Brunei did in the 80s too, but that's not really relevant to Iran. That's more just my complaints about like the way Adnan Khashoggi trained Maxwell and Epstein. But their point is, look what they're trying to say. This is their main, like this is what they want. They do not like Mr. President. They're not saying like someone like you, like America. They're talking about the current administration. All right, so they're just saying like
نیروهای مسلح ما تضمین می شود. ثبات از طریق قدرت. صراحتاً اعلام می کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما.
That's it. That's the kernel of it. They just want, the main thing is the attacks. Like they just don't want to be attacked. They really don't like it. They like they want to be respected. They have a lot of dignity. They really do. Like they feel like the legacy of their country is it's like the one place that has resisted sort of like the post World War II martial aid order. Like they really feel that way. And so like they're kind of saying like this is our core deal here, and they're talking directly to Mr. President. Like, you're not going to get your investments. You're not going to get what you want here. Like, we might eventually, because they know once Mr. President's out of office, the people in his orbit are still going to be investing in the Middle East. They're like, we see what you really want. We'll give it to you. But, like, you have to come to terms with you're not going to win. Like, you're not going to erase us. You have to work under our, like, structure. The authority we've built up is enough to prove we're a regional powerhouse. It's not a problem. It's really not. As long as they're pacified. Do you realize most of what they're upset about, yes, it's Palestine, but it's more like the way that like the Muslim and Arab world has been treated as a whole. They're kind of like the big brothers of the Muslim world. And they even see Saudi Arabia as a bit of a sellout. I think they really think Saudi Arabia abandoned the Palestinians after the Abrams Accord. And so they're just looking for a reason, like to try to gain some respect and have this regional axis be looked at as like a corollary to the G7, which I'm fine with, bro. I think the Gulf Council would be horrified if they didn't like actually get some commitments from Iran to like not like be a rogue state. But if Iran, they're kind of, this is like the most reasonable thing they have said, and they're really toning it down. No child killer rhetoric, no like no like evil. I don't know what to say. I really think they're like opening a window here. They're trying. They don't want to beg. They don't. And they shouldn't have to beg, frankly. They didn't start this war. They did like build up like a huge arsenal using Hezbollah and the Houthis and the Blood Guardians and the PMF as a distraction. But like that's not really like a problem. They didn't really like act aggressively. So like if this is their terms, like, and look how contrite they're being. I know a lot of you are going to be like, Grant, that guy is yelling. It's like mean. Like, no, it's an AI generated like spokesman. The statement is coming from their leadership council, and they're like, they're trying from a position of strength to be conciliatory without like humiliating any like themselves. Like it's needling the other side, but it's their direct terms. It's the most direct they've been about their terms. Their actual demands are not what they wrote in the thing to the mediators. Their actual demands are a little probably more simple. And I swear, if you walked in, Israel's kind of in a weak position right now, I must say, and I'm not saying that in an insulting way, but I'm not like biased towards Israel. I like the people of Israel, but I also like the people of Iran. I think that all of them are fine. But like if I had to actually be a fair judge, what I would like force the Israelis to accept, and there would be no compromise, is you just have to do the 67 borders. It's going to be this like massive like upheaval and conflagration, but frankly, like if we do it under the terms of peace, like maybe we can have like some peace villages, like build some goats, like goat habitats, and like whatever. I don't know. The people of Israel and the people of Palestine, like if they actually met and hung out, like I don't think they would hate each other. I think it's just the political leadership. So like I don't really see a problem there. Palestine was a shared space, as it were. Like when it was actually the what was it? The British, what do they call it? The British Protectorate of Palestine. It was a shared space for Christians, for Jewish people, and for people of the Muslim faith. I think it would be nice to see that area like kind of turned into like a respectful sort of place for religious worship. We could have the Al-Aqsa Mosque open, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. I don't know how to pronounce it. I just think like now that those things have closed for Holy Week, like it's starting to impact like people's spiritual lives, and I don't think anyone wants that. And I really think the Israelis would hate it. Like Netanyahu would probably lose his mind, but like, you really think most of the Israeli people would be, I know they would see it as losing territory, but I just think it would be so much more harmony, and no one would be bombing each other, and there wouldn't be the constant air raids, and like they're trying to extract concessions from Israel. So you cannot get 100% of what you want all the time. And this is not going to stop, and your people are I saw the woman on the bus today with the knives in the north who lost her son. I'm not airing it, but I saw it. It's really impacting the population. They're losing their minds. I play the alerts all day. So just give them it. I mean, they would love it. They would seriously think of that as the like most gracious thing that anyone could do. And I know it's a lot. Because Israel has fought very hard, but like it can save lives. It can off-ramp the whole situation. It would really like change the Middle East for the better. But that's the price of peace. Like you could probably get peace without that, but if you want lasting peace, 67 borders. It's the most not everyone's going to love it. Some people are going to hate it. It's better than death. And this is not the 2006 war. It's not the June war of 2025. It's a real military war, and they are going to fight you to the death. So just give them the 67 borders. You might be right, Huck Finn, but it's total war with a missile system that is like decentralized, and they're like the way they build their delivery systems to the missiles insulates the delivery tunnels from attacks. They're like 500 meters deep. We don't have a bomb that can get like 60 meters deep in sheetrock like that. They're in granite, their tunnels. The only way to go in and get the uranium and stop them is ground troops. And I don't think anyone, it would just like be World War II all over again. It's an artificial like imposition of ideological hegemon. It's not the right path, in my opinion. Like, it's the one time in history we can actually like shift it. Like, but it can go really bad right now, really fast. If those troops go on the ground, there is no turning back. It's not Iraq or Afghanistan. You don't like go in and establish bases. You're fighting a ground war. You'd have to bring in the Saudis. It would just like UAE. It would become like a massive like war. I have the power. He-Man Triple Bob. Yes. Triple Bob is He-Man. Alright. It's quiet. You think maybe they'll, in a sign of good faith, let the Israeli people sleep tonight? It'd be really nice of them. They don't have to, but they could. We can't screw this up, though. It's so quiet. I enjoy it, don't you? It's very nice. It's kind of soothing. It's been like 25 days of hell. It's very quiet. It's nice, isn't it? Like in an era of constant noise, this like period of silence has been a really nice spiritual reprieve. I'm very grateful to God for that. I wonder if they smoke cigarettes. I think they do. I think they like cigarettes. Like a lot of cigarettes. Which is cool. I would hate to like fake it. Like be in a room with no nicotine when everyone wants nicotine. Bro, we could just smoke cigarettes. You can smoke your cigarettes, I'll smoke my cigars. We can bring a vent fan. I'm really pleased right now. After 25 days, it's quiet. I don't know if nicotine is allowed or not. I've never researched nicotine. I don't know if nicotine is allowed. I mean, well, I don't know if nicotine is haram. I know that a lot of people in the Arab world smoke nicotine, but I've never asked if it's haram. Yeah, I think I'll try to get Mr. President's phone number in the morning. I'm kind of feeling very called to do that. It's hard to get. Well, you just have to email a reporter. There's a reporter I know who can get it for me. You have to be a credentialed journalist, which I am, in Massachusetts by the courts. So I think that'll probably be enough. Yeah, Hezbollah kind of stopped firing. Kind of want to go to bed. I'm tired. I like the tone of this statement, though. I really have faith in them. I do. I feel like they're trying. But they just feel like no one's listening. I'm listening, though. I hear you. I'm sorry this has been happening. I know it's like a very extremist fringe, but I feel like a lot of the rhetoric was tit for tat over the years. I feel like they're just decent, God-fearing people. They became very radicalized because of how their people were treated. A lot of it comes down, I think, to MBZ. I really blame him for a lot in Saudi Arabia. I blame that whole, I don't know. I get that it was a rough time in the 90s, but I just think PNAC really made it worse. Blaming Iraq and Afghanistan for 9/11, although Afghanistan and Iraq had nothing to do with it, was really not good. It screwed up the Middle East. It was very demonic. I actually attribute that one event and the response to it by PNAC, the Project for a New American Century, I attribute that one single event to delaying the emergence of the new age and artificially stalling history. Life sucked for the past 25 years. It was horrible. They sucked the life out of the world, all the energy. It was not fair. It made people feel like they were living in suspended time. You robbed those years. They robbed those years from people. It's because they try to stop history from moving forward. You can't do that. You can, but it has consequences. Very serious, energetic consequences. Makes people feel out of time, and then alienates them from who they are. Makes them feel unloved and unhappy. We don't have what is it? When you have a disease running rampant in society, we don't have an endemic situation with depression. We just have spiritual alienation. We're very close to fixing it, though. Just need a few things to happen the right way. That's why I like to pray a lot. It just takes a lot of prayer. Be pretty awesome, wouldn't it? If it all just kind of played out for the best. And then I got to run for president and be president. That would be really fun. It's been my dream. You can't tell people that. Really, at a young age, they just look at you. People used to tell me it, but I never said it. But it's been my dream my whole life to be the president of the United States. I want to help people so bad. I think it would. I never could figure out how to do it because I couldn't understand party politics. I thought it was very dumb. But if I could just become the president by just running and a lot of people like me and then they have to interview me on the news, then I become more popular because of my ideas, people like me. Oh, it would be so great. Then I could help the world. That would be so fun. I pray for that every day. Okay. Speaking of that, it's time for my dear friend Trippa the Bob's favorite moment of the day because we're about to reach 10 hours. I can only do 10 hours a day or I feel too tired the next day. Oh, yeah, if you would consider donating, my friends will help me at the end of this week. I'm going to need a lot of help on Thursday because I have to get a new rental. But if you liked what you heard here today, if you want to support this one-man network, if you like my ideas about peace, I do need, I have no money. I have a negative net worth. It's probably the only way someone like me could exist if they just completely shush money, which I've done my whole life. I try not to sin, and I try not to pursue money. I think money, the pursuit of money, is very sinful. I don't know. I'm not saying money's bad. I like people who have money, but just thinking about it, and I don't mean to make any of you feel guilty. Money is very important, but I just don't understand it. So I just need a lot of help. I know some of you have done really well. I'm very proud of you all. It's not a sinful thing to have money, but I just can't focus on it. It makes me feel gross. So but then I feel really guilty when I run out of money and I have to tell people it's an emergency. So if we all give a little bit, then that's really my only worry. So yeah, having money's probably nice, but I want to live among the poor. That's the only way I can do my work. I always want to know what a dollar means, and I understanding that. That's the only way I can feel connected to my values and the people who I love, which is all of you. So yeah. Yeah, money makes me sad. But, it's okay. We'll all make it through together. Now, it's my friend Triple Bob's favorite time of the night. He actually reminded me to do the donation thing, and then I dropped the Discord. Yeah, so I'd like to do the American presidents in order. I can't do them all yet. I'm working on it. But yeah, I like to start. We can do Washington, and then President Adams and Jefferson and Madison. Then I get a little lost till like Van Buren at 8. Then I get a little lost till Andrew Jackson at 13. And then, because of the bank wars, then I pick up with Tippecanoe and Taylor too. There it is. So that's going to be, let's see, Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Chester A. Arthur, Garfield, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, damn it, Hezbollah, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. It is a big club. They have 1 alert's incoming. Please stop firing. Damn Hezbollah. Hezbollah has a lot of units, though. They're getting shelled, so they're responding to the shelling from Israel. Yes, Triple Bob loves Tippecanoe. Now, if you're new to this stream, if you've never been here before, there's a way I really want you to pay it forward. If you've never met Pete Bunny Towel, he's our channel mascot. Damn it, Hezbollah. I'm turning my alerts off. I'm going to bed. I don't want to hear any more alerts. Damn it, Hezbollah. Nope. Hezbollah, it has been quiet. Hezbollah is mad, rightfully so, because Israel's trying to conquer the south of Lebanon. We can't have that. We had, Iran's primary thing is please stop trying to take territory from Hezbollah. So I guarantee you Israel's flying warplanes right now over South Lebanon. Israel's going to be one of the reasons why negotiating this is so hard, because they won't stop. They have to understand they're not getting that territory. If anything, they're probably going to have to give up territory. So stop it. Iran's going to fight you tooth and nail, and they're going to bomb you if you take territory in Lebanon. And that's where the real war is going to play out. So just stop. That's my opinion as an analyst. Anyway, if you've been on this stream for a while, it's now coming up on hour 10, so I have to end. I can't go more than 10 hours. Everybody loves Pete Bunny Towel. It's true. It is a big club, and we all ain't in it. God bless all of you for your support today. It's a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain. I use about 20% entertainment as a buffer to help your mind with the traumatic imagery, in order to give you 40% education, 40% information, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide and other forms of government by way of culture public discourse. Now, if you learned something today, if you found camaraderie in the chat, even among the intensity, if you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do so. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around us, whether it be our veterans or our soldiers or their families. They need our help right now, and I hope you'll consider doing so wherever they may be affected worldwide. We pray for them and the innocents and the animals in harm's way. Speaking of animals, you can also consider donating to our homeless veterans. Sorry, I forgot that one. You can consider donating to our homeless veterans. But speaking of animals, you can donate to animal shelters run by our veterans as well. I always say homeless veterans at the end, and I forgot there, and I felt bad. But you may also consider helping our furry friends as well by donating to animal shelters run by veterans or that help our veterans. Great way to help our furry friends. #SaveTheGoats. Great way to help animals. And our veterans. But if you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans, have you considered a donation to an animal shelter? You can help our furry friends. Animals all around the world need our friend, especially our help. They're helpless in war. Wherever you may be, consider helping our furry friends. If you're in the UK, you can consider donating to the Big Issue. That's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as simple as waving at someone on the street, smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, in that way, ladies and gentlemen, may we change up the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. In that way, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good, in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, Therein, facilitating the emergence of a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a peat bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of all of you. I'm tired. It's been 10 hours. I'm grateful to every one of you, to the compassion you show here, the kindness you show here. You can find more from me later today. It is 12:33 a.m. Eastern Wartime. I think it's Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. It is day 25-26 of the U.S. war with Iran now. It is 6:33 a.m. in Tel Aviv and in South Africa, where the sun is rising on yet another day. And it is 8:03 a.m. in Tehran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis from the War Desk in Boston, praying for peace, praying for the souls of the innocents and those in harm's way, and our animals and all soldiers impacted by this horrible conflict. May God bring this world peace. May God protect you all, and may God bless and protect all nations of the earth. Signing off with love and compassion, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good night.